Yo, 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 yo. All right, who's starting today's stream? Let me get my music started. There we go. Looks like it's Mushy. Oh, he's dead. All right, well, we're starting it then. GG, well played. Well played, everybody. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. There, I got everything ready. All right, hi. How's everybody doing today? Woo! More glizzy. Question what you think will happen if we have Pyromantic Pact from Infernalist and use Mind Over Matter. Wow, dude, I just went live. Why do you have to make me think so much? What the fuck, man? Give me a second, Elias. Bro, I just went off the phone and fighting import with postal services into this. Come on, man. Okay. I gotta pause the music. Let's see. Okay, so the answer is this. I'm gonna try to make sure people understand it when I explain this. Where is that link? There it is. Okay, so what happens when you jump into demon form is that your mana pool is transformed into infernal flame. Now, because of the fact that your mana pool is now non-existent, you have 0 mana, infernal flame and the demon form makes it so that your skills have an associated infernal flame cost to increase infernal flame. Now, we don't have to deep dive the infernal flame mechanic, but because of the fact that it changes fundamentally the fact that your mana pool disappears, Mind Over Matter should realistically, based on the mechanic and the wordings, no longer work on your character. There it is. Demon form has infernal flame separate to the other node. Yes, but demonic form itself already has a specific mechanic surrounding it. Wonder if there's going to be a replacement for mana potions since we're going to have 1 empty potion slots. I would seriously doubt it since they put the special effects flasks on charms. But there might be a unique flask. We don't know that. Okay, send you a YouTube link. Of what? PoE 1 is not going away, no. They said there are unique mana flasks for non-mana hungry builds during CKD's podcast. There we go. Thank you. I missed that part. Thank you. That Q&A was massive. Okay, so apparently, regarding my Valdo puzzle box that we're still waiting for, that has a 90% chance of me designing a unique div card, or not unique, but a div card, and 10% chance of me designing a unique item. That box is they needed another number than what they told me that they needed the other night. So I've given them that number now. So hopefully, I will see that sorted soon. I also got confirmed last night that we have a sponsorship coming up on the 4th of December and one on Friday now. And the one on Friday I'm very, very excited about. I'm going to be playing Dwarven Realms. So we have that happening. Can I please click on it? Thank you. What is this?
This is one of the strongest announcements.
It's Frosty LaRue! Oh, shit. Oh, we got to do this. PoE 2, the Diablo-like ARPG. My man. Am I in it? I'm not in it. Oh, Frosty. All right, we got to watch this. All right, so Frosty is a solid memer. Let's watch this. This is PoE 2. Let me link it in the YouTube and Twitch chat first. Here's the video I'm watching right now. This is from Frosty LaRue. If you haven't given him a sub, make sure you do that right now. Let's watch this.
This is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs.
This is insane.
Holy crap, this is gonna be incredible.
This is old school RuneScape.
You gotta play it.
I'm excited.
This is perfect.
Diablo 4 is cooked.
See, this is what Diablo 4 should have been.
Like, Diablo 4 is bad, Diablo 4 is dead.
I'm gonna quit Diablo 4.
That this beta has more depth to it than Diablo 4 does after the expansion. Like, this is fucking insane.
Welcome back, you freaking traitors. You probably clicked on this video to hear about Path of Exile 2, and that absolutely disgusts me. Anyway, in this video, I'll be going over all the major issues with Path of Exile 2, followed by a recent tweet by the Diablo 4 Giga Chad himself, Rod Diablo-like Ferguson, as well as many other well-known Diablo 4 superfans thought.
Frosty, you need to get a better picture of me, man. You can't take a picture that's super old when I was in Greece, bruh. I got a bigger belly nowadays, man. This is like a skinny version of me, and like all my tattoos aren't there. Look at the swag that DM's got, man. And I look like a fucking clown. God damn. There's a burger hiding the jewelries from Megan Fox. God damn it,
Thoughts
man.
and plans in regards to Path of Exile 2. Alright, let's jump in and get to the major problems with this game.
Unfortunately, Path of Exile 2 will not be available on Mac OS at the start of early access, but we're keen to have this platform. Okay, so Mac gamers once again are taking an L.
Well, that sums up all the major problems with PoE 2. Sucks to be you, Mac gamers.
Frosty, coming up from the top rope.
Anyway,
Let's go.
On to bigger news. Let's recap the tweet heard by literally billions of people around the world.
Look at Rod Ferguson's tweet. Is this the Diablo-like thing? Is this that bullshit about that? Let me see if I can find it. Where's Rod Ferguson? There it is. Let me double check.
So, a couple of days ago, when the PoE 2 stream ended, literally, X is blowing up, people are posting like crazy, holy crap, this is gonna be incredible. Rod Ferguson,
The general manager of all of Diablo, decided to go on Twitter and absolutely cook himself with this unhinged take.
Oh my goodness. Hogs got the video. Path of Exile 2 reveal was so epic it steamed Rod Ferguson. All right, what is
the
it?
genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike, I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula.
I absolutely cannot believe that this is real. Out of all the badass stuff that was showcased, after all the in-game, after all the Atlas rework, dual skill trees, and weapons that you can dual wield in one hand, all this 6 classes, and all this badass shit that they showed us yesterday at the Path of Exile 2 Early Access live stream, this right here was my favorite. That shit triggered Rod Ferguson so bad that he had to go make a tweet.
Rod Ferguson is scared. He is threatened, though he's lashing out. Grinding Gear Games has made something tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering, and the game isn't even out yet.
No wonder Rod was making tweets. No, this isn't an ARPG. It's just like Diablo. Like, yeah, sure, Rod. Getting mad.
Bruh, you ain't even followed the Diablo like you ain't even got a goddamn Diablo in your game. So just please go sit down and get out of here.
now maybe he's scared, maybe he's a little nervous, but the last thing you want to do is come across as petty. And that's how this looks.
Yeah.
I think it's very unprofessional. If I was the VP of a game company, I wouldn't be throwing shade. That's a very passive-aggressive way to throw shade at GGG indirectly.
but this is such bad form. It is absolutely terrible. Like, the timing on it, everything about it just looks really, really bad. It comes across as jealous.
Well,
It does,
hold up. You guys are the ones sounding jealous. Do you even know how freaking cool the term Diablo-like sounds? Look, I can completely see what Rod is talking about here, and the term Diablo-like is already spreading like wildfire. For example, when a game you are super hyped for launches and it's completely not what you expected, that's Diablo-like. When a company removes a key feature, like a charger for a phone, then sells that key feature back to you later on, that's Diablo-like. When a game has a skill tree system with no meaningful options, that's Diablo-like. When you are at a self-checkout, but you are asked to tip for doing the job the company you are tipping should be doing, well, that's Diablo-like. And lastly, when a game you took off for work for has a massive delay on launch that lasts for hours or even days, yeah, you guessed it right, that's Diablo-like. So you should probably give Rod a little slack here. He knows what he is doing and is completely not jealous at all about PoE 2. In fact, PoE 2 should be thanking Diablo, not the other way around, right?
The thing is that, and Grinding Gear Games would be the first people to say this, that they owe a lot to Diablo 3.
Yes, not just Diablo 3. I will say this, though. GGG founders have been openly saying how they started off on a, strategy forum on Diablo 2. And they started with saying, hey, we want to make a Diablo-like game. That's how they started. And then they went from Aspen, go stop chewing on my fucking butterfly. Hold on.
Because
Thank you. It's not, you're not supposed to eat that, Aspen. Come on. So they started off with that, and everyone's saying that, PoE were basically the company or the game that carried the torch of Diablo 1 and 2. And that's been very, 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 very accurate from a lot of us, our perspective. Then Diablo 3 came, and it's a Diablo franchise, but it's less Diablo-like than PoE. And then Diablo 4 came, and let's not talk about that shit show. And we go from there, right? But now they have PoE 2, which is inspired by Path of Exile. Like, I get where Rod Ferguson, where he's coming from, but the problem is, like Hog was saying, it comes off as jealous, as petty, right?
Diablo 3 being dog shit on release, dude, when the PoE closed beta came out, every single person in the general chat was talking about how shitty Diablo 3 was. And you know what's so fucking funny? Is when this game comes out, every single person in the general chat is going to be talking about how shitty Diablo 4 is.
Okay. Let's check in on some real loyal Diablo 4 superfans, who I am sure are going to stick with D4 instead of this Diablo-like PoE 2.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and this week saw the most hype live stream the ARPG world has ever seen. The announcement of Diablo 4, season of The Witch Doctor, basically. No, obviously it was Path of Exile 2.
I'm a starving man. I'm starving for Path of Exile 2 content, so I'm going to rewatch the same live stream for 15 days in a row until this game's out, okay?
In my opinion, this is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs.
I think I can get away with less time spent from now on in Diablo 4 and more time invested into PoE 2. I'm going to be blasting this game at the very least until Season 7 launches, and then probably go right back into PoE 2.
Holy shit. Okay, alright, Rob, please tell me you didn't drink the Kool-Aid too.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE come December 6th.
Okay, I give up. Let's at least try and figure out why this is happening.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content.
Look at his face.
Nah, that's never happened. I've personally, I've never seen that happen in an ARPG. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's not complicated and it's not intimidating at all, which is why Diablo 4 sold so well. Almost no barrier to entry. They're great for casual players.
The problem is it lacks an end game almost entirely.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE. The biggest reason for me by far is probably the crazy end game that they have. This focus on the end game is just absolutely crazy and fresh and new to me, because coming from...
Did he just say the focus on in-game is crazy and fresh and new to me? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Before.
That is such a good take. Oh my god, this is like every Diablo 4 streamer. They're like, oh my god, a game can make endgame content? That's insane! Look at what companies can actually do. You can do things in the endgame? You can spend hours upon hours of refreshing new content. And then when you're done with that, there's even more. It's insane. It's so crazy. Like, I make a new character and I play through the campaign. Oh, I mean, I don't skip the campaign and I blast Helltide for 2 hours and now I'm level 100. And then I'm done. Oh, wait, I forgot the bosses. They're so cool. We shall spend another 1.5 hours on. Now I'm max scared. There we go. Now I'm done. And then this game, PoE 2, they have like, you're not even in the end game by then. And that's in early access. And then when the end game starts, there's like thousands times more content in early access. And then they said, we're going to double that in early access before launch. What the fuck?
After a certain amount of time, there is not that much to do in...
I'm sorry, I have to laugh.
There truly is nothing to do.
Holy shit, dude. Dude, back to back, saying the same thing. I love how the reaction is the same from literally everyone.
Well, I guess that's not literally true, but there aren't really any great rewards for doing that. I don't have any super awesome mounts. I don't have any titles. My character isn't glowing. I can't link you an item that is so rare and so godly that you wouldn't be able to find it yourself from all the hours that I put into it. The rewards are just not there.
Man, it gets worse. Nothing to do, no reason to do the things there are to do, and no rewards for doing them.
Okay, guys, I think it's inevitable. I also need to try this game out, and for exactly the reason you may think. To bring to light why PoE 2 is a vastly inferior game to the masterpiece we call Diablo 4. But for real, guys, I will be making a lot more videos on PoE 2, and you probably should be trying this game out yourself. It looks awesome. Please subscribe.
Diablo 4, oh yeah, I swear.
Frosty.
I love it more.
Can we get the claps in channel for him? Claps in the channel. Claps in the channel.
I confess, Path of Exile is my true unrest.
Good shit. Again, I'll leave a link in the descriptions below, and I'll post it here in the Twitch and the YouTube chat. Make sure you give Frosty some love. Subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to like and comment on the video, because that helps the algorithm. And I'm going to need you guys to do that on my videos as well, by the way. But, you know, all I'm saying, it helps the algorithm. So make sure you leave a like the video, and leave a comment. Doesn't have to be much. Just leave a comment. Sub to him. And I am subbed, I hope. Good Lord. Yeah, I am. Good. That could have been embarrassing. Hit the like button and leave a comment for him. How about this? D4 good. I couldn't bring myself to say that. Welcome to Ray class, my friend. Let's do that. There we go. On it. Good. Leave a comment. You guys have no idea. Some of you guys might have dabbled in the idea of making content on YouTube. Liking the video, subscribing if you haven't, and commenting on the video, as well as watching the video from start to finish, Those are the biggest things you can do to help a content creator. So if you ever want to help this channel, for example, watch the videos I post from start to finish, like them, and leave a fucking comment. You can leave a smiley face. I don't give a fuck. Just leave a comment. It does so much. That and the viewer retention. It's insane how much it does. Why do you think all of us are forced into this idea of telling people to like and comment? But yeah, watch time is super important. So always watch the full video. Don't skip ahead or anything. Watch from start to finish. Super important. YouTube money, well, that's part of it. I mean, we make revenue from it, but we get algorithm boosts. Like basically when that happens, that makes it seem to be a more popular video. And because it's a more popular video, it's get promoted more and more people watch it. And that's how YouTube works. So I just want to point that out. So I do appreciate all the support, guys. All right, there we go. I already watched the new teaser. Gemini for Summoner. Recorded a video yesterday talking about that, actually. Might be asked before, but what do you think about the change in PoE 2? I really have high hopes for that. Honestly, they're making the gameplay much easier and smooth. I think they're great. I've made a video about this, and we spamming content about it. I'm very happy. So somebody mentioned that my sub badge, the butterfly, it looks like a tramp stamp. I'll have you know, good sir, that I have a butterfly sub badge because of the fact that I was the lead vocalist in my old band. And that's where the sub badge comes from. You want to hear me sing, chat? You guys want to hear me sing? YouTube actually can hear this because I own the rights to it. Haunted by Butterflies. This is from 11 years ago.
Thanks,
right.
Verdict 7 on 120 for the prime sub, you fancy bastard. Now let's get this party started.
Thank you, Verdicts. That's me back then, with blue dreads. That's me singing. $11 years ago. And this is why we have a butterfly as a sub badge. No beer? No, not back then. That's me, back then. Good time. That's why we have a butterfly. Skinny assy.
Subscribe with Prime and included the message. Haunted by GHAZZY's gift reply.
Currently with Prime, thanks so much for support, man. 56 months. Still keep contact with the old band? Yeah, some of them. I wrote the lyrics and I was the lead vocalist. The I'll talk about that. You dress like that for PoE too long. You know how long time it takes to get those synthetic dreads in the head? And it's painful as fuck. Melodic death metal. This is metalcore. Dead by April? No, it's my old band. Haunted by Butterflies. As in Haunted by the Butterfly Effect. It was kind of the theme we were going for. First original drummer and founder of Soilwork. Where a guy who is a friend of mine, he helped us produce the song. Must take a toll. It takes a lot of practice. I can't do it now. I haven't done it in forever, so I would have to practice again. We used to hang out a lot with Soilwork and Faithful Darkness back then. Faithful Darkness went to the same, some of the guys that went to the same school as me. Why you stopped doing it? Stream. I had to choose between streaming and continuing music. I didn't have time to go. So let's go streaming. Now that you mention it, it looks like a tramp stamp. Come on, man. What's also funny is that sub badge. What's really funny is that the actual sub badge of my company logo is made by one of Marco's tattoo artists, and Marco is the former vocalist from Nightwish. So one of his tattoo artists, she goes by the name of Raven or Ravenheart. She made the sub badge for us. Lovecraftian moth. I can see how that could be a thing. I don't know. Yeah, the marker, not him, but one of his tattoo artists made the badge for us. Actually, it's pretty cool. The cicada. Like, I used to be very active in the music industry when we were doing shit. My little sister released an album. She's been on stream like 2 weeks ago. She'll be here for the subathon, actually. And we did a lot. We had Faithful Darkness. We had Soilwork. We had Jay Smith was there as well. All from the same town. Here, let me play you... Actually, I could probably do this. My little sister's old band. My little sister is this. Plays the bass and lead vocals. What's planned for the subathon? A lot. A lot. PC hardware giveaways, PoE 2 access keys, hot tub stream, my sister or Hannah, depending on when we get the sub goals, putting makeup on me, waxing me, cutting my hair, hot tub stream, you fucking name it. The band fell apart? Yeah, they stopped after I left as well. Except the TC, we'll watch that. We'll watch that. This is a friend of mine. Amanda's her name. And that's my little sister's ex-girlfriend. Girlfriend at the time, actually. 15 years ago. Dude, this is 15 years ago? Getting old, boys. That's my sister. I like this song. It's really good. Big Brother got proud? Of course, of course. Warbringer Total Spirit mini build. I'll do what I can. I'll do as much as I can. $15 ago, it makes me feel uneasy. Yeah. See Frosty video? We literally just watched it. Yes. He's going up in the top seller list. Jesus Christ. Anyways, so my little sister will be here for the subathon. Since they delayed it, she was here 2 weeks ago. And she'll come back down in December. Speaking of which, I gotta send a message to her. I gotta book that flight. You know, the drummer in this band was some Swedish Eurovision song contest. I can't fucking spell. Fuck was the name they had? Outrigger. Was it Outrigger? No. Let me find it. Outrigger? Yeah, it's Outrigger. Right. And this is the other band we used to hang out with as well. The guy who produced my band song, he played rhythm guitar and co-vocals in Faithful Darkness many years ago. That's like 20 years ago. No, 15 years ago. 15? Between 15 and 20 years ago. See if I can find a good song. Like this one. Anyways. Where was I? I was going to do something. Skeletal Brute looks so juicy in the PoE video. Yes. Just how the minion notes are in the south of the Atlas. Gem and Necro could be even better. Yes. Mercenary is also very close on the skill tree to get to the north side if they want to. So that's possible. How old are you? I am 33. Yes, 33. Yes, 33. Soon to be 34. Yeah, I'm young, man. I'm just a young buck. She's still in the band or retired? No, she's not. Yeah, think about it for. Yeah, let me check my driver's license. Hold on. Let me check my driver's license. Yes, I was born 91. That makes me 33. Okay. The guy singing now is the original drummer and founder of Soilwork. Or one of the founders. Anyways. Yo, Frosty! Thanks for watching my video, dude. Appreciate it a lot. Watch out. I got my eye on you for PoE video lines. Bro, you need a better picture of me, man. Like, half my tattoos ain't there, and I look like a chubby fucking perv on the beach. Like, you gotta get a better picture, man. I'll use the maid outfit one. Oh, God. Now, you know what? The beach picture is perfectly fine, bro. The beach picture is actually really good. I'm very happy that you choose that one. I'm very happy about that decision. You're good, man. Don't worry about it. All right. Anyways, so that's Faithful Darkness. Let's watch this video, shall we? Aye. The minion needs a nerf compared to other minion builds in PoE 2. If they need a nerf. Now, we'll never voice anything regarding balance in a game that we haven't even touched in early access. We will have to wait and see. I can't make a statement like that. Balance-related feedback has been given through the playtests I've been at, but the last time I played PoE 2, we had 5 flasks. The last one they ran had 2. So there are fundamental changes happening consistently. Okay. You guys ready for this? So, PoE 2, they launched a little teaser regarding scepters in the interview we had with my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction. We had an interview with Jonathan Rogers in which he was talking about how auras would be something we might want to look at from scepters, because the scepter gives you a skill or activates a skill that's supposedly not supposed to reserve spirit. And I know this because with the playtest I've done, where we have played there with the minions, I've used the minion scepter giving us X amount of skeletal warriors. They did not reserve any spirit. So let's watch this video. Oh shit. Did that seem... Oh, okay. Okay, so first off, Malice is just grants a skill of 18 Malice. He doesn't say anything about reservation. First off, I know that last time I played, they might have changed this, but last time I played, you were unable to dual wield scepters. Okay? You were unable to dual wield scepters. First off, I do know that they had allies having increased effect and whatnot. I saw this in the playtest because I had a modifier giving allies flat lightning damage. No reservation here. This one says critical weakness duration is 4 seconds. So if you stop applying it, it will last 4 seconds. It says that it applies the critical weakness to enemies every 0.66 seconds. And what it does is that it can stack up to 20 times. Not sure if you can see it, it's right here. It says critical weakness causes hits against affected targets to have 0.5% critical strike chance. And it can stack up to 20 times. Jesus Christ. Dude, this is insane. I love this. This is so good. So this is one way of doing it. Another scepter that I played with was showing you how to use that you were given skeletal warriors. Another thing that we see here is the discipline. And this is quite interesting. First off, allies you press deal a stupid amount of increased damage. 97% increased spirit. Level 19 discipline. Allies in spirit of 19 APS. Oh no, cast speed exclusively. Life and then +3 to all minion skills. But this one says the aura does not affect you. So this would actually just be a way for the scepter or the granted skill discipline to only apply to allies and not yourself. That's very interesting. And it gives you a % of your maximum mana to your allies as energy shield. Very, very interesting. But I mean, obviously, the +3 to all minion skills seems to be absolutely cracked for this. And the fact that you can go up to these numbers really puts an emphasis on how minion builds are meant to use a scepter to scale them. It's very clear. But again, I would like to repeat, I was unable to dual wield these scepters when I played. The scepters I did get to play with had a X amount of level on the skill, but also the X amount of skeletal warriors from the playthrough. See, I can find that later. And that was just automatically summoned when I was wielding the scepter. Again, unable to dual wield it. But it feels like they were more like meat for the grinder kind of protection like minions. I'm not sure if there are other versions either, but that's what I experienced in the playtest in LA 5 months ago. Jonathan has kept telling me when I talked about this and asked him about this, how auras were, the balance between auras and minions has been like, if you want to have a massive army, it was more interesting to run something like an aura providing scepter and having your spirit be reserved exclusively for a massive army of minions. And this really shows that to a really cool way. Malice, like, I love crit-based minions. I always have been throughout my decade of playing PoE 1. It's fantastic, and I can't wait to try this out. And the Malice one here is just really cool. Every 0.66 seconds, you give your enemies crit weakness to get 0.5% chance to be critical hit for every 0.66 seconds at level 18. That is so cool. And I don't know if we're able to put support gems or something like that to the skill, because we do know that granted skills to your ascendancy node becomes a skill in your skill section that you can actually link. So I'm not actually sure if you're able to do that here, but it would not surprise me. I don't remember if they said it. Chat say you can. I'm confident you can, but I'm not sure if they... I don't remember them saying that. They have said that. Okay, thank you. Chat's covering me here in this video, so I actually don't remember seeing that. So that's my fault then. So you can apparently. So, but again, we don't know what type of features we can have when it comes to aura-related skills at all. I haven't seen any support gems to that as of yet, or haven't experienced it either. But that seems to be the case. So the showcase that they're teasing here, we'll leave a link in the descriptions below, of course, is showing Malice, which is a crit-based aura. Looks absolutely cracked. And then we have this weird-looking discipline that it does not affect you. So the aura is not even applying to yourself. So it's only you basically providing defensive layers for your allies, team members, or your minions in this case. Very, very interesting. Dude, I love the mods. Look at this. +3 to all minion skills on a scepter. And then 118 damage. Like, to me, based on the numbers we see in PoE 1, and it would be odd to me if they changed the numerical incremental values and whatnot. That just doesn't make sense that they would do that. And 118 is a lot in PoE 1. So I wonder how this is going to be when it comes to PoE 2. Like, by looking at this, this looks like there are, say, 4 really high tier mods for this. That's what it seems to be. The spirit, the damage, the attack, cast speed, and the level of minion skills. To me, they look like they're really high tiers, if not tier 1 modifiers on a scepter like this, which means that this is basically a 2 modifier off a perfect scepter. That's how it looks to me. It might be wrong, we'll see, but I'm very excited nonetheless. All right, boys, if you like this video, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and don't forget to leave a comment. It helps the algorithm a lot, so I do appreciate that. But let me know what you guys think of these scepters and the balance between auras and minions in the comments below, and I will see you in the next one. So till then, as always, stay safe and keep rocking. All right, there we go. Made a video out of it. Good shit. Let me do this because nature is knocking on the door. I can tell you that much. So I'm going to do this. Use scepter and a shield. I don't remember if I tried that. If I did, it should be in this footage. If I can find the footage. Here it is. I'm really sorry, boys. I gotta run. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yes. This. So if we.
How can I help? Boy.
I don't know. It's in.
How can I help?
Fucking Christ, man. I had some spicy food snacks last night. My stomach did not like that, so I apologize. A little break. Welcome back, thank you. Holy fuck, dude. Now my stomach didn't like that at all. This is couch co-op from 5 months ago. We still had 5 flasks back then. So this is couch co-op from 5 months ago. This is the second playtest I did in LA with them. First one was mouse and keyboard PC. This one was console couch co-op. And I decided to bring a friend. So the guy on the right is playing the Warrior. He's a good friend of mine called, his name's Johan. And he, well, the frame drops that happens every now and then, those are server related. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, my stomach, dude. Whew. He is the furthest I can think of, or the furthest guy that I know from gaming. He's finished 2 games in his life, which I believe was Half-Life and Diablo 1. And there was, before he played this, there were many, many, many years before with the last time he touched any game. So I decided to bring him to see how he would be able to understand and like Path of Exile 2. So that's why we're very slow. So we actually grouped up with the other streamers at the event. And there was 2 NDAs for this event. One was for the footage that we did. And the other one had a later date for The Witch. So what we did was that I sat down and I said, okay, I will exclusively play The Witch. And then we pooled all of our resources. So everyone did different recordings. And we all used the same, used recordings from the batch that we created as content creators. It was really nice, actually. So I exclusively focus on The Witch. But because I play with a friend that's so far away from being a gamer, we played very slow. So we only finished Act 1 at the end of this video. And others blasted much harder. But I will say this. Johan he didn't ask many times for help. I only answered questions that he asked me. And I let him explore the game and understand the game. And the biggest problem we both had was just getting used to using a controller. Because I haven't used a controller in fucking years. But it was he had no problems understanding the concept of the game and what he needed to do and how to engage with it, the skills and the menus. And that was like the first time I was like, yo, this game is actually good for casual players or newer players as well. So that was pretty cool. But anyways, so that's the footage we're watching. It's a 5-month-old footage. I just threw it up because I had to take a bio break. My stomach was fucking with me. Anyways. Well, that woke me up. Woo! Good morning. So, okay, yuck controller. I hate controllers. I also hated controllers. Genuinely. I do not like it. I tried it. I don't like it. It's shit. And then I tried it in Path of Exile 2. And I'm like, it makes sense in PoE 2. It feels good. And then I used the controller for Elden Ring, and that felt good. But I don't know. We'll see. It actually was good. So for someone who don't like controllers, if you have one, give it a try. Like, it might surprise you. There's a real difference between like Sword and Witch if you play minions if there's no minion ascendancy. Well, there are minion ascendancies in plural. That's the idea. They don't want to force us into they don't want to force us into using one ascendancy exclusively for minions. They want it to be diverse and give us options. Yeah. Yo, Necro, what was the surprise you had? I'm confused. Did I miss something? You said you had a surprise before the podcast. Did I miss something? What did I miss? Am I going crazy? Oh, it was your birthday. Congratulations, dude. Personal family is on my B-Day. I'm sorry to hear that, but congratulations to your B-Day, man. Do we know if we can apply quality to scepters, and if so, what does it do to them? Assumingly, it will just increase the damage that it does. Like the hit damage. I'm assuming it has a hit damage component, right? Do we know if we can apply... I did read that, sorry. It would be possible to draw a loop SRS, cast a Minion Death, a fast casting fire spell in PoE 2. I have no idea. Actually, no idea. Let's see. Oh, the package. Trying to get my Voldo box. There we go. Gotta get my goddamn Voldo books, man. Seraphic with a prime sub, thanks so much, dude. Someone in chat asked about the Gemlin Legionnaire minions, by the way. I forgot to answer that. I will have a video on that today, actually.
Wow. 3 or 4 faithful subscribers. Prime? That's fucking crazy. Thanks for the support, legend. Good one.
No, you can have click to move as well. You can choose between click to move and WASD movement. I agree with that, Mark Sutherland, yeah, for sure. Boom.
Oh, just when it was getting fun.
How old is this footage? 5 months. 5 months old. Oh shit, dude. Pretty dope. Experimented at all with a cast of minion death? No, I didn't have any opportunities to do that in the playtest that I've been part of. The seamless switch between mouse and keyboard and controller, I don't know if they have that ready for early access. Does anyone know if they said that? I know they're going to have it, but I'm not sure if they have it ready. Question is, using the skeleton archer that does the poison cloud from what stat or power does the poison scale? What stat skill? The point that what stat skill points, etc. Need to increase my damage for it. Well, it's the minion using it, so it's minion scaling. Everything that scales the minion would then scale the minion's ability as well. The switching between keyboard and mouse, they said, isn't ready at the start of EA. There we go. But they eventually have it, which I can't wait for. Yeah. I think that's going to be really nice for the guys that likes controllers. So you can swap with a button press in option menu instantly. Not just by moving the mouse, but using controller, for instance. Yeah. Ever thought about putting your butterfly counter in the top right corner with every reaction counter is always in front of the face of other colleagues? That's actually not a bad idea. The problem is we have like map information up here though. And if I put it here, then it's in the inventory. Actually, I don't have anything here right now, so I can maybe put it there. But sometimes people have their camera there as well. But we can move it here either way for now. Do that. That you playing? I'm the witch on the left, and my friends on the right, on the warrior.
Luke 6 subscribed with Prime and included the message. Almost 3 years. Let's go, PoE.
Thanks so much, Luke 6 for the 35 months. I appreciate that. Here's an interesting zone, by the way. So we ran around trying to figure out how to enable this thing here. You see this? So this is marked on the mini-map, and there's like a checkpoint next to it as well. This was a pretty cool, like, they had ritual-like kind of a totem or something. We couldn't find a way to initiate this. So after running around in this zone for a while, I asked Jonathan about it. And he said it's not in the playtest we were playing. So apparently there's something you can do with this. No, and I never saw Righteous Fire. Roa's Bog, yes sir. Looks like ritual, yeah. It could have been a ritual mechanic, I'm not sure. It very well could be. What the I think a cat must have scratched me in the night. I had like a scratch mark on my elbow, and it was bleeding. I was like, what the fuck? And I have one on my side of my fucking side as well. What the fuck? I just noticed now. What the hell? The hell, man. All right. Is there any other new videos? I want to look for a new video after this one. So we checking your port? No, I'm not sure if you guys can see it. Pretty small. Right there. I lean my elbow on the elbow rest, and I can feel it. I was like, what the fuck? Was it stable? Outside of some smaller server hiccups, it was fine, yeah. I mean, we're gonna run an uncapped subathon on 6th of December. And I told Hannah asked me, what do we do if the subathon lasts into Christmas? And I told her that it will never last into Christmas. Like, you guys are crazy, I know that, but like, not that crazy. I told her that I hope, and one of the goals that we have is that the subathon will last a week. And I hope it will last a week. Yeah, this is us running around trying to figure out whatever happens there. So let's just fast forward a bit. I can type in some Mace-Mark Subathon. Puzzle box yet? No. No. I spent the entire morning and noon talking about the with the postal services. And then now I got an email that they need another document filled in so I can import on my company, which I can't stand this postal services, dude. Holy fuck, man. So now they need another document from me, and for that I can't. Well, I could do it on stream, but I'd have to do it on my other monitor. It's gonna take a while to go through that. Actually, I can't, because some of those things I'd pull up on stream, and I don't want to show some of those things. I don't like. It's whatever. I'll do it after the stream, which means I'll hopefully get the package tomorrow. The class you're planning to play first? Infernalist, most likely. Well, yeah, you can type exclamation mark Subathon for more information about it. Essentially, actually, I can show you that. Let's see, where did I hide that? This is the current list of goals that we have. All right. PC hardware giveaways from a couple of sponsors. So basically, the goals we have in it is my sister's coming down. I'll fly her down again to do this, so she can stream when I need to sleep. So either sister or my fiance Hannah, right? So waxing, haircut, cosplay, maybe drag queen, something. Maybe we reintroduce the French maid outfit. I need to buy a new outfit for that though. Spicy food challenge, hot tub stream, maid outfit, maybe get an inflatable banana. I don't know. Like, this is the general ideas of what we're gonna run with the sub goals. Maybe let chat decide on a game I'll play. Maybe a cookie stream. Let chat decide decide the modes for the stream. PoE 2 early access keys. We have a ton of those keys. We actually have a bunch of people who has spare keys and that has sent those keys to me. And I told them that if they give me keys, if anyone gives me any keys, I'll be using them for the subathon. I want these to be early. Like, I'll go live a couple of hours before the launch, and what I want to do is I'd proc so many keys. I don't know yet, Kikis, because I'll very likely buy some more ones as well. Like, I'm doing everything I can to make this the biggest event I've ever done on the stream. So I'll be investing everything I can for it. So I'll very likely be buying a lot more keys myself as well. So I want to go live a handful of hours before the launch and have these the early access keys early in that goal to give away to the chat. Before the launch, preferably. So I want to have that early. And then we have I don't want to say too much. I got some confirmation on a couple of sponsors, but we're gonna have PC hardware giveaways from some of my sponsors. And that's the current list of things, at least. You can send it to me on Discord, Slam. The subathon will exclusively be on Twitch. So the giveaways, I'll make sure that the YouTube viewers can also get them. I would assume one way or another. I'll make sure that the YouTube chat can also get access to the giveaways, of course. I'll make sure that both streams can have access to the giveaways. But the subathon is exclusively on Twitch. How do I get access on PlayStation 5? Well, Sony didn't want to have the possibility of pre-purchase or preloading. So you can only buy the shift on PlayStation on December 6th. The only thing missing is camera. That's the only thing that's missing. Like, I need to get a better camera. And I need to get a USB extension cord, a long one. So I can put my web camera up at the sleeping lot. Basically, let me show you. So this is my setup, right? So I need to pull a cable along the wall up here. So I can have my sleeping lofts up there. There's some Christmas gifts up there right now. But we can have me on camera when I'm sleeping. When my sister's not here. I'll play softcore because I want to figure out a lot of things to test new things. Well, seamless switch between mouse and keyboard and controller won't be in early access in the start, but they are going to implement it, yes. Will it play co-op with your sister? No, because she was supposed to have unpaid leave from her work so she could do that as well. But they delayed it from November to December. So the problem that we encountered is that we're not going to be able to do that. She's going to have to work from home. So she's only going to have a time frame where she can take over the stream when I need to sleep. So if I sleep during the hours that she's able to stream, she will stream instead of me. Where is GHAZZY from? Born and raised in Sweden. Not Norway, it's Sweden. I made a video talking about my statement regarding the no necromancer ascendancy. I actually think that based on the statement that they pulled for us, it's actually going to be a good thing. Let's see. The GM dude is of your minions. Yes, that video will come out today. That will come out today. That will be out today.
Beautiful. Even the darkest corner is
We'll see.
ablaze.
Try trimming the 10 months. Thank you, dude. Ice bath. No. No.
Breakring 11 subscribed with Prime and included the message, I call for reverse party in an ice bath shop.
Totally watching couch co-op gameplay from 5 months ago. It's Swedish? Yes, sir. Did the eating of fermented fish make it into the subathon list? You want me to add Silslumming? Have you ever eaten it? Never. I haven't even smelled it. Yeah, I do know that you're supposed to open. You're supposed to open the can underwater. I know that. But that wouldn't be fun if we had a goal for it. So I'd have to open it out. We'll see. We will see. Ay, 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 ay. So you say the betting odds on you throwing up as soon as you crack the can? Very high. Very high. I'll tell you this, if I add a goal like that, it's going to be a very, very high goal. This is couch co-op gameplay we're showing. We're going to finish the video. It's done in like 13 minutes, and then we'll see if we can find some more recent videos. At least that's the plan. Ay, 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 ay.
Serve me.
Watching gameplay footage? Yeah, this is my playthrough with a witch and my friends playing a warrior. 5 months ago, though. You should be able to maximum effort, yes. Should be able to. Targeting was a bit wonky with the Bone Storm. The spikes I'm shooting. They fixed this after the playtest, but it was a bit wonky when we played. A class is starting Infernalist. 100% starting Infernalist. I'll do everything, but I'll start with Infernalist. WASD felt better, but I think I might change my mind now that there's two flasks. I might change my mind now. We'll see.
We will see.
So the Hellhound can be 6-link? Yes. I don't know the answer to that, Midnight Souls. I'm sorry. Should be a minimum requirement listed on Steam, though. The FPS on the fire is a little so-so, actually. I can see that now. Inventory with controller felt really good. Yes, and it has DLSS, yes. Don't know if you watched that already.
Alright, so yes,
Yes, we did watch that one. How hard is it to get 6-link? No idea. We don't know. $10 and 4 hours. 10 days and 4 hours. Auto teleport if they're behind? No, you'll drag them on the side of the screen.
Just wait. Surely we can.
You have been sentenced to death.
Contagion does not spread with the arrows, no, but contagion is affecting a corpse. If you affect an enemy and it dies, then the corpse can be raised to a minion. Now you can do that with the unearth or zombies, for example.
All right,
Benji, thank you.
You just became my #1 fanboy by gifting 2 tier 1 subs. That's some next level love right there. Thanks a ton, dude.
Appreciate it, Benji. Thank you. I love hearing how the AI handles the alerts. There's always something different. No corpse generation, no. I like the damage numbers. I like it. Ay, ay, ay.
The guillotine drops.
Also, they changed the resurrection timer to be faster for your permanent minions. I will play everything Midnight, but I will start with the Infernalist. But Fright Train, isn't the Catmaster Baller from 5 months ago as well?
Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Because if it is from 5 months ago, then I definitely have watched it.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Fate will take you, bastard. That's
I love how they telegraph things. That's one of the things I talked about before. You see how the boss has very, very, very good telegraphing of certain abilities. But unlike Final Fantasy and unlike Diablo 4, it's not a red circle that then fills up, and when it's filled up, the attack happens. to show exactly where you need to move. Like you need to see these things to step the fuck away from it. I love this more. I feel like this makes way more sense. Yeah, it's more natural. Yeah, there's some learning to it, not instantly obvious. Yeah. I prefer that personally a lot. So this fight is a pretty good display of my friend being pretty being new to the game and not really a gamer. He's not really using his abilities very well. And apparently enemies get more than twice the HP. Is he even a friend at that point? Yes, yes, he's a good friend of mine. He's a very good friend of mine. I don't remember how many times we died before we killed it. Cast on dodge, yeah. What's your friend think about the game? He liked it very much. He even said, which surprised me a lot, that he was considering to buy a console to buy this game, and he's not even close to a gamer.
Surely we can.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Great wolf face, you bastard! Die! My would-be
20 hours ago in Gapmaster. 20 hours ago, but the video footage is from 5 months ago. Let's fight a review. Yeah, I think that was a really cool. That was really cool for me to hear him say that. He's not even close to a gamer. You do not become invulnerable when dodging. You cannot dodge AoE attacks, but projectile spells and then targeted attacks you dodge when you're dodge rolling. But AoE attacks will still hit you. I mean, once this is over, we'll look at new footage. We can look at the Capmaster battle video as well. Someone mentioned skill tree from Bayera as well, right? Yeah, you can dodge AoE from passive people. Yes, absolutely. But what I was saying is it wasn't possible. Oh, that clutch rest rare. Holy shit. It wasn't when I played. And I was saying, like, generally dodge doesn't do that. Do you know why Rutu isn't invited to their to test their game? How would I know that? I don't work for GGG. I'm sorry. I don't know. Yo, bro, how you? I'm doing all right, man. A little tired of nagging on the postal services, trying to get my goddamn Voldo box. Now they need another document to be filled, which they could have fucking told me when I talked to them yesterday. So now I need to get another fucking document filled for them, which I'll do after the stream. Hey, we did it.
And we got a unique.
The Voldo box. Yeah, there's a puzzle box that they've sent us. So I'm going to open the puzzle box, and in there I get to either design a unique item for PoE 2 or design a divination card. And there's a 10% chance to get a unique item, so we'll see. Any leaks and how many EA they've sold already? Nope. What we do have is this. This is global top sellers. And they are ranked 5th in the global top selling. It's so fucking crazy. Global top sellers. And this is only Steam. No, now some people said, oh, but it's inflated because of the big supporter packs. The biggest pack you can buy in PoE 2 on Steam is $100. Because any product above that includes physical items, or could include physical items. So globally, they're 5th most sold product. You got to keep in mind that this is based on revenue, right? Watch this. What is this?
Wouldn't it be great to know what the secret...
What is this? This is posted 4 minutes ago. Oh, shit. This guy's great. I should watch this. It's an hour-long video, though. Let's start with some shorter ones. We'll start with some shorter videos if we have access to some. What was the Balor made Catmaster one? Where was it posted on Cat's YouTube? That's 2 hours. But this is from 5 months ago. This is the couch co-op, but from 5 months ago. Give me a second. That's 2 hours, man. We just watched the video, which is from 5 months ago. Is there any shorter videos? What was the Bayero one? What was the Bayero one? This is 8 minutes. We can watch this one. Subs video is good too. Did I see this?
Hey, what's up, guys? So
Subs video is 27 minutes. Wait, skip to 24 for no yapping, only gameplay in a 27-minute long video. Wait, what? So there's 3 minutes of no yapping? Okay. No, I don't mind listening to subtractive yapping though, so we're good. We're fine. Okay. Do you want to see Sork? We'll watch those two. Any other videos? before we do the big one. So Dragon Rex, all the bosses with Sork. Yeah. Sork, Huntress was really good as well. Ranger was super solid. Monk was crazy. Which was a bit slow in the playtest I played, though. They had some targeting issues, which they fixed. So that would have helped a lot. All right, well, let's get crack into it then. Now's the stream 2 weeks in advance. Should be illegal. Let us log in already. It was this video first, so this is the order. We'll do the skill tree from Bayera. We'll do the subtractum video. Then we'll do the legendary drops video. Let me link this. So we're gonna watch the skill tree video first. Here's the video in Twitch chat, and here it is in YouTube chat. This is from Bajira. Is this basically him just showing the nodes on the skill tree? Yes. I mean, okay, so first off, the skill tree is one of the most touchy topics of being the heaviest topic that's going to be affected by, or is going to be subject to change. And whenever they introduce a new class into the early access, they're also going to be very likely adjusting the skill tree. There are 1,500 nodes in the skill tree. Not to mention, they're in a position where even the starter nodes on the witch side is different from when those starter nodes are different when you play the sorceress. And they are different in that section of the skill tree when you play any of the other classes, to incentivize going into that part of the tree. So there are 3 different versions of the skill tree. And every time they're going to introduce something new to the game, they're going to adjust the skill tree. So you can't make plans of this. That's what I'm saying. I would love to continue watching this video, but we're not going to make a YouTube video out of it. We're not going to do that because of the simple fact that the tree has 1,500 nodes. And they're going to change them consistently. So I know that the things I saw is already different from the playtest that Bayera was on. And it's very likely that that's going to be different from what we're going to see in the launch on 6th of December. Well, you can't pre-plan it. I mean, obviously things like keystones and most nodes will very likely be in the same area, and most of them will be the same. But we'll see. I like that they made this be like a sword, and there are sword-related nodes. I like those small things. Yeah, so that's attributes on the star. So what's this, a bow then? Okay. Blind. Overleach is normal passive now. Yes, we saw that. We did see that. Gotta keep in mind that Leech will be very different compared to PoE 1 because we're not gonna have the same type of damage. So we don't know. You know what's interesting? At the playtest I was at, they explicitly told us not to do this. So either they forgot or they did allow it this time. Because we were not allowed to get footage approved where we are cycling through the skill tree like this. How are you enjoying the game? Is it good? Any good? What I've seen and played, absolutely. Absolutely insane. I noticed you found something interesting. I mean, the Overleach one is crazy cool. GGG has reviewed every single video before it was approved from these playtests. Trust me. Some videos that we wanted to post took a long time before they got approved. Basically what they did, they basically checked with all the creators and made sure they had one video approved each, and then they had to recycle and do it one more time every time somebody wanted to post something new. They were 100% vetting everything, and sometimes they skimmed through it, right? They might have missed something, but they might have allowed us to do this, right? When I played in the playtest, they did not allow us to go through the skill tree. We're gonna move on to the Subtractum video. Let me link it in the YouTube and Twitch chat here. This is a Subtractum video. Again, if you like it, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and leave a comment to help the algorithm for Mr. Subtractum. He's a good OG PoE creator and talking about the Sorceress and Mercenary gameplay.
But this, I guess, is the beginning of making content for Path of Exile 2. Been kind of taking some time recently.
Bro, I just moved the sub counter, and I told you, some people have the webcam of where this one is.
Thinking about how I want to approach this, because I really want to do this right and in my own way. And that's going to be a lot of just talking from my perspective.
Just moved it.
And not trying to
It was here
fulfill
earlier.
the algorithm and clickbait and all that type of stuff. I just tried it in the past,
Clickbait.
and it does not.
Subtractor, you better not clickbait me with this shit. You said new Path of Exile 2 sources of mercenary gameplay. I better be new, man.
Spark joy. It's not what I want to do. I just want to talk to you guys about.
I got you on Discord.
A game that I love, and share the things, my thoughts about it, and what I think is cool about it, and teach stuff and have fun along the way. So, what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today is my playthrough at the playtest that GGG did a couple weeks ago. It was under embargo until a couple days ago, and we actually had to edit the footage, send it over, and Jonathan was personally reviewing all of it. So this is Jonathan Rogers approved footage. The unique thing here is I am one of the only, if not the actual only content creator that has now played Path of Exile 2 all the way from ExileCon, the most recent one. I don't know when that was, a year and a half ago. I've been to every single playtest, including the most recent one. And in fact, the only other PoE content creators that I know were at the last playtest were me, MP Havoc, Big Ducks, and then, some ARPG people, like Darth Microtransaction, but no, like...
That's really interesting, because I was under the impression that the last playtest in LA, which is the one Subtraction is referring to, was exclusively for non-PoE main streamers or content creators. Because there's a lot of us that weren't invited that, like Sis, me, Steel, and, the OGs has been around for a long time, Rice, etc., etc. Like there's many, 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 many more. I don't like too many to list, obviously. But I know that most of us weren't invited for it. And my understanding was they weren't doing that. But apparently they had some of them there.
Pure PoE people. So that's all of us that were there. I think I have kind of a unique perspective here in that
MP was there as well?
I've seen it from ExileCon, where I was like, I don't know if this game is going to be...
Yeah, they might have just grabbed the US people as well. That might have been the thing as well.
It was very overtuned, we'll
Could
say.
have been.
It was very rougher state.
I think that maybe they did only the US-based ones. That actually makes sense, because the idea of that playtest, based on my understanding from it, was that it was meant to be a marketing focus, and they've already flown out a lot of us to LA multiple times. But Empyrean is not in from US. Either way, I don't know. I wasn't invited, at least.
Figuring things out. I can very honestly and genuinely say, after this most recent playtest, I am quite excited for PoE 2. However, I'm not going to glaze it. I'm not going to hide the things that I think I'm a little worried about. I am not like 100% think this is going to be a perfect game. I think there's a lot of stuff that PoE 1 offers that this one is trying to diverge from. And I am going to try to call that out. Maybe not all that much in this video, but I'm going to give you guys my thoughts on it.
Welcome to the fam. You'll fit right in with the rest of us misfits.
That's how it feels up, man. Watch Catmaster OP has a good gameplay foot too, but wasn't his gameplay foot? It was with Balor Mage from 5 months ago. The one I have as well.
Concerns.
This one's new. This one's for the latest.
Let's just get right into it, and I'll start talking about what my thoughts are as I go through the playtest. What I'm going to be doing in this video is talking over some parts, kind of pausing it, pointing some things out, and then kind of just letting the gameplay play. Like, I'll take the camera off the screen, let the gameplay play for a couple minutes. You can kind of just immerse yourself. So yeah, let's get started.
All right,
so
let's go.
Levels and everything.
Don't disappoint me, man.
So, going into this playtest,
Sub will
we
never
can see
disappoint.
that
We're
we
good.
have Sork, Warrior, Ranger, Witch, Mercenary, and Monk. These are the classes that are going to be coming out on December 6th. And I had previously played all of the other classes except for the Mercenary. This is the first time I've had a chance to play the Mercenary. There's a quick little intro animation here kind of showing the general idea of how the character works. And I just want to give it a shot. And in fact, we're going to try to save some time here. Everyone's seen that animation. We're not going to let that play again. So the first skill that you get is the Fragmentation Rounds. It's just a default shot. Let it play a little bit here. This is my first time playing. This is your AoE skill that you kind of start with. So you get a basic shot, which is right there, my basic bolt. The big thing about the Mercenary is he has multiple skills that have ammo, and they all have their individual magazines.
What the fuck are those keybinds, bro? There's no way he plays like that. I'm looking at my keyboard, and now I have a European keyboard, though, but what the fuck? Wait, he might be left-handed. Yeah, he might be left-handed with that. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That would make
switch
sense.
between them and
you
reload
better
them.
be no. You
I'm
better
sure
be
there's plenty of
left-handed.
ways, and I know on the passive tree we have seen that there are ways.
Well, we're gonna have a
to
talk
save
sub.
bullets when you're shooting. You know, maybe the big thing that I would
You bet
like, I don't
gamepad
know if it's
too?
in the game already, is the ability. You can see that the aim is a little. The name locking with the aiming is a little.
I'm gonna
awkward.
send him a message.
The thing that I
That's
noticed.
it.
and,
I gotta
talked
get a
about,
confirmation
like, one
in
of the
this.
cons already with the mercenary for me was I had to switch between things and reload, and with that reload time, like when you're fighting like a certain set of monsters, right? Or like one pack of monsters, you can
I
empty
sent him
both
a message.
magazines, but then the time to switch between them and then reload, you're not gonna be switching between it, at least early on. Like, you know, I've seen, you know, the more advanced gameplay later where they can kind of like reload each other and all that, but at least early on, you know, a big pain point for me was, you know, and every character starts weak, right? But you know, you can unload one magazine, switch to the other one, and then you're just gonna stick to your one, right?
I sent him a message.
Because switching between them, waiting for the reload again, switching back, like that's just very inefficient. But this is the gameplay. You know, he walks around and shoots. You got your fragmentation rounds. That is your AOE. I did find the AOE, at least early on, not very effective. It has a little bit of a built-in pierce there. I skipped that, so I killed him. I didn't get any loot from him. The key here is I want to show you guys the early experience of the mercenary, and maybe this will get tweaked a little bit by the time that December 6th happens. And I kind of push it a little bit irresponsibly here. I purposely bring a lot of monsters because one of my favorite things in RPGs, you know, I'm a OG World of Warcraft mage type of player. I just want to group up a bunch of monsters and then, you know, cast Blizzard or whatever and blow everything up. And then you can see kind of. Also, I did get a cold skill right here, so I got a cold shot. I'm trying to freeze them, trying to like shatter them, do some AOE, and just trying to demonstrate here what the, you know, what the experience is with these early skills. At least what you're gonna expect. No, like I said, I'm not trying to glaze up things that they're demonstrate things how they aren't. Don't worry, there's a lot of contrast in this video a little bit later on. So anyway, that's the pack of monsters there, and then the first boss that you fight here is the Devourer. It's within these the tunnels.
That's the boss that. Fun fact: that boss, I believe it was Preach Gaming who sat down with us and talked about it. He said that there was a game journalist working for a company. You can guess which company it is. And he was fighting this boss, and he was going like this all the time, like, "Oh fuck, I'm dying." So Preach looked over. It's like, should I help this guy? And then he looked at him doing the fight, and the dude was basically just face tanking, not dodging shit, and just dying all the time. So about half an hour, 40 minutes later, this game journalist takes a break, walks out, gets some food. There was food in the back of the room here. He went for a food break, and then he comes back. Does the exact same thing, didn't change his strategy, didn't try to improve, did the same thing for 30 minutes or 40 minutes, and then rage quits real life. He rage quit. He left the actual venue and did not come back. Like, I'm not joking. This is what I was told by Preach Gaming. The guy did not come back. That was this fight.
And you can kind of see the experience reloading your different magazines over and over again and switching between them. So that was like a couple minute time skip, and you can see he's not dead yet. This is literally what I did. I was just like, this ain't for me. I'm out. So I did see gameplay of both Havoc and MP playing the mercenary later on. They stuck to it and they found combinations of it, and Big Ducks too. All three of them played mercenary, and they all had a good time with it. But you know, that's just what you're going to experience. Anyway, Sork. I'm like I said, I'm a mage, Sork, wizard, whatever you want to do. elemental, temporal magic. That's my thing. Arcane magic. It's always my favorite class in every game. And wait for this one. Anyway, the first time that I played Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon, Sork was so poorly balanced and so underpowered.
True.
Actually, at least the
Very
first
true.
and second, if not third time, Sork always felt really bad.
Yeah.
And that
Terrible,
was basically
actually.
my metric for, am I going to like this game? Like, can they do a magic caster properly? Well,
Like, it
this
was
happened.
terrible.
Right off the beach, the very first boss that I killed gave me a +2 level of cold spell skill gems, 47% increased cold damage, and level 2 freezing shards right here. Yeah, you'll just see the difference between the mercenary and this. Now, kind of a concern that I have is
What
the
fuck?
Reliance on gear here, because I can't actually attribute how strong I felt in this playtest versus the last one on Sork. I can't separate it too much because I didn't have this crazy gear when I was doing the
That's
previous playtest.
insane.
But I can tell you, if you get good gear, at least on a Sork, if you get a good staff, things will feel really good. So yeah, this is just watch his life bar.
Dude, that stuff is cracked, man. Bro.
Did a little spin of joy, had a little fun there, and yeah, that's just.
Dude, the
with
staff
that
is
starting
insane,
staff,
by the way.
That is the difference in power.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, again, if we talked about this earlier on stream, if the modifier tier list numerical value is similar to that of PoE 1, that is essentially very likely the highest tier of cold damage you can get on a staff at that point, and very likely the highest tier of plus level of skills you can get at that point. And for cold-oriented spell casting builds, which is what he's obviously running, having those two modifiers immediately on an item is like, that's like winning the lottery kind of thing, to get both of them on one item. That's insane.
When that happened and I saw how strong I was just like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm kind of seeing it here. And this is the next boss in the next zone too. Just to confirm that it wasn't a fluke.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I was very excited. I was very encouraged. I want to call just special attention just how much detail there is to like the physics effects of all the shattering. I'll turn up the audio during some of the fighting a little bit later on. Just the freezing shards going through the flame wall, seeing them lit up and all that, igniting the monsters. The effects are like almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it. And I think it's really nice instead of like the Path of Exile 1, like insane flashiness. So yeah, they added a lot of new support gems, and I think that this is really going to be what differentiates Path of Exile 2. As the thing about support gems in Path of Exile 1 is they very often trend, or are picked at least, towards the more, what gives me more damage, right? Like we have some that are a little bit more utility focused. You can do something like Fortify, where you kind of have like a hybrid offense and defense, or you have something like Inspiration, where maybe you're kind of mitigating some mana cost. There are some like interesting upsides in addition to damage, but a lot of the time you're just saying, how do I take the highest damage support gems that I can while not taking too many downsides or getting as much, a little side utility in addition to that. That's what we see a lot of the time in Path of Exile 1. And kind of a cool thing, actually not kind of a cool thing, I think one of the most interesting things about Path of Exile 2, and we're going to see how this plays out, is the forced single support gem. So for example, faster casting right here. If I take a faster casting, I can only have one of those on one of my skills. And because of this, I have to be very intentional in what I use that for. I really don't think it's going to feel like Generator Spender. It's not going to be like a Diablo 4 snooze fest. It's not Generator Spender. It's utility, single target, multi-target.
I will say this. What he's talking about is very true. A lot of people are concerned about there being like a builder-spender approach, right? Diablo 4 has that. It's not like that in PoE 2. You have... very likely you're going to have like your main source of clearing ability. Then you can have your main source of single target ability. And then you can have a lot of utilities. So for example, the mercenary. You can have the possibility of running a specific ability you use for clearing, and then you can have a utility grenade ability, for example, that shocks the enemies, which will increase the damage of your clearing ability, or maybe your single target ability. So that allows you to have some utility choices. You can have another one, for example, Ranger has an ability that lets you leap backwards, get out of harm's way. Oh, you're getting overrun? Okay, but now it's time for me to use my utility skill. So what PoE 2 is trying to make happen in this type of gameplay is not a builder spender approach, but rather you choose the ability that fits your situation the best, which is why the combat feels so good that we played so far. Essentially, you will have to adapt your gameplay and the skills choices that you are using based on the flow of the combat. Or you're being overrun. Okay, I will use this ability now to get out of that. Oh, they're all grouped up. I'm going to use this to debuff them or something, like a curse or a shock in them or whatever. And then do my clearing ability to shoot them, to do damage to all of them, AoE related abilities. It's a boss. Okay, let's make sure that he is debuffed with the debuff skills, so utility skills I have that does those things, and then do my main source of damage to it. Warrior classes will very likely want to stun enemies, especially bosses. So it's more about you adapting your gameplay combat based on the situation you're in. Whereas in Diablo 4, for example, it's all about endgame is all about making sure that you don't have to worry about your resources. And before that, you're using a builder spender. Basic attack, basic attack, basic attack, basic attack. Oh, I can use my bone spear. Basic attack, basic attack. It's just fucking boring. But the gameplay in PoE 2 is more immersive.
Utility mobility. And that's like the way that you want to think about it. So I end up using quite a few different skills in my damage rotation. It's going to be more about evaluating the threat and the positioning and the way that everything's happening. And that's how I'm going to be using my different skills dynamically in combat. And for example, Fortress right here. This is one of the cool support gems that it actually makes your flame wall summon, or anything else like ice wall as well, summon in a circle. So you can use this to encircle enemies, encircle yourself, encircle an ally, and then, like, we'll see this later on when I'm playing with MP. I am putting this around the monsters, and then MP is shooting as a mercenary through my flame wall and then boosting his shots. And there's a lot of interesting additional utility that you can get here through these support gems, instead of just, oh, I'm going to put elemental focus and control destruction on every single skill gem. Just to, even if you're using multiple damaging skills, you'd end up using, you'd use similar support gems. Instead, you have to be very intentional and thoughtful about how you're picking your support gems for your different utility skills. And at least the way that this played out until, like, I've only gotten to the end of Act 2 so far in the playtests, but the way that's played out, at least in this playtest, was I had a lot of fun playing around with the different support gems.
Good to hear.
As always, how it works out in an end game, we'll see. Really, really cool thing.
I like, before we let the sub talk some more, some people are concerned about you not being able to use the same support gem multiple times. Like, if you have a support gem, you can only slot one of those support gems in any of your skills. So if you have multiple projectiles, for example, only one of your abilities can have that. That, again, emphasizes on this pressure that some of the abilities you'll use as utility, where some you'll use for clearing and some you'll use for single target. That further emphasizes this immersive combat experience that you're going to have when you play the game. Whereas if you could use the same support gems across the board, you end up with PoE 1 situation where there's so many support gems available, but very few of them are used, because you're just going to use whichever gives you the abilities the most damage. And that's just really boring.
So freeze in this game is incredibly, again,
do the staff is
everything
playing
through
easy
the
mode?
context of
True.
only playing through the first two acts, but
Very
freeze in
true.
this game is incredibly powerful, as you've already seen. It works on bosses. You can build up freeze on them, and then there's a lot of stuff building around shattering frozen monsters. Just having something to freeze monsters. It doesn't have to be like a builder, right? It's not resource generation, because mana honestly was basically never an issue for me. That was not a problem whatsoever. It's really just about what utility am I trying to navigate or utilize as I'm doing some combat. Things like glaciation right here were actually very interesting. So this one's really cool. Hey, free chilled ground whenever you freeze an enemy. So, again, additional utility that you can put between your different skills, like drop a frost bomb and have that doing some additional utility right here. That's unique that I got. When you block an enemy, you permanently intimidate them.
Intimidate on block, okay.
him.
Okay.
Not for my build. This is just showing me selling some different things. I'm just trying out like, hey, what do I sell? What, demonstrating what I get for different currency for the disenchanting. And I'm not control clicking there just because I'm like trying to feel things out slowly one by one.
Okay.
All
I
right,
believe so, Mo, yeah.
I did not mouse over all of these. You can see the scroll bar. There are a lot of support gems, and a good chunk of these say coming soon as well. There are so many. There's going to be a lot of differentiation and potential for, one of my favorite things in Path of Exile 1 has always been customize your build for yourself. Like, hey, people ask me, hey, should I use Steel Skin on automation or cast some damage taken? Even little things like that, you can customize them in a way that fits your playstyle. All right, like if you're in hardcore and you got to play really intentionally and slowly around your cooldowns, cast some damage taken, or even manually casting it is the play. If you're in softcore and you're running 1 billion miles an hour, automation for your Steel Skin could be fine. Like it's not a bad choice, but it could be fine. And I think that type of decision making, and like there's a lot of conversation about like, from the hardcore solo self-found racing perspective, like this is always the right play. But there are, inefficient methods of play that could be, turn your brain off even more and you get your Netflix on. And I think that you can
I'm never a
customize
fan
your
of
builds
using
in Path of
automated
Exile 2.
defense
They're giving
skills
you more
personally.
tools to do this. This is a new skill called Ember.
The reason for that is I hate pending buffs. I hate when you have increased power to defense or offense for 5 seconds, and then you have 5 seconds where you don't have that. DPS calculation would be, well, that's an average over 10 seconds. You'll have 50% of that for 10, every second. It's like, I don't know. I just hate it, especially when it comes to defense and mechanics, because it's like, if I happen to be hit when I don't have it up, I might die. But if I have it up when I do get that hit, I'm probably going to survive. This to me feels like an ass mechanics. I hate automated defenses personally because that's how they feel.
Fusillade. Unfortunately, I was with my gearing, I was like really pushed into cold skills, but I kind of wish I went into fire because some of these fire skills they're beautiful and really cool. I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Whoa! Dude, that looks awesome.
But as you can see, my cold is just so strong. But oh my god, the animation is just gorgeous. Like,
now don't move.
Dude, cold
Walking
damage.
around
That
and
stuff is
self-cast
carrying
ice,
so hard, man.
it just
Look at that.
Tool, unfortunately, for me a lot of time.
This boss I
there's
remember.
another
I've done
boss,
this one.
Just showing how strong I am. This is about halfway through Act 1.
Let me teach you the power of the Eternals, Maracas.
Bruh, he's gonna fuck it up
this
so
is
hard.
Clearly a fidelity.
Oh
upgrade,
my
huge
god,
fidelity
okay.
Upgrade over Path of Exile 1.
To me, Draven.
Oh my
Freeze is so
god.
strong. So you can see in
What
the upper
the
left
hell,
corner, building up the
dude?
freeze. See those debuffs right there.
Bruh.
We also now have the damage numbers. I can go back a little bit. You can see the damage numbers up here. You can see their weaknesses.
The damage numbers, they disappear if you haven't hit for a while. And it's not you showing your damage per hit. It's just showing how much damage you've done since that number started ticking up. And then if you consistently do damage, you'll see the amount of HP the target has as well. It's a neat system. I like it.
Right here, debuffs, and then damage numbers, just like Dark Souls. Which is pretty cool.
And I needed this boss. I know that I fought it for like a minute.
Here's me kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree. Didn't see anything crazy. I didn't explore everything in the passive tree. I didn't have a ton of time. I wanted to I was balancing playing the game,
Well,
chatting with
that
Octavian
stuff,
and
yeah.
Jonathan, chatting with the other streamers, and God, it was. I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there.
Yeah, I have
this one is really cool. Frozen Vortex. When you shatter an enemy, 30% of the overkill damage is done per second. It lasts 3 seconds, so you basically get 90% of the overkill damage that you do as damage over 3 seconds total, which is pretty cool. I don't think I was doing that much. So the cool thing with Cold Snap, rather. So Cold Snap is a skill that shatters. So kind of like the rotation that you can do here is I end at Frostbolt, so you can do Ice Nova. You can cast your Ice Nova on Frostbolt by default. I just found my Frostbolt was going too fast, like casting too many skills, just that got a little bit too much. But what I ended up doing was dropping Frostbomb when necessary, casting Ice Nova, freezing, and then Cold Snap will shatter a frozen enemy for damage. And then you can link that with Frozen Vortex, so that shatter overkill damage will then put like a nice strong vortex on the ground. Ended up being a pretty cool combo. Unleash is about the same as it was in PoE 1. This is to demonstrate a little bit more. So, Frostbomb on the ground, casting Ice Nova, and then Cold Snap to shatter them.
So much damage, dude. The staff is insane. You know he still hasn't changed
And
his
showing
staff.
how dangerous zones can be really quickly. You can start getting stunned.
Like, he still hasn't changed
You
his
have to be
staff.
pretty intentional about just charging forward. Here we go. Here's Veriketh, aka Candlemass, I guess. Same monster from PoE 1 with a different name.
Holy shit, man.
So as you can see, my damage is not
Ridiculous.
as much. I believe I still have the same staff from the beach.
That's
So
still
with all that said,
ridiculous damage.
It's just that same staff, no
Like, actually
additional
ridiculous.
damage items or anything. And this is probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through Act 1. Probably 3/4. I think this is almost the last zone.
It seems corruption takes on many forms.
Holy shit, dude. That is so crazy to see that staff. How insanely lucky he got with that drop, dude. And he's showing click to move, by the way. That's all something I think is important to point out.
This boss fight takes a little bit. This is the final boss of Act 1. Got an Exalted Orb. Show the new item that I got. I finally did upgrade my staff. Level 5 Freezing Shards. I actually I edited this. I spent a lot of time, like a solid 2 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes, trying to compare the damage numbers between all my different skills. So the interesting thing here is I lose the +2 cold skill gems, and I gain level 5 Freezing Shards as well as some freeze buildup, which is nice.
The
I actually ended
freezing
up
shard might be
taking
worth
this.
it then, I guess.
But you can see you have your DPS numbers right here, which are... So I was originally looking down in the lower right corner in PoE 1, but these tooltips, I hope they build these out a little bit. I think they're trying to simplify it, but when you mouse over your skills in the lower right corner, it shows nothing. It just says the name. There's no data whatsoever. I think they want everything to kind of be in this skill gems, like kind of kept over in the corner here in the skill gems panel. And there's a rough DPS estimate. Again, because you're comboing so many things, it's not going to be accurate whatsoever. But you can see these DPS numbers changing as I'm changing my weapons around. And I keep trying to mouse over here to like see if anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip doesn't change when you change your items. I think that's just the base gem tooltip. So here's, I believe, the first boss fight in Act 2. There's my Frostbolts flying in, trying to clear some of the ads. This fight ends up taking a while. So yeah, this is, you know, if we're going to talk about some of the cons, at least for the Sorceress gameplay, there wasn't that much I can do. If we think about the tools that I have, and I went into all of the cast speed that I could. I had faster casting. I took all of the cast speed nodes on the passive tree. If any gear gave me any cast speed, I would take it. So the problem with this fight is if you go above this line up here, there's a bunch of hyenas standing on a cliff that will just shoot arrows at you. So you're stuck in this little triangular arena. You really can't go up here. And periodically, the boss will just, if you walk away from him, he'll do multiple slams. He'll do a charge attack at you. Like his scariest, I guess I'm spoiling the boss fight so spoilers if you don't want to know how this boss fight works.
Too late.
At the beginning of Act 2. But if you get too far away from him, he'll do a charge attack at you, or he'll do really big slams. And I actually don't have any tools that give me very good damage at range. Like, I can cast Frostbolt with the Ice Nova and Frostbolt, but it's not like PoE 1 you know, later on, maybe if I get Unleash and Spell Echo or whatever, like maybe I can make this work. But if you cast one Frostbolt and then maybe I can get 2 Ice Novas and then 1 Frostbolt and 2 Ice Novas, I'd rather just cast 3 Ice Novas, right? Or even like 3.5, because a Frostbolt had a slow cast speed. Because of that cadence, it was actually way better for me to just stay close to him. Thing is, the way the fight works is I can't walk up here, like I said, and if I walk away from him, he'll do like really scary range stuff, and I'm kind of stuck in slow cast animations. And it's actually easier to just, you know, roll around him when you're really close. Also, he periodically spawns ads, and because the ads are not nonstop but pretty frequent,
Gives corpses to minion players,
forced to
at least.
almost nonstop just spam my Ice Nova. And this was a little bit of a concern. Like 100% could be build or skill issue, but you know, I kind of felt a little pigeonholed into just I didn't hate it, but I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I just wanted to point that out. Conk effect. Oh yeah, I got Solar Orb, which is just a cool. You put a fire orb on the ground. It's very pretty and it does burning damage. Just kind of mousing over some of the support gems here. You can see a couple more support gems that we haven't seen yet. Move the camera, you can see a little bit more.
No! Fuck! No! Fuck! Stop hiding. There you go.
So yeah, just leaving this for anyone
Literally
that wants
hitting every
to
spot on the screen I have.
Comb through the video and just see everything I mouse over. Go for it. So I'm going to let the rest of this play out. You can just watch some of the gameplay here as I finish up playing with Empy. Thanks for everything over the past few years. It's been really cool going through all of the discoveries and sharing cool stuff with you guys with PoE 1. And I'm excited to start a new chapter with y'all in PoE 2. Hope to see you guys there. Subscribe to the channel and all that if you want a little bit more. And I'll see y'all soon. Have a good one. Bye.
That staff he got in the start was just cracked, though. Like, actually insane. So MP here is playing the Mercenary. Well, he has changed his staff, at least. I think the other staff was better. I don't get why he changed his staff. He gained like a handful of % of increased spell damage, but he's basically only using frost spells. He only tested the fire ones, but he basically is exclusively using frost spells. So why not stay with the one that gets +2? I just didn't get it. Yeah, the new staff gave you a higher ability of the shards, which is the spells he's using every now and then. But since he was mostly casting Frost Nova and the Cold Snap, I was like, the plus level skills is a ridiculous amount of damage for casters in PoE. So I just don't understand his choice to switch it. But, you know, he would have done so much more damage. And you saw it on the tooltip DPS as well. If he had been spamming the shards, I would have understood it, but he's not, as you can see. GM levels matter so much for minions, but also for casters, yes. It's like a Venn diagram. For those of you who don't know how PoE scaling is, you basically, the best way to describe it would be to have a Venn diagram like this. You'd have it like this and like this. So this is basically how it looks. And essentially, you'd have, let's do it this way. You have gem. Jesus, I can't read that myself. You have gem level, and you have gear, and then you have sockets, or rather links. Support gems, that is. All right. So normally you'll find attack-based characters in this section to have the main source of scaling from gear. Normally you'll find minions and spellcasters in this section. So minions and casters, they find themselves here. This is where they are. They scale the best from gem level links, and then for higher end game, they will always every build wants to move into the sweet spot, right? And then if you have attack-based characters, they actually end up being in this position where gear is the most important one, and then links, and they obviously at the higher levels want to go into the middle, right? So this is how it works. So, but we're seeing Subtractem play as a caster build, and they work very similar to minions when it comes to this Venn diagram of how to scale them the best in the early stages as you progress your character's power levels. And minion scales best from gem levels, and then links after that, and then gear. But mages, or casters in general, they are either in this position or they're in this position. It's a little bit different because it kind of depends. Based on what we've seen in PoE 2, I would arguably say that mages or caster builds are more in here and minions are in this position. Obviously, we all want to go down to this the middle point in the end. But gem levels is just one of the strongest things you can get for any spell-oriented approaches. Minions or casters, doesn't matter. Whereas gear can help get spell damage, for example, as we saw, or level skills, which is further emphasizing on the gem level part. Whereas links is more important than gear for minions normally. But this is because there's a lack of minion modifiers in the early game of Path of Exile 1. That doesn't seem to normally or exactly be the case in PoE 2. So this might change minions to be the same position here, which is where the casters are. We'll see. But this is the Venn diagram. Mages are here for put an M. Mages are here for in PoE 1, and summoners are here in PoE 1, for example. And it seems to be the same in PoE 2. Your drawing brought a tear to my eye. That was beautiful. Let's continue the video. It's only a couple minutes, right? Yeah, well, we'll finish watching this. Again, this is Subtractem's video. We'll finish watching it. I'll link it in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat for you guys. Give him a like, subscribe for more content. Drop a comment to help boost the algorithm, of course. Finish watching it. I like this boss fight. We saw it in the reveal as well. I like the way this boss fight looks. It's so cool. Explode. And this is what he was talking about. Like, he pops the firewalls, and then the mercenary MP here is able to shoot through the firewall to do more damage. Ooh, that's a big chunk.
I can't do that yet.
Dude, I like how it's not like a slow movement. It's like stuttery movement with the way that beam is moving. That feels more... I would like to use the word realistic. That's pretty cool, actually. That's really cool. I died. That's funny. Lightning damage as an emerald. Herald skills deals more damage. That is the video. Again, leave a like to it. Drop a comment. Pog. Doesn't matter what you type. Just leave a comment. It helps boost the algorithm. So help him out there. Leave a like. Subscribe for more content. I'll leave a link in the descriptions down below for this video. We're probably going to post this on YouTube. So if you guys liked the video, shout out to Subtractem. Solid content creator. Good stuff for PoE 2 coming. Give him a like. Subscribe to his content. And leave a comment in his video as well as this one. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe. Keep rocking. There you go. Jesus Christ, getting React content galore over here. We're going to watch this. This is a long one, so we got to strap in. All right. You know anything about campaign progression for co-op? If everyone is in sync, same progression, you'd follow the one who is the furthest back in the campaign. Is what I've been told last time I asked this, which was 6 months ago, 5 months ago. Yo, Slim B, what's up, dude? Having to catch any specific info on the Chronomancer time freeze? Not that I'm allowed to share. Not all monsters will be able to be time frozen. Or to bring minions into the ascendancy. Minions won't be affected by it. It's only enemies. Like when I say not that I can share, it's I talked to quite a few of the guys over at the GGG office, and some things are very subject to change, or it's ideas that are still spitballing. And if I say something like that, I don't want people to take them at face value and treat them as factual contexts. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. Is the answer for what's actually going to be the case. PoE 2 is only on Steam. Do they not have their own launcher? No, they have their own launcher. And it's only also on Epic Store, and it's on the console stores. Like, you fucking name it. All right. Yeah, people use Epic as well, yeah. This is a good one. What is this one? What the fuck is this? Oh man, that's a classic. God damn it. Oh shit. Man, we want to Chronomancer in the party for when Hasted Soul Eater and Max Zoom start charging at us. That's a classic commercial for all your kids out there who never saw it. Ah, shit. You saying well, it's being a Steam Deck. I believe that they're going to be, right? But I'm not sure how it is on early access, at least. Is there any other videos that we should watch? Because this is 1 hour and 11-minute long. Once we start this, we're not stopping. Okay? What do you mean connection to server lost? Motherfucker. The servers go down? Bro, I'm busy hitting a dummy here. Who's online right now? I'm the only one online right now. What the fuck? My wand ended. Really? Should I buy another one? I'll buy another. Should I? I have 221 million gold. Shit. Shit. Tibia coins. Only have 1,000 left. Okay. Will I have enough money though? 110. Let's see. 55 plus 110, 165. I can buy one more. Hi. Trade. No. Rods. There. Lasting. Yoink. I'll do one more. Fuck it. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's Tibia. Okay. Okay. Sorry, let me link it in the YouTube chat. They're asking as well. Hold on. Let me get some music. Let me link it to them. It's an old MMORPG game inspired by Ultima. It's called Tibia. We're playing that off stream with our community. The game is inspired by Ultima. Came out in '97. They're releasing 2 big patches every year. 6 months after Tibia came out, RuneScape came out. A lot of people like playing RuneScape, and a lot of people like playing Tibia. In Europe, we're pretty divided. Yeah, Ultima and the Ultima Online. Tibia is still active to this day. I can't do that, man. God damn it, you know I get DMCA'd live. God damn it, dude. You just demonetized my entire YouTube channel. No, not the channel, but you demonetized the entire YouTube stream from that. I don't mind the troll shit, but I hope I paused it fast enough. They picked that up within seconds. You actually demonetize my entire YouTube stream when you do that. I'm not kidding. That's how YouTube stream works. Yes, it takes seconds. I hope I paused it fast enough. So I'd appreciate if you guys didn't do that. It is funny. Don't get me wrong. It is funny, but you demonetize the entire YouTube stream when you do it. It's not 5 seconds. No, I think I paused it fast enough now, but just please don't do that. It's ridiculous. DMC audited by AI, yeah. I think I'm fine because I paused it fast enough. But you like give it 1 or 2 more seconds there, I would have been fucked. I hope that was fine. Didn't know this, but no, it's most people don't know. That's why I'm informing you guys. It is funny. Don't get me wrong, but I appreciate if you don't do it because I have YouTube sound because we're watching reveals, right? It's being broadcasted to YouTube. And if I have a few seconds of a song that's DMCA'd, I lose the entire stream of it gets completely demonetized. Anyways, I think it was fine there. Just please don't do that. Okay. Did we have any other videos that is not Rickrolling? YouTube streaming is garbage. Basically, I make almost nothing from streaming on YouTube. Not to mention that the revenue on YouTube I'm sharing with my editor. So I actually don't make much from it to begin with. But you're not fucking with my income as well. You're fucking with Kiki's income as well when that happens. So please don't do that for both of our sakes, okay? I got bills to pay and mouths to feed, okay? But that's why the stream is always mainly on Twitch. I try to keep up with answering questions on YouTube. Anyways, it's fine. Most people don't know. That's why I'm informing you guys. What happened? I got a Rickroll post. It's funny. It is funny and it's harmless. But in this scenario where I'm showing YouTube's videos, I send that audio to YouTube. And if I have a few seconds of a DMCA song, I get demonetized. Oh, the stream gets demonetized on YouTube. Not all of my streams, but that's the stream that's live right now gets demonetized. The entirety of it. Doesn't matter how many hours I'm there. And if I reboot it, 90% of the viewers goes away. And I because people boot it up and then they leave it on, right? So that rebooting it is also bad. It's a shit show. That's just how it is to stream these days. Anyways, moving on. Did anyone have any other videos I should be looking at? Well, the AI sings it. It's fine. Demus. That's fine. That's not DMCA. Dream core vids for PoE 2? What about it? Oh, wait. Subtractem responded. Hold up. He said, yes, I mouse left-handed. I used to use WASD, but the equivalent on the right side of the keyboard. Thank fuck. I was going crazy. So that's why Subtractem had these insane keybinds. Okay. Yeah. You see Ben's super serious Ascension tier list? We're not gonna watch the Ascension tier list, man. Alright, let me see what Kikis wrote. Okay. Don't have an interview tonight with GGG? No, Talkative Try has one tonight. I'm not gonna be on when it happens live, so I'll watch it tomorrow. Oh, my mother sent me a text message. The Scepter video from PoE? Yes, we did watch it. We did watch it. Alright, so that's it. We're gonna watch the big one. DM interview was a few days ago. Bro! Why are people doing me so bad on this? Bro, the DM interview, it's Tavern Talk. It's the podcast that me and Darth is running together. Everyone keeps saying Darth's interview. I even set it up. It's me and Darth running a Tavern Talk podcast. Brandy doesn't work. I don't know what to do, man. Sir God kept saying...
It's shit.
Sir God kept referring to it as Darth's interview. Darth runs it mainly on his stream, and I take the YouTube VOD. That's our agreement. Wow. Come on, man. Fuck, dude. 126,000 views, by the way. Shoo. God damn it. How many views is it actually if I look at the analytics? 128,000. Good lord. All right. Are we going to watch the big video? Is everybody Oh, shit. Ads are about to play. We'll wait for the ads first, then. Dad promotes small creators. Preach. Oh, man. Thanks, Dar, for the interview. Thank him for us. I sent him a thank you for it. I even did the fucking intro, man. Bruh. Another top.
See ya. So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting. And take it away, GHAZZY, with the intro.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE 2. How are you doing? You see, there we go. You see that? You see that? I was taking the lead. Fuck, man. Clearly fake AI. Bro, that's not fake AI, man. It's not fake AI. This is fake AI, okay? This is fake AI. You see, this guy. This guy is fake AI, okay? Anyways, this guy's name is Sebastian, all right? Anyways, get out of my sight. We have 40 seconds till ads are playing. If you are not a subscriber, hold on to something. I'll let the ads play, and then we're going to watch this. I don't want this people to get interrupted. It's a little over now, so there will be another set of ads somewhere at the end of it. But ads are coming now. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something, and we'll do it after the ads are over. Sebastian should host the tavern. Clearly. Has a better camera. Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. I have bought a camera. I was talking to Conger about it last night. I have ordered a camera. And now I'm really broke. But it's I've ordered a camera. I ordered a proper camera. I need to go buy another one of these actually. Boom arms. And I got everything for it except for that, and I need I ordered cables. Well, I need another cable for the web camera for the subathon though. But I have ordered a camera, and I am beyond broke at this point, so I can't do more. That's what I can do. But I did do that finally. What camera? I ordered a A5100 or 5100. This is what I ordered. And I ordered a lens for it as well. So I've done it. I've ordered a proper camera for the stream now. Noodle Squad. I already bought the supporter pack, man. I was already on noodles. Now I'm just not going to eat. Okay? I'm just foregoing food. I'm going to the shelter later to eat. Okay? Check my last message. I survived sepsis and I'm finally home for after almost a month. Huzzah! Auntie, that's awesome news. Awesome to hear, man. Welcome back. Welcome back home. I'm glad to hear that everything went well for you. You also bought a $480 supporter pack? Yes. I did. That was my Christmas gift. And now I'm going to serve noodles on Christmas. Subathon soon to Scrooge McDuck swim in that money. Well, my hope is that we have the subathon last at least a week. That's my hope. I have no idea how the subathon's going to go. I have no idea, but that's my hopes. We've had a really rough year for content creators in ARPG this year with only 2 releases. So it's like I've been very careful with spending money. I'll tell you that much. So ordering the supporter pack already was like, let's be careful. And then I got to fix the camera for the subathon. So I said, you know what? I'm just not going to eat. And we're done. Anyways, we're doing it. Oh, that sounds amazing, Auntie. Next year with PV2, it should be much better. I hope so. I hope so. But I've done everything I can now to make the subathon event, and the December launch for this is going to be the absolute biggest event that I've ever done on the stream. We have some absolutely fucked up shit going down. We talked about this little list. This is not even done, this list. We have PC hardware giveaways. We have PoE 2 access, early access key giveaways. We have stupid sub goals, including a hot tub stream in the middle of fucking winter. We have spicy food challenges. We have cosplay, drag queen cosplays, French maid outfit maybe. Haircut and waxing done by my sister on me on stream. So there's some really fucked up shit that's going to happen, okay? Like really fucked up stuff that's going to go down. So it's a packed schedule. I have later tonight, I'm going to buy a flight ticket for my little sister. She's going to come down again because she was here when it was supposed to happen, but it got delayed, right? So we're going to fly her down again. And when I have to sleep during the subathon, she will take over and stream for me if everything clutches schedule-wise, of course. So there's a lot of things happening. You need to do wear eyeliner and do Jason Momoa stream. Maid outfit. Oh, so when I say we're going to do absolutely fucking crazy shit, this is what I mean. Does it have Darth's podcast? Actually, that reminds me. I have to send a message to a certain someone. Where is that conversation? Here it is. I need to send a message to GG staff. Give me a second. And um, there. I gotta get that out before I forget about it. All right, where was I? So still Sammy, you need outside setup. Yeah, I'm well aware. I'm well aware of that. Business expense on the supporter packs, of course. It'd be Easter egg and Gan like Krillson from Winding Pier games. No idea. Winding Pier games, that'd be hilarious. All right, we're gonna watch this video. It is 1 hour long. I can't send more ads. There will be one set of ads gonna happen in the middle of this. But let's crack into it. Let me post this link in the chat as well. This is a video. We're going to react to this video. It's from Legendary Drops. Here's the link in the Twitch chat. Here's the link in the YouTube chat. There will be a link in the descriptions down below as well. I interviewed Path of Exile's director on gaming's biggest issues in Path of Exile 2. Let's have a look at it.
It is behind having a successful live service game so we could share it with the world. One of the things that I've always wanted to do was to sit down with someone that has a successful game or a successful live service game and dissect the inner workings of it to understand how they know the player's perspective so well and how they can deliver a game that players actually want to play. And in this case, well, we get to do just that. I got the opportunity to sit down with Jonathan Rogers, one of the co-founders and the technical director of Grinding Gear Games, Path of Exile 1, and their upcoming game, Path of Exile 2. This is an incredibly special conversation where we get to talk about both games, the success of the first one, and what we get to look forward to in the second one. But even more so, I even go in to talk about some of the issues that I'm seeing in the games industry today. We have a little bit of back and forth on that as well. This is a very special interview, a very cool video. I am so happy to share this with you guys. It would not have been possible if it wasn't for you in the first place. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to reach these people. So I have to thank you for this. And this video is that thank you. Enjoy. Drew, so you're one of the founders of Grinding Gear Games. What led you guys to make Path of Exile, and did you guys think you would make it this far?
So I actually was one of the founders straight out of university. I was friends with Chris, who, you know, he was basically my best friend through university. And we kind of, I mean, I knew I wanted to be a game developer from the point I was like 10 years old, right? Like I was doing game development like as a hobby right from that point. So it really wasn't a question of like, was I going to be a game developer? It was a question of like, how is that going to happen? And Chris, he was actually the one who sort of suggested, look, what we need to be doing is making a sequel to Diablo 2. That was basically his view on things. And I obviously love Diablo 2 as well.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like, at the time when he was suggesting this, I wasn't still a player of it. You know what I mean? Like I'd played it a huge amount earlier, but Chris was still deep in Diablo 2. And obviously loved the game. But he just made a really good case for the fact that, you know what, like there hasn't been a game that got the whole formula right for a really long time. Like there was no evidence at the time that Blizzard was making it, right? Like we just had no idea.
Yeah, there was like a 10-year lull or something, right?
Yeah, it was that because I mean, that's the whole thing. But effectively, they hadn't announced anything. You know, like as far as we were concerned, it was just like here's just a game that was still selling. By the way, like people were still selling physical copies of Diablo 2.
Yep.
Like it might have been like 10 years later or something like that. There was still game was still selling like hotcakes.
It's still good today.
Yeah. There were you and so you had a game and it's like, okay, no one's made like a true successor to this thing. It's still selling in stores. Obviously, people, you know, there's still a huge amount of demand for this stuff. Why the hell, you know, like, are we not the ones doing this? So yeah, I mean, basically we we decided, hey, we'll just get started. And I was doing a lot of hobby game development. Chris had done a little bit of that, but he was actually doing some security stuff. And we were just like, okay, like, well, let's just do it then. So yeah, we just started writing code and getting things done, and we went a long way. And I remember at the very beginning, because like we actually did like think, okay, well, what is the what would success look like for doing this? Like, what, like, if we're going to do this, like, what would we have to actually achieve? And the thing that we thought that we needed to achieve was effectively 10,000 concurrent players. That was the amount that we sort of worked out, that if we had that, the amount of money that we would be making would be able to support the studio, and everything would be okay. So that was kind of our, like, what we were trying to do. So anything beyond that point, as far as we were concerned, was just gravy. You know what I mean? Like everything beyond that was great. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much achieved that, like, right from the start. As soon as we had our closed beta, like, things were going well and the company just did really well. So yeah, it's been pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like, that was kind of our thing. Like, we never really at the time sort of thought that we weren't thinking like we had to be the biggest game ever. We were just like, we can be sustainable if we have 10,000 concurrent users. So that's the audience we need to attract. If we can do that, then we're good. And so that was kind of our thinking. I think the sort of the grander scale is something that it wasn't really in our mind.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, Path of Exile has been a bit of a standout success, especially like with free-to-play games, ARPG specifically. I still think there's not a lot of competition out there. Even you guys saw an opportunity, and I mean, we've had a couple of games come out over the last few years, but nothing in the same vein. What do you guys attribute to the game's longevity and its success?
So when we started, I guess what we saw was there were kind of like 5 pillars to make a good action RPG. Like and these are the things that we thought, okay, like, there are people who have some of these, but there's no other game that has all of them except for Diablo 2. So the first one would be, well, I mean, in no particular order, you've got random level generation. For longevity, you just need to have it. You need to have it. I mean, you need to do it well, because if you don't have that, I mean, look, things are just going to get boring very quickly. You've just played through the same thing 1,000 times. I mean, obviously, even with random level generation, that can still happen, but it takes a lot longer. The next thing is a secure online economy. So effectively, you have to have the ability to trade items, and it has to be secure in the sense that nobody can dupe them. There's no cheats. There's nothing like that. Like, that's really important for that long-term feeling, because it makes the stuff that you find feel like it has value.
Yes.
Which I think is very important for the long term.
I'm going to pause it there. This is going to be a long reaction check here. That is so important. And Chris Wilson has also said many years ago how sensitive and important and crucial trade and value of items are for the game. The economy of the game is super important. And the reason for this is, like, every time they've had a moment where, like, oh shit, duplications are going, they smack the hammer down hard. They've had leagues in the past where they re-rolled back because of an issue like that, to make sure that it does not compromise the integrity of the economy. Other games don't do that, and duplicates run rampant from day one. I'm not going to say which games, but you know what I'm talking about.
The next one is that you have to have a random item system. So, and what I mean by that, what I mean is like, the item system has to have elements of chance. And it has to be that anything you kill could be the thing that could drop the next amazing thing that you need to find. So in practice, since we launched, we have also added more deterministic things as well, which I think do have a place. But you certainly need, like, it needs to be that just killing any random monster could be the one that drops, like, the amazing item. Like, you still need that feeling all the time. Otherwise, you like, if you don't have that, then what happens is that you see you finish a grind, and then the next giant grind is, like, stretching out ahead of you. And if you don't think you're going to get any rewardingness until the point where you finish that, that's a good moment that you might choose to quit. So that's actually one of those things that is really important as well. The next one is you need action combat. And at the time, the reason why what we were talking about there is, as opposed to the kind of more MMO style combat that you had back then, which was like very, like, like, just everything's on cooldown, like you have a million abilities and it's just kind of like one thing after other. That sort of cooldown rotation, like sort of slower paced combat that you had from the MMOs at the time. And was that all of them, or did I say 4? I can't quite remember now. Where was I up to? Did I miss one?
Maybe, I think so.
No, right. So there was the other one. The other one was a deep,
you said the loot and the action combat. and the
Yeah, yeah.
trading.
Yeah. So a deep system of character customization. So effectively, you need enough depth in the way that you build your characters to make it so that you're willing to play through the same character. So not through the same character, through the game again, but with a different build, so that can still be interesting to you. That was something that D2 didn't really have as much. But one thing D2 did have was the concept of the ladder reset, which is effectively like the fresh economic start, and
that was like one of the things we talked about that before. I don't know if there was any game that did that beforehand in the ARPG world or scene. Diablo 2 introducing the ladder resets was like the one thing that led into this whole seasonal game, which is how ARPGs are played exclusively more or less these days. Like every ARPG game runs season cycles, leagues, whatever the fuck people call it, because of that, and that all spawned from the ladder resets in D2.
That concept was ultra important because, if once again, if you're doing ladder resets, then you need to, have the ability for your character to be different every time. There needs to be lots of build variety and things that you can do, so that you feel like you have a
of
different
build
experience
variety,
each
by
time
the
as
way.
well.
Lots.
So those are kind of the like 5 pillars that we had, and I think that really at this point, the one that I think a lot of companies still don't have, the ones that I think that companies still often don't do, one of them is they're really afraid to do full economic resets where there's absolutely zero progress that carries on between the leagues. That's something that so a lot of companies are doing seasonal content now, but the thing that after they do the first one that players will always say is, oh, we want you to have some way to skip the campaign, we want to have some way to to blah blah blah, keep right. They're going to say that, right? But I think it's actually ultimately long term very harmful, because it means that when you have a full economic reset, it means that
before he answers this, a lot of people say that to this day in PoE, and it's been out for over a decade, right? People want to be able to skip campaign, and GGG has always had the argument, which he's about to explain now, with how it's harmful for the game to have that. And I'd like to listen in to what Jonathan will say about this, but a lot of people keep asking about this. Every time we have an interview with him, there's always a lot of people that are saying in chat that I should ask them about, oh, can we get a campaign skip? No, they will never do that, ever.
New players can join your game and not feel like they're behind everyone. Like they're behind everyone in terms of knowledge, but they're not behind everyone in terms of physically speaking, everyone who starts a Path of Exile League is on the same playing field, apart from what they know about the game. So I think that's super important. So that's one that a lot of companies still aren't doing. But the other one as well that a lot of companies don't do is item trade with no binding of items, and so that really keeps the value. And a lot of companies are very afraid to do that. It's one of those things I think is ultra important. Like, it leads to so many problems, and people look at the problems and they assume that those problems are worse than the benefit. And I think that's partly because the benefit is a little bit more intangible. Like, it's harder to kind of appreciate the value that players feel, like, because it's kind of, it doesn't even kind of matter initially, and it's like one of those longer term kind of like concerns. But I think that is really valuable, and it's something that I wish more games would do.
I'm actually really happy you said something about that, because I think it's one of the things where, like, I look at you guys. I also I play Warframe. That's one of my big games, right? And you guys are very similar in that, with like being able to trade loot and whatnot. So many games stay away from that, and I think it adds so much more value, not only to what the player finds in the game, but I don't really know how to put my finger on it exactly, but I think it actually does have something to do with those concurrent player numbers, and it's something that brings players back, because they know, no matter what, when they're playing the game, that, there's really nothing keeping them from reaching the rest of the players that might be ahead of them.
Right.
So, yeah, that's cool. So, where was I at? So, you guys already have a successful game with PoE. You guys could have just visually updated it and continued to grow it. Why did you guys choose to make a second game, making PoE 2? And also, why did you choose to support both?
So it's funny because we kind of creeped towards it in a strange way. Initially, the plan literally was, okay, we need to visually update Path of Exile 1. But there was a very specific thing that was that was the big problem at the time. And effectively, what it is that the rigs for the player characters that's like one of the first things that you'd need to make in a game, right? Because everything, like all the character animations and all the skills, but also all the armors need to be attached to them and all that stuff. Like all that stuff kind of goes on top of that. So once you've done that, it's something that you really can't change without redoing, everything related to characters. And we were like, okay, these rigs are from 2006. The people who made them at the time were very inexperienced.
Yeah.
We didn't know what we were doing. We also, every player character had its own rig, which means that we were doing 7 times the amount of work to support everything that we should have needed to do. And just the overall, there were just so many problems with them.
It's so funny.
So like, okay, in order to make the graphics of PoE 1 better, we're going to have to change these rigs. So we make new rigs, and we're like, okay, now we're going to have to re-rig all the armors. But if instead of re-rigging armors, like, surely we should visually update the armors instead of just re-rigging the old ones, right? Because obviously, it's like, well, we're doing much work anyway. Might as well just create new items because those will look better and everything will be better than that. And we have to make new animations for everything. So rather than like remaking old skills, I mean, effectively we might as well be making new ones, right? That are cooler and better.
Yeah.
So effectively, it started out there.
I just want to point out, look at Jonathan's face. As soon as he started talking about it, I've talked about this before. Like every time we talk with Jonathan, you just see in his eyes like this burning passion. You can see how happy he is to talk about this. He's glowing. He's radiant about this. And it's like, I'm just sitting here and be like listening, and I'm like, oh man, I'm getting captivated by it. It's so immersive just listening to him. I love that because we don't have that with many other game directors or developers in the gaming industry that you can just sit down and have a conversation with, and you just get so hooked just listening because of the passion they have for what they've made. And he's just talking about what they used to do, and it's like this happiness just glows. It's so cool.
And at some point we're like, okay, but like the graphics of the starting areas in PoE 1, we like the first act is like a particularly ugly. We really should like make a new act 1, so to make that look better as well. Because like by the time you've got these great looking characters, but then they're in old environments, like that looks bad. So we really should update that as well. So effectively, like we just kept on like more and more things. Kind of like got added and added as like, and effectively
it just turned into a new game.
Yeah, sort of did like that. And so when we even announced Path of Exile 2, we announced it as like, okay, we're going to have 2 campaigns, because at that point we decided to redo the whole campaign. We're going to have 2 campaigns, but it's going to have a shared end game, so that it's like effectively still the same game. And that was kind of what we announced initially in 2019. Because at that point we were still in the mindset of like, we're effectively just, this is effectively just a giant expansion to Path of Exile that we're making here. And then even later than that, then at some point, the point when it really split into 2 games was the point when I started wanting to make some much more serious changes to gameplay feel and to balance and so on. I don't think those necessarily were like came from a specific philosophy that differed from PoE 1 or anything. It was just that like, in order to make these skills feel good, I feel like I need to make these changes kind of thing. And at some point, we started getting a lot of like, especially from like QA, who are still mostly working on PoE 1, and like some of the designers who are working exclusively on PoE 1, we started to just get a lot of like, oh man, you can't really change this. Like it's changed, like, because, people are used to this and it won't be compatible with what people are doing. Like there was all sorts of, we just started to get a lot of like pushback on things where like, okay, it's going to break the game if you make this change. It's going to break the game if you make that change due to existing stuff, and like just various things like that. Just like lots of concern about that from inside the team. And so I started thinking about it, and I kind of just thought like, you know what, like at this point, we're effectively remaking everything. We might as well just go all the way and actually split the games apart from each other. And then as soon as we did that, it immediately was very freeing, because we could suddenly make a whole bunch of decisions that I guess we would have been, like as I said, that were hard to make just because of a lot of pushback within the studio about things. And like those people, it's like, well, if it's a different game, it's like a whole different question, right? We don't have to worry about all the stuff from the past. We can make a lot of changes, and that's sort of how we ended up with that. But I mean, at the same time, there was also this idea that like we did need to make Path of Exile, in order to really make Path of Exile grow to sort of a much larger audience. We really did have to, like, there are a lot of people who've tried Path of Exile in the past, who effectively, like
me
fell off it for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't like the combat, or maybe it was too complex, or maybe they didn't like this, that, or the other thing.
6 years straight, I've tried the game and quit.
Yeah. So it's effectively by putting a line in the sand and saying, okay, we're making a sequel now. It effectively means all those people who tried it before and maybe didn't like it are like, okay, well maybe I'll give this another shot now, because you were saying that you have made a substantially different game here, which obviously we have. So it's a time for then all of those people who tried the game in the past to come back and give it another shot. I think that is another important element of making a sequel like that. Yeah, I was just saying that's kind of how we ended up where we are.
Oh, okay, well that's good. All right. So on that, actually, because there's we're gonna get into some PoE 2 questions here now, but from my perspective, I got some time playing the game. I'm a big ARPG fan. I grew up playing Diablo 2.
As we all did.
Version on my mom's computer. She could barely pull me off of it any chance she got. But from my perspective, this game feels like a true evolution in the genre. It's the pacing.
That's a good
combat,
way to put it.
The dodge mechanics. What were you guys trying to accomplish with this? Because it does feel like an evolution. It doesn't play like any other ARPG I've played before.
I think that's such a good take. To me, that's a really good way to word it. It really feels like the next step in the ARPG genre. That's how it feels, right? With everything we've seen. Now, I will say, yes, I am biased because I'm a big GGG fan. I've played the game for 10.5 years. I'm definitely biased. So take what I say with a grain of salt. I'll just point that out for the new players or new people watching live, or if this goes up on YouTube later. Yeah, I'm biased, but it really feels that way. And I'm not sure how people who are completely new to the Path of Exile franchise, which is turning into, right? Is what their perspective is, but it really feels like the next step in the ARPG scene.
So it really was an effort to make that combat feel just much better. And I think one of the things, so whenever we launch a Path of Exile 1 expansion, it's always very interesting to see what people say outside of the Path of Exile community. Like obviously the Path of Exile community gets all hyped about whatever the next big thing is, but it's very interesting to see other communities, because what you see there is what people, usually the top comment will be like, oh, I tried this, but the combat feels so dated and bad and all that sort of stuff, right? Effectively, it's interesting to see what it is that people who don't play PoE dislike about PoE, because that's a very interesting thing to think, okay, this is the stuff that we can potentially improve in order to get it better. And I love action games, I'm just a big action game player. So I just wanted to make something that to me felt like a decent action game. I want to kind of be...
I want to pause that. That's something that they've been very consistent about. GGG has always made sure that they make the game they want to make and not fall into this box or this trap of listening to the community. Oh, the community wants XYZ, skip campaign, do this, get me this, drop me all the loot in the world, and then everything starts to become mixed and bland and shallow and only looks cool at face value, but when you play it, it feels bad. And we have that issue in another game that I'm not going to mention, because I don't want to throw more shade on that since they're already down bad. Well, you know what I'm talking about again. But GGG has always done that. Now they're listening to the community. They're always doing that. But they will never implement something based on exactly how the community says. They will take the feedback from the community, and then they'll find a way that fits what they want to make so that the big game is how they see it. And I think that's very, 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 very cool to see how they're managing to do that whilst pleasing the community and making sure the game still maintains this high quality standard that they want to achieve.
Be able to have the best of both worlds. I want to be able to feel like an action RPG as far as all the stats and interesting stuff along the traditional looter type game.
Build diversity,
but I also want... Yeah, but I also want you to be able to approach it like an action game, where you've got mechanics that you can dodge, that you can understand, you can see everything's got wind up, so you can see what's going to hit you. You can learn mechanics of bosses. You can effectively... I think if your character is weaker, you can overcome some degree of that in PoE 2 with play skill. But then at the same time, if you don't have as much play skill, you also can overcome some of that by getting more stats and doing more grinding. So ideally, we can kind of get the best of both of those worlds. But yeah, it really just comes down to, I'm an action game fan. I want us to be good on the level of an action game.
Yeah. So actually, this lines up perfectly with this. So one of the things that I noticed actually getting hands-on time with the game was that every encounter that I got into, regardless of whatever character I played or how far I got into the game or how much gear I got or skills or whatever it might be, every single encounter felt meaningful. And it was in a way, and I was talking to
Yeah,
some
that's
of the
not
other
the case in
creators at the
PoE 1.
event, and I said that this doesn't feel like a second monitor game anymore. Because like Path of Exile, Diablo, these are games I got YouTube up on the second monitor. I'm watching something else, and I like it demanded my attention at every given moment. Otherwise, I very easily could lose, even though it was fighting something that otherwise I could probably overpower. Oddly, it reminds me of Elden Ring in a lot of ways, because it's just that engaging. How did you guys manage to create that kind of feel? Was that the intention, and what kind of impact do you guys think that's going to have on the gameplay overall?
So we really do want to make sure that, especially the first time you play through the campaign, that the combat isn't. And I mean, I think that the word around here that often says we don't want the combat to feel trivialized. Like we want it actually, like as you said, we want it to feel meaningful. And this has been a really big tension point in development a lot of the time because I guess there's several reasons for that. So one of them is that if you're not expecting that as a player, that is like a very big different game feel. You know, like it's a huge deal, right? So, and like that's one of those things that I feel like it's really important that people understand is that like like you're gonna have to concentrate on the bosses. Like the bosses shouldn't be you just walk up and kill them in 5 seconds. You need to like observe the mechanics and engage with them and like understand them and like like it might take.
I remember when I started playing PoE, Atsiri was one of the biggest bosses early when I started playing. She was introduced with the Sacrifice of the Vault patch 1.1. This is 10 years ago. And everyone told me minions can't do that fight. So I told them to hold my rum, and I went and did it. And that's actually one of the main things that kickstarted my entire streaming career, if you will, actually in PoE, was me being the world first summoner to beat Uber Atsiri. But I also remember at a certain point, depending on your gear, I was doing it completely wasted. This is a long time ago. So I used to drink a lot back then on stream. So I was completely wasted, literally sitting like this, like leaning back. I'm like completely fucking wasted out of my mind, trying to like just run it by muscle memory. And there's a lot of things like when with gear at the later stage, fast forward to nowadays in PoE 1, it's easier to make PoE 1 more of this second monitor kind of game with enough gear to like survive. Like the latest release we have with the shield, for example, Svalin shield and the face tank in tier 17. So you're just basically just running through and like I can literally look at anything else. It's easy to read chat when you're playing that, but it's not as immersive as engaging. And when the playtest I've done in PoE 2 has been quite the direct opposite. It's just been very engaging and very immersive, and actually I'm playing the game. And I never really liked like auto clicker games and whatnot where I'm just literally not doing anything. I'm actually not engaging with the game. But PoE 2 has never really felt like that would ever be the case. But we'll see how the end game feels once we get to play this on December 6th.
Take you a couple of deaths before you kill a boss, like that kind of thing. And I think that I think from a designer's perspective as well, you kind of want you put all this effort into designing a boss. Like you don't want a player to just walk in and be like, oh yeah, I just killed it in 2 seconds. Like nothing you did mattered.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like so on that level, we just want the combat to feel like it matters. But at the same time, you do need a feeling of progression through the game, and you do need to make sure that at some point you get to the point where you feel much more powerful than the content. Now, I think the difference is with PoE 2 versus 1 is that the point where you reach that is a bit later than it was in PoE 1. And the other thing as well is that people have so much knowledge of PoE 1 at this point that they can reach that trivialization point very, very quickly right from the start of the game. Like obviously we've added like lots of content over the years and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's kind of gotten to the point now where PoE 1 combat really just doesn't kind of like matter very much overall, unfortunately. So yeah, we were trying to get back to a situation where the combat wasn't trivialized. But then once again, there's a lot of tension, right? Like as we are doing testing on closed betas and so on, you definitely get a cohort of people who are like, oh, effectively, ultimately they're finding the game too hard, right? For their level of concentration that they want to put into it. And so we really have to do a fine line here. And so ideally what we can achieve is that if you are finding something too hard, you can go and grind. You can get a level of power from what you're from the stuff that you look around the world, get more stuff, and sort of come back. And that's like a thing that you can do. But ideally, we're in a situation where the amount of that you do kind of depends on how hard you're finding the content. So ideally, you kind of like do side content to the point where you reach the level of difficulty with the combat that you feel like you need to reach before you're feeling comfortable.
I got
And
you. Okay.
it was actually a realization that we had relatively recently, because there was actually an interesting thing. You mentioned Elden Ring. There's actually an interesting thing I noticed with Elden Ring, which is that if I'm playing Elden Ring and I try to kill a boss and I can't kill it, then what I do is I just go and do some random side content until I feel powerful enough to come back.
He's got to fly on the mic.
And that was something that Path of Exile 2
He wants to listen
players
in.
the closed betas were not doing. And I was kind of like, Jesus Christ, it's a fly. Sorry. That was something that Path of Exile 2 players in the closed betas weren't doing. And I was kind of, well, why is this? Like, why is it that people just slam their face against a boss again and again and again in PoE 2, where in a game like Elden Ring, you'd go off and you'd and you would go do something else. And the thing that I realized is that in Elden Ring, you have a map that invites you to to the idea that there's other stuff out there that you could find, and that there's all sorts of stuff on there, and you kind of realize, oh, you know what, there's other stuff I could be doing if I'm not enjoying this. And Path of Exile 2 initially, the map didn't really kind of bring across any of that. So recently what we decided to do is make sure that on the map there's icons for all of the side content and little extra things that we've put around the area, so that when you open that map you kind of feel like, oh, there's so much stuff here that I could be doing. And so then it kind of just reminds you of the fact that if you're having trouble with a boss, you're like, okay, well, you know what, I'm just going to go off and do something else. And if you do that, you will get meaningful upgrades, because we've also made sure that all of that content has interesting fixed drops, or just little things that they can do that will give you a meaningful upgrade that will potentially make you stronger.
So it's funny that he says this, because I actually have never touched a Souls-like game until I tried the Elden Ring leading into the DLC. And people told me what's her boss name? Malenia, I think it is. That she was the hardest fight ever. And I beat her in 79 deaths. And Malenia, thank you. I had bigger problems with Mesmer and the consort. The consort boss, DLC last boss. Those were the two only fights I actually had troubles with. Radon, thank you. So the consort of Radon was the hardest fight for me. But you see, last I checked my pants, there was something hanging down there. It's not big, but it was something, and that led me to believe that I don't have a pussy, and that means I'm not. Well, I don't have a pussy. There's something else. There's balls hanging down there. And that meant I'm not going to go back and re-gear myself to beat these bosses. So I will beat my head into a brick wall till I either, log out on real life or beat the boss. So that's how I handle it. And my understanding is that most of us is treating Elden Ring that way. Not going back to re-gear and then come back. No, we would beat our head into a wall, because we saw people do this with no-hit level 1 characters, and if they can do it, I can do it with whatever the fucking gear I have when I got into the fight, okay?
To allow you to defeat that boss. So that was something that we it's not an obvious connection between how come people are finding bosses frustrating to being, oh, we need to improve the map, but that ended up, I sort of realized that why is it different between these different games, and I think that was very important. So adding that has actually
the fly is
improved the experience, I think, quite a lot. Jesus,
you get
just go away.
Oh man, it's so crazy that you say that.
Attack
about
of the flies.
The wild thing is, I was thinking about it while I was actually playing the game, because I had gotten to a boss that absolutely handled me, and then part of me was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, I can beat this by skill, right? I can just pay attention, learn the mechanics, dodge all the mechanics, and do my best not to get hit, and beat the boss that way. And then I opened the map and I saw there was a bunch of mini bosses that I hadn't even touched yet. And I was like, well, let's go ahead and go around here. I'll probably get some skill gems or some uncut, support gems off of them, be able to build something out, maybe find some better equipment or whatever, and then come back a little bit later. I did that, sure enough, got better support gems, got better higher end skill gems and some better equipment, came back, handled the boss. It was still tough. I'm not going to say I didn't have to try anymore. I still had to try. But it felt a little bit more measured, because I was actually dealing enough damage to take it down within a realistic amount of time, right? And
well, I'm really glad to hear that worked, because that was my thesis for how we were going to fix this problem.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad to hear that worked. But the other thing as well is Jesus Christ. Go away!
Somebody get a fly swatter.
What, smelling here or something?
Yeah. When was the last time you left the office, man?
It's back.
So anyway, what was I
This
saying?
is gold.
So yeah, so the other thing as well though is it really did force us to create a lot more of that side
It
content
just
throughout the
keeps
game as well. I
coming.
think that really helped because having all those like kind of interesting encounters has just
Love
made
at
the game
first
feel
sight,
so much
man.
more alive. You know, like there's just there was tons of cases where we did things like we would so it's funny because like so we've got all these bosses in the game, there's like tons of them everywhere, but then we also have
I'm sorry. I'm so hooked on this fly right now. I should ask him if they murdered the fly or if they let him live. I need to know. Fuck, man.
things that I guess like they're still sort of bosses. I think if you look at a lot of games, you would still consider them to be bosses. But effectively, they're like hard-coded rare monsters that have specific abilities. And a lot of the time, what we've done is we've taken things from like later in the game and moved them earlier to use them
When
as
was
like
this
a boss in
posted?
that sort of area, things like that. So, for example, I don't know if in the forest you found that witch in the witch's hut.
Yes.
Was that a thing you found?
Yeah,
you did.
yeah.
All right.
That's where
So
I got some
that-
like leveled up potions or flasks.
yeah, exactly. So that
Dude,
witch actually comes from Act 5.
fast.
We
50 minutes
that
of
was
fame,
one of
yeah.
the regular monsters from Act 5. We took it down. We added this like frost breath ability.
Yeah.
And then like you know added a little bit of stuff around like you know you walk in and there's the cauldron.
This is the
and she
video I'm looking at.
disappears and goes behind you and like you know a few things like that. And it's like really quickly we were able to create a little encounter like that. And if you're in Act 1, a random Act 5 regular monster feels like a boss to you.
Yeah.
So that's like just like a nice way to just add little bits of kind of like we've kind of done little things like that all over the place, just like little touches that add you know that just make the game world feel a lot more alive and allow us to drop specific items. So yeah, that one once again that one's designed to specifically give you potions, but actually there's another interesting one with that one, which is that I don't know if you found in the previous area there was a little camp with some zombies that drops a skill gem. You might have missed it.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay, so basically, so if you miss that one, then the reward that you would have gotten from that one will also drop from the witch in the next area.
Oh, okay, all right.
So effectively, what this means is kind of like a catch-up account where we can effectively say, okay, there's all this random optional stuff around.
We talked about this on stream multiple times before. I told Jonathan at one of the 2 playtests I did in LA, and I said one of the cool things is that I always feel like I'm getting enough character progression in terms of gear and power to handle the next threat in front of me, and it felt very natural. And he said, "It's funny that you meant like he just lights up like a light bulb." And he's like, "Oh, GHAZZY, it's funny that you mentioned that because we did this," and he explains what he's talking about now. I had no idea. If he wouldn't have told me, or now like he's telling everyone, like if he wouldn't have said anything, I don't think people would have really realized that that's a mechanic in the game. And it's not like the game is communicating and showing and telling us that. It's just literally right there, making it feel very, very natural. And I like that.
If you miss some of it, then we can forward some of those drops on to a later point, so that we can still sort of make sure that you, at the beginning you sort of have a reasonable. Like we want to try. What we're trying to do there is we're trying to make sure that the bottom of you know the people who are the most unlucky effectively still have a reasonable experience. So that's the kind of thing that we can do to. There's like little tricks like that we can do to make that more interesting.
That's incredibly smart, and it worked. So there you go. I'm happy your plan worked there. So actually, along with like missing content and stuff like that, I am the quintessential new player for Path of Exile. I've tried the game like 6 times over the last 6 years. I fell off every single time. It wasn't until Settlers of Kalgur that finally got me, mostly because I could respec using gold.
Right.
That's really what it was. I couldn't tell you how many times I had bricked a character just because I couldn't figure out how to build. I get like to the end of the campaign or near the end of the campaign and just get smashed. You guys have made a lot of changes that have made the game far more accessible. It's obvious that you're trying to aim this towards newer players. How do you guys manage to balance something that is going to be good for new players while still keeping the game the same for those hardcore players that they've come to love for Path of Exile?
Yeah, so it really comes down to trying to remove what's called incidental complexity. So effectively, you have what you might call necessary complexity, which is effectively in order to get the depth that you want, there's a certain amount of complexity you need to be able to make the system work at all. But then also you have incidental complexity, which is effectively things that are complicated where simple.
Holy fuck my sea folks, 5 tier 1 subs? Are you trying to bankrupt me or something? I mean, I appreciate the love, but damn, that's a lot of subs. You must really be enjoying the stream, huh? Or maybe you're just trying to make sure I never have to work a real job again. Thanks, I guess.
What the fuck? I told For those of you watching this on YouTube later, I told chat there's about to be ads play and I can't delay them.
Infernal Odin gifted a tier 1 subscription to Last Shadow Rider and included the message. Infernal Odin gifted a tier 1 sub to Last Shadow Rider. They have given 31 gift subs in the channel.
And the AI alerts is going nuts. Thank you, Infernal Odin. Thank you, Mike C. Fox as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Infernal Odin gifted a tier 1 subscription to Afri Acted and included the message. Infernal Odin gifted a tier 1 sub to Afri Acted. They have given 32 gift subs in the channel.
Okay, let's continue the video, shall we? Or should I pause the alerts? I'm gonna pause the alert so we can keep watching. This is gonna take forever otherwise. There we go.
Modifying them doesn't change the depth of the system at all.
Thank you, guys.
A great example of that is the way that skill gems work, where previously skill gems were on items. It meant that every time you upgraded an item, you had to worry about your skill gems. That didn't change anything about the options that you had for how to combine skill gems or anything like that. So effectively, I would class that as incidental complexity because it's something that made the game more complicated, but it didn't change anything about what you could actually achieve in the system in terms of like how you what the ultimate way that the combos you can do, anything about how you build a character. All it did was just get in the way. So effectively what we're trying to do is just remove all that stuff that's getting in the way, that's not making the game deeper, while keeping all the stuff that is necessary to make the game interesting and have interesting depth. So if we can do that, then I think that we will have something which new players are going to find a lot more friendly. So yeah, like the skill system being a great example. I mean, things like making respecs easier and gold and stuff like that stuff all really helps. There's just a lot of these things, and really, like what we were doing before. Some of that stuff just wasn't really necessary. It was not improving the game to do it that way. So the answer there is effectively, I believe that you can have it both ways, but at the same time, like I never want to make a decision that's going to make the game less deep. And it's very interesting because like obviously that can be something that can mean different things to different people. So like here's an interesting one that was like a one recently that we changed, which was that we changed from 5 flasks down to from having 5 flask slots that you could do whatever you wanted with, to having just a life slot and a mana flask slot.
Yes.
And getting rid of the piano keys.
Yeah, exactly. So you could look at that. Obviously, we're trying to solve a real problem because that one actually came out of the fact that whenever I was actually watching new players play, the thing that they would screw up the most was using flasks. Like they would press the wrong button, they'd do one that was empty. There was all sorts of stuff that they'd be doing there that just wasn't that was causing them to die. And I was like, at the same time, you've also got the whole flask piano thing, which is like, not great. And but the thing is, when we first said, okay, well, what if we just had 1 mana and one life slot? The first reaction to that is, oh, you're simplifying the game, you're dumbing it down, this kind of thing. Like this is something that we have to be worried about. So then it's like, okay, well, how can we have a system where we can bring back some of the interesting build choices that you felt like you had before, while not bringing back all of the annoying garbage that people had to do and like all the stuff that was making new players fail.
Yeah, the physical actually having to use the potions part.
Yeah, exactly. So that's when we thought about, okay, well, what do people really want the variability of their flasks to be able to achieve? And the answer is they want solutions to things like getting frozen and like, fire, like burning and this kind of stuff. They generally using those flask slots for things that aren't even life and mana. So then we're like, okay, so we're going to add this new system called charms, and they automatically trigger, and they still give you some interesting build choices, but they don't require the physical dexterity of having to, of having to hit all these different buttons all the time and knowing which one to press. And so like that's another great example of like, okay, we can do something which is like we've got a way to keep the depth, but we've also got a way to simplify things down and make things easier. And along the way, I actually think it actually improved some things about build choices too, because a flask with the mods on flasks are much more important to think about choosing between when you've only got 1 flask of each type. Like if you've got 5 flasks, then the mods kind of fade into irrelevance because it's like, well, who cares? I'll just make it blue, and whatever mods I get, I don't really care. And like, sure, maybe there's a couple that people seek, like instant healing and that kind of thing. But now when it's like you've got 1 life flask, it's like, okay, you really care about what mods those are, and like there are different choices now about like, well, what am I prioritizing here about what I want in that flask. So I think that actually improved depth in some ways as well. So that's just kind of a long rant about a very specific system there
Yeah.
to give you a
No,
kind
no, no.
of example. But effectively, that's the kind of design process we go through when we're thinking about like how can we improve things for new users without actually breaking any, like removing any depth for the high-end players while still having all these build choices that are going to
I
matter
like the charm
in the
system
long
that
term.
you added for those sites.
So I think that's really smart because the thing is that looking at the charm system for the potions specifically is that you guys not only simplified it, but then you actually ended up creating more depth in a system simultaneously. So not only did you make it more accessible for a newer player, but also now more seasoned players have to balance, okay, well, I'm going to be doing this. I want to make sure that I have fire resist, or I want to make sure that I have frost resist, or whatever it is, and I have to fill whatever gaps with my build that I have. Well, that's how I'm going to, use my charms. Now they're hunting for charms, or they have charms that are filling up their stash tabs and whatnot. And I think that's really smart. That's smart. I like that a lot. So as another one of my like new player things is that when I always came back in to try Path of Exile again, obviously every single time it was around a new league mechanic. And this last time that I got through, the Sellers of Kalgur was very easy to kind of get used to. It's something similar you've seen in a lot of other games and whatnot, so it was pretty familiar to me. But when I actually finally got to the end game for the first time, got to maps and everything like that, I was yet again lost, and my only solution was like 2 or 3 hour guides from Zizrain or somebody like that, right? And I'm like, it's not really what I wanted to do. I try to play games as blind as I can, and I was wondering, when it comes to the end game, do you guys have any plans to maybe nudge new players into the direction of maybe end game solutions that are best for them? Or are there ways for players to be able to discover that?
So I think that the end game, the core system in PoE 2 is a bit more understandable and discoverable, and the way you can kind of see, so we've got the map that sort of shows you what you can find, and so it really feels like you get more of a sense of discovery, and you kind of slowly get introduced to different mechanics. Like you're going to start finding those sort of extra league mechanics. Like you're going to see them on the map before you get to them. You're going to be like, oh, what's this? You go there, you try it out, this kind of thing. Like you're not just going to randomly run into like 10 different weird mechanics that you've never heard of, like right from the get-go. So effectively that allows us to kind of more slowly introduce those things. And all of those things, I think, have a much more considered ramp about how you get into them and how they go forward. We can effectively make sure that there's tutorialization for them at the point where you encounter them for the first time. There's just a lot more that we can do around that. So I think the system itself is just a bit more amenable to making that ramp into the end game a little bit easier. But ultimately the end game is where the complexity does start to ramp up a little bit. Like that is something that is definitely just going to be the case. That's where you start to because like especially as we add more and more content to it, that's where you're going to start to get all of these things sort of coming in. But as I said, there's a bit more of a consideration to just like how the ramp up works. Like I think. The other thing as well is that if you just want to concentrate on one mechanic as well, that's something that you can do very easily in PoE 2. You can do that in PoE.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause there. Like they have so many things when it comes to the mechanics and everything that they first off is helping people get a grasp of understanding without needing third-party sites or tools or guides. And I think that's really good because the game is telling the players the information they need. They have recommended skills and support like for players when they choose a new skill gem that is for the class they're playing. Might not be the best, but it's recommended it will work. Same thing with support gems. When you open up a support gem, they will list the support gems that you can get that works for the skills that you have equipped, for example, which allows you to have a much better player agency in the way you're playing as well. But you can choose to bypass this and pick something else, of course. And it's the same thing when it comes to like actual endgame mechanics and whatnot. They are giving players so much player agency in these things that it's actually fabulous. That's the only word I can think of. Like it's just fabulous. Is it gives you the players the option to cater the way they want to play the game in a way that they enjoy it. And again, a lot of people miss this factor when it comes to in the gaming industry in today's day and age. Is that we're not there to be super competitive and it's like you got to meta grind and play the best, nothing else. The game, it's a game. Just make sure you have fun when you're playing it. Explore and enjoy it. Be shocked, be surprised. Have fun. That's the whole point of playing a game. You're supposed to enjoy your time in there. And that should be the focus. And I feel like the GGG giving us the player agency is emphasizing on that feature. And I love that aspect.
PoE 1 as well.
Yeah.
But like the way that you do that, I think, is a little bit more obvious in PoE 2 as well, with the way we've got the tablets and the towers and stuff like that. Like I think that the notion of like, okay, I'm gonna just do breaches and I'm gonna like, you know, try and seek this out, I think that's a bit more obvious too. So you know, and then also the progression systems for all of them with the different trees, that kind of also, I think, just splits the complexity out from it, you know, into separate areas. You don't have to like worry too much about the ones that you're not doing right now. So I think that sort of helps as well. So I'm hoping that will improve things. But I must say that the end game is where we've had the least amount of closed beta testing stuff done. It's only recently that you know, we've been able to get people testing that at all, and so that means that we've got the least information about how new players react to that. So you know, that I think is going to be something that we'll find out more as we get as we go into early access. Honestly, you know, like it's a sort of you know, it's very hard to get people in like a 1 week beta test to be able to get all the way to end game and like, you know, engage with that. And the people who get there are going to be your most hardcore users anyway. So yeah, there's like that'll be very interesting to see how new users react to that end game system.
Yeah, for the end game stuff, at least what I saw from like the presentations and whatnot, I'll immediately say I think the map system in general is like light years ahead of what it is for PoE 1. It's so much more like easy to read and understand and see what's going on than it is in Path of Exile 1.
But it's
and
a lot of
especially
that
more
is
like
catered to the
simplified
interface
skill
and
tree
UI.
for the maps as well. I think that helps out quite a lot.
Interface and UI is so important.
Path of Exile seasons have always seen a lot of players come back. It seems that it's always an actual event, momentous occasion. There's a ton of people that file in. You got a bunch of people streaming it on Twitch. What do you guys think is the key to maintaining that long-term engagement that you guys see with Path of Exile?
So I think there's a few elements. So one of them is the thing that I already mentioned before about you know, the full economic reset being really important. But the next one is as well is that our just general view on maintaining a game, and I think this is something that the industry is more generally coming towards now, but only in the more recent years, is coming to the understanding that you don't want to keep players around forever. You want to give players a good experience that they're going to enjoy for, you know, like a few weeks, a month, maybe 6 weeks, something like that. You know, like some amount of time that's like bounded, and then you're happy to see them go to play other things, and then not in the knowledge that they're going to come back again later. Like you don't have to hang on to players forever, and I think that
I'll say this: I played Path of Exile for 10.5 years. In the start, the first couple of years, I played so much. I have 2 accounts, and I have 28,000 plus hours played in Path of Exile with 2 accounts. Now, obviously, a lot of those hours are AFK hours, just be playing something else and having the game up in the background to do trades. I'll say that. But I have a stupid amount of hours in this game. And I can't bring myself to play Path of Exile for 3-4 months straight. I just can't. I'm done after a certain time. And I'm like, that's why you see most of us PoE streamers, after a certain point of the league, we start playing other games. Or we start having 50-50 streams with PoE over to something else. Like, that's what we do. And it's because you can't do it. It's you burn yourself out. It gets boring, right? And that's what they're talking about here. Give us a good experience, and then we play something else. Then we come back refreshed for the resets.
Mindset is something we've had for quite a long time, and it's something that you know, just I think just much better for the long term. Like there was a period, you know, when the MMOs were big, where it's like, you know, everyone was trying to like hang on to players for the longest amount of time. They were all subscription models, so it was like the interest was, you know, keeping people around forever, and
I think we
it
all
takes a
played
while
WoW.
for that kind of it takes a while for that mindset to kind of go away, and it's sort of very interesting to see as well that and this is kind of a weird maybe a weird connection, but in the mobile world, for some reason I feel like they still treat players very much this way, that it's all about, like, they want to try and keep players forever. And as I said, I think that it's kind of something that is ultimately self-defeating, because players will just burn out. Like you really would much rather give them a satisfying experience than like, okay, you know what, I'm done with this, but I'm going to come back again later. So I mean, that's like one really important thing, I think, for sure.
So do you guys think that your monetization has something to do with that? Because like,
I'm going to pause the video again. This is a long one. We're going to watch the finish of it as well. Again, big shout out to Legendary Drops for this video. He actually launched it rather recently. I was told to react to this. It was posted 2 hours ago, so we're really early on this. Links in the both streams here, so do check him out. Make sure algorithm gets help by subscribing, liking, and commenting. So if you like the interview that Legendary Drops is doing, do him a favor, hit the like button, subscribe for more content from him, and leave a comment down below as well, which I'll do after the video here.
Like, you guys have a very like player first approach to your monetization. You guys are, I mean, especially in the like free to play realm, you guys are, you know, a rare breed to say the least.
Yeah, that's true.
How much of an impact do you think that has on it?
I mean, I definitely think that comes a lot to sort of player trust. You know, like by not being aggressive with
Building up
monetization, by
goodwill.
making sure that we, you know, everyone what we do feels fair. I think that it just means that, you know, players trust us and they're much more likely to spend money just on the idea that, you know, I'm supporting the game that I'm enjoying playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm
100%.
sure there are things that we could do that would like juice our monetization significantly beyond what we're doing now. But we wouldn't enjoy doing those things, and I think that ultimately be self-defeating. You know, it's much better
Pay
to just do what we
attention,
do.
folks.
And honestly, like monetization is
Blizzard.
something that, like, it's not our first thought when we're coming to design things. Like, our first thought is about designing the game, and then monetization really is like, okay, like obviously we want to make some cool stuff there, but it's like really the first thing is like first make a good game, and then if the game is good enough, the hope
You're
is
gonna
that
make me
players will
cry.
then want to support you.
Yeah.
The hope is that players will want to support you in what you're doing. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of always been our view on it. And you know, it's funny, even at the start. So we started the game in 2006.
Can we get some
like,
claps in the
working on it.
channel?
And
This
at
is
that
why we
time,
like
free to
them so
play was
much.
really not a thing in the Western world.
Get some claps in the channel, boys.
And the reason why we chose that is because we kind of thought, you know, well, we're not some big studio, we're just some random dudes in New Zealand, you know. Like if I don't think we can even get people to buy our game, and like how would we even distribute it, and like all this stuff. Like we were like, we couldn't even do this. So free to play felt like a way for us to be able to actually get an audience. But then the only examples that we had were all of the pay to win things that were going on in Asia at the time. So we were like, well, obviously nobody in the we were like nobody in the West would ever accept anything that was pay to win. Clearly, right? That's clearly
And
not
then
okay.
Lost Ark came
It's kind of
along.
what we were thinking about at the time. So we were like, well, so obviously we need to do all of this cosmetic stuff that we do. So that was kind of like our thinking back then. And it's funny because it turned out that actually Western gamers will accept pay to win in a lot of cases. There are like a bunch of pay to win games that are successful in the West after all.
Yeah.
But our whole thesis at the time was like, you know, nobody would accept this. I mean, we wouldn't accept it, right, as players. Like that's what we were thinking. So therefore, you know, that was the monetization model that we picked. Yeah, that was our thinking.
I think that in a lot of ways that the player first approach, not going the pay to win approach and things like that you've seen with many other games. Well, there have been some successful ones that are out there. I think especially recently, you know, I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but there's a lot of live service games that have come out that did lean on those pay to win systems, or they were a little bit too aggressive with their monetization. Maybe it's they monetize too many things, maybe they price things too high, or whatever it might be. Especially
There's
when
some
there's games
expensive
that are like
MTXs in PoE
parallels
though.
of each other, right? You'll have
There
two
are.
games that are basically like the same thing, but one is
$60 for a pair
way
of
more
wings.
expensive to play than the other one. I think that it builds a lot of customer loyalty more than anything else. And how do you think that loyalty like really plays into like the longevity of your game?
Before he answers this, I want to say that because of the way they're structured, the monetization, they build not just loyalty and trust, but most importantly, goodwill. So when PoE, and they have had some horrible situations in the past, when they do something bad or something poor happen or something excusable happens, like server launch issues or 315, 319 leaks, for example, Arch Nemesis, when those things happen, they get a lot of negative feedback from it. They get criticized for those things, and they make amends and they solve it, right? But because they have such an insane amount of goodwill built up before these things happen, people are like, this is bad, fix it. They fix it. And once it's fixed, it's like, okay, thank you, you fixed it. Now we can move on. Other game companies, and I will say D4 in this case, don't have the build-up of loyalty. They don't have the goodwill built up. So when they do something bad, or when they have like the launch of the expansion, having hours-long downtime because of the server issues and all those things, or technical issues, what then happens is they don't have the situation happening where, oh shit, server issues is something we basically can't expect with these huge launches. I'm sure we're going to have some launch issues for the early access as well. It's bound to happen. But if you don't have the goodwill built up, that's under the microscope, and you're just looking at anything that's bad, and they're not getting excused for it, they will continue getting shit for it. If this happens, which I'm expecting them to have some sort of server issues on launch, it would be crazy if they didn't have it. They're going to be like, oh, this got to get fixed. They fix it as soon as they can. And then they're going to be like, okay, it was a rough start, but let's go. We're good. We're moving on. We forget about it because of the goodwill. But everybody remembers the bad launch of D4's expansion because they don't have goodwill to have that excusing something that happened that was bad. And I think that's very important.
Like I said, I've seen a lot of these games basically come out and then fizzle out really quickly because of their monetization.
I mean, it absolutely does factor into it. Like, no doubt that it does. But I mean, you still at the end of the day have to make a good product, right? Like like the gameplay itself is king. And I would say that the main thing you don't want is the monetization to be getting in the way of that. And monetization really can do that because the moment that you monetize something, the game designers are influenced by the existence of that thing. Like if you're selling a certain thing, like even if you don't even realize that you're doing it, you're going to be making game design decisions around making it so that people actually buy that.
I think battle passes are probably the best example of that, where they like they're curbing all of the gameplay around how you progress a battle pass and things like that.
Right. So yeah, like that's why you've got to be so careful what you decide to monetize, because it will affect what you do with other things. And I think that's almost inevitable to an extent that yeah, like it's like it is so dangerous to do that stuff because it just affects you so much. And I actually think there's a thing that in my mind is connected by the way here that it's not technically the same thing, but you know how a lot of live service games will have like, oh, like play this weekend and get double drops, and play this weekend and get 2 times experience, and this kind of like stuff like that. Like that stuff I think really undermines the integrity of the game. Very
Double XP weekend exists in a game that I'm playing off stream with our community. This game in Tibia, they have double XP weekends.
Significantly in the long term, like,
but it's an old MMO from
like,
'97
sure,
though.
A bunch of people will turn up, but then I feel like then you're like, when you don't have that, now you're much less likely to play, and so then you get into this death spiral of like, okay, well the only time people turn up is when you start turning on double experience weekends, and so it's like now that's what the game is, and it's like you've kind of compromised the whole thing. So it's like even just that like stuff that's not even really to do with monetization. Even it's just like another thing where it's like it's an outside element outside of the gameplay.
You're using marketing to push gameplay.
Yeah, that shouldn't be there, and I really hate that stuff. And like, I mean, you like people will all the time suggest this kind of stuff, right? Like, and you get this with like third-party publishers as well, where it's like you'll be publishing in a market, and they're like, oh, we want to be able to run an event where blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, we just will not do it. Like in the long term, it just breaks things. Like, and they'll say, look, when we do it in this game, we get so much more players, and it's like, well, yeah. You do that weekend, but you know, like it's just not good in the long term. So we never do that stuff, and like I think that it's once again another one of those things that in the long term I think is much better for the health of the game.
I think that like generosity is always a good thing to have in games, and maybe it's not like double XP weekends or anything like that, because obviously I wholeheartedly agree with you that it has a negative impact more than a positive impact in a lot of cases. You know, I brought up like Warframe like earlier. Every single day you log into Warframe, there's a reward that you get, no matter I think how long you play the game, and sometimes that reward could be like a 75% off of the you know, premium currency for the game or something like that. So players always feel rewarded for logging in all the time. So you know, I think there's different ways to go about it, but yeah, for sure that's. It's definitely not the way. You know, one thing
Here's
that I
the video
definitely
I'm
wanted to
looking
make
at.
sure to bring up as well is, I'll be real, the carrying over all microtransactions from PoE 1 to PoE 2 is unheard of. It is, most companies would probably see this as an opportunity to be able to double dip, to be able to, you know, have their existing audience pay for all new things all over again, start over fresh. In an entirely different microtransaction ecosystem. What was your guys' motivation to, you know, what a lot of companies would probably look at as throw away all that money?
So I think there's like 3 or maybe even 4 sort of things going on here. So one of them is having started from a position of this is an expansion to Path of Exile 1 certainly was part of the like part of the initial sort of thinking there. But the other thing as well is that okay, so let's think about sequels to live service games that have existed. Now, every time that people have done sequels to live service games, and there's not like that many of them.
No.
A lot of the time, the sequels end up doing worse than the original game, and you have to go back a little bit for some of these. But effectively, like it's not always the case that the sequels do better. But what had been the case before for all the sequels to live service games was that the original game effectively took a back seat and no longer received any development and effectively, you know, was dead. And we're like, well, why do that, right? Like, why do that when we have something that there is an audience for that people love?
They're playing it today, right?
So I'm like, right. So I'm like, okay, well, in order, like, when you're a game designer, you think a lot in terms of incentives, right? It's like, okay, like, because like just as a general mindset as a game designer, you're like, okay, because every time you design anything, you're like, okay, what are the incentives for the player? I'm also thinking about like what are the incentives that we as a company will have, depending on how we structure this. So I'm like, okay, if we make sure that the microtransactions span across both games, that means that as a company, we will have an incentive to make sure that Path of Exile 1 continues to receive content, because we will still be getting monetization from that. Because the feeling that players will have is that PoE 1 is still getting, because PoE 1 will still be getting monetization because of the fact that all that stuff goes back as well as forwards. That means that we'll always be incentivized to support it. So effectively, I wanted to like build into what the company is doing, a way to incentivize us to do the right thing here. And so that's like part of the reason why we did it that way. But there's one other point as well I want to make, which is that when you do run a live service game, you kind of realize that like the stuff that's selling is the new stuff. And I don't think that like reselling a bunch of stuff from the past to everyone again is necessarily even going to make that much money anyway. It's like, sure, I mean, there's stash tabs and stuff, and that would have been like a short-term injection of cash probably if we'd done that. But really, in the long term, there's two things that are going to give us more money. One of them is like, getting new players. And those new players won't have paid us any money before, so they've got nothing to carry over. And the second thing is, keeping people interested in playing the game over and over again through all the different leagues, and thus, buying supporter packs through each of those times as well. And people having all their old stuff carry over really doesn't matter for those things, right? Like if our goal is long-term success of PoE 2 and 1, then
Blizzard should take fucking
really,
notes on this.
We can make this, and I don't think it should really hurt us at all in the long term. So I think just like for several reasons, it was the right move to do, and obviously players are very happy about it as well. It makes the people who played the game before feel valued, and like we're not just going to throw this stuff in the garbage whenever we decide to do something new, which I think is very important. There's that feeling of like we actually care about all of that stuff that we sold you before. So I think that all of that stuff combined really does just make for to me a no-brainer decision. So this wasn't a difficult decision at all. It was something that was very obvious to us right from the point when we decided to make PoE 2, and so I guess that's the sort of our thinking behind it.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. My stash tabs, thank you, by the way. But it's just it's an interesting direction to take. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that it seems like a no-brainer decision to just go ahead and transfer things between the two, because I think in a lot of cases for like the existing PoE audience, you're going to have people that are going to play both.
For sure,
right? Like they're going to go back and forth between the two of them, and they're going to spend money on both of them. And again, I think this kind of goes back into this like conversation of like, when you treat players like that, when you make things so accessible, when you
Twitch chat Death Run is saying this is the difference between public companies and passion project private companies. Public ones are just investors demanding quarterly money goes up. That's very true. I kept saying that Blizzard have, especially with the Microsoft Juice money wallet injections, have the possibility, and they were in a position where they could have made the best ARPG game the world has ever seen. However, they can't, because what they would have to do is they would have to tell the board in the board meeting. They would have to say, "Yo, guys, listen up. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna spend an obnoxious amount of money and time, and we're gonna lose money for the next coming couple of quarters. But in return, we're going to skyrocket the value in the next coming 7+ quarters." If they did that, they would get sued by their investors and their shareholders. They would sue them. Literally, they would also legally be in their right position to sue them, to deliberately lower the value of the company. Even if it means like actually increasing the value, they would get sued by their shareholders. That is literally what would happen. And as a result of that, we are never going to see Blizzard do something like that. That doesn't mean Blizzard is not capable of doing something good, which they have been struggling with. I'm just saying that is the problem. PoE is now Rainier Games. It's owned by Tencent nowadays. And Tencent has a tendency of wanting to have control over their Chinese client and Westworld. Do whatever you want, and then we'll just make money out of that. That's why we haven't seen any indirect impact from Tencent. I would arguably say that Tencent actually have had a positive impact, if anything. And that's why we see the games, like directors like Jonathan being so passionate, putting this in a sequence where they're like, the money is not the main priority. Making it the best product they can is the main priority. And then they will make money as a result of that. And that is why we get such better quality of the product.
You don't make a situation where it looks like you're just trying to take money from them at every given turn. I think it builds a relationship in which they don't feel like they need to spend money. They feel like they want to. Like they want to support you. And I think that's something that's really important. This ties into like a conversation. This is more of like a philosophical thing on my part, but you know, over the last couple of years, I've noticed that there's been a trend lately where I think that a lot of companies are trying to either strike a balance or try to trend in the direction of like younger audiences and different, you know, people like to say the mythical modern audience or something like that. And you know, one of the things that I've noticed is that like great games just seem to land well, right? Like Elden Ring is a game that's played by ages probably 13 to like, I don't know, probably folks in their 70s have played Elden Ring. Like it
wouldn't surprise me.
It really does cover that massive group of people. And I think that in a lot of cases, the industry is kind of losing sight of how like older players are not aging out of video games like they would in other industries. So like they feel like they have to target their games towards something else. And I noticed like the first thing that caught me off guard was when I logged into Path of Exile, and the first thing that happens is all of the other characters get hung. And so it's like it's not a game that immediately wants to treat you like a child. Like it has its tone, it knows what its universe is and what its themes are. You know, how do you think you strike that middle ground, or do you think it's necessary to strike a middle ground with an audience?
Well, at the end of the day, what we're doing is making a game that we enjoy, right? Like we're making a game that we think is cool. And I think the danger really comes when you try to make a game for an audience that you're not part of.
This is what I talked about before. They take feedback from the community, but they make the game they want to make, that they believe in. And that's not always resonating extremely well with the community, but the result is we get a good, high-quality game out of it. A lot of people they're screaming for a campaign skip. They're never going to give us a campaign skip. Like, it just will not happen. And as a result, we have a good quality game, because I'll be honest, a lot of those things would not do well for the game.
Like, I think that's where you start to make things that appeal to nobody. You know, because you probably the people you're trying to make a game for that aren't you feel patronized by whatever it is you're doing. And there's
a lot of examples of that.
Yeah, and you don't, and also you don't, you know, once again, you just don't know what it is they want. Like the only person that I know, like the person I know the most what they want is myself, right? Yeah. Like I know exactly what I'm looking for in a game. And so and also like a lot of, you know, the people on the team as well. Like, you know, like the people on the development team really need to like what it is they're making. So, as I said, we're making a game for ourselves primarily, and I think if we do that, that we will find an audience of people who are like us, who enjoy this kind of thing. And yeah, we do enjoy, you know, like darker themes and like doing, you know, like fun stuff. Like just honestly, it's just really fun to do this stuff. The most fun that our artists have are when they're like making things that are more extreme. Like you probably, I guess you probably didn't. Oh no, we did. We show you in that presentation the Black Chambers that has all the crazy body horror stuff, and it's like they had so much fun. Just like, oh yeah, what do we get this guy? Just like pull his intestines around a crate, like a, you know, around a gear train, like, you know, like stuff like that. They're just like, you know, and like slicing the guy in half vertically.
The minute I saw like the cheese grater machine, I was like, thanks God.
So it's like, it's like there's a smile on the artist's face when they're designing stuff like that. So it's like, and you know, and if they're enjoying it, then the players will enjoy it. So you know, like I think that's really what it comes down to. Just, you know, target yourself, like make stuff that you think is cool, and then so long as there's enough other people like you out there, then you'll get a big audience.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. These are we're into the bonus round here. Here we go. Path of Exile. Oh, this is a really good one. So obviously, long-standing game. There's a lot of narrative and story elements from Path of Exile 1, a lot of world building that's very pivotal to this game. It's picking up off of the events of Path of Exile, obviously. How do you guys approach storytelling and in a way to keep players invested, but also, with Path of Exile 2 coming out, how are you guys going to, onboard those new players that maybe won't go play Path of Exile 1?
So as a starting point, like you really can play through PoE 2 and understand the story without knowing anything about PoE 1. Like it is the same world. There are going to be some characters who repeat, that kind of thing. Like if you played PoE 1, there's a lot of stuff there for you. But we do have to make sure that the story is kind of feels engaging to someone who just didn't experience it before. I think one of the things that's really interesting with storytelling in an action RPG is that you have to be really careful not to be overbearing. Like there are cases where we expect people to play through the game lots of times, right? And so, like, if you have a lot of so the quintessential thing that a lot of games do, most games do, is they'll detach the camera from the play, from the play position, and they'll like do things like you talk to an NPC and it comes down and you've got stuff like that, right? And I think for a game that you play through one time, that stuff is very effective and works well, and it does help with engagement in the story, and like that's a good thing. But the moment that you do that, when you've got a campaign that you want people to be able to like run through quickly, just taking the camera away from where it is and putting it somewhere else immediately makes it feel like a chore to engage with all of those NPCs and everything. Like in PoE 1, if you want to, you can burn through like all of that story and quest stuff like very, very easily. And so we're kind of trying to make sure that in PoE 2, like we had this sort of difficult challenge of like, we want people to care about the story more than they did in PoE 1, but we also don't want to have that feeling of like, oh, you like made the campaign this annoying process to have to go through. I think that is something that some of the games have run into, and so then they start to think, oh, we need ways to skip it, and like it drives all of that stuff, right? Like we want we want to try and do both. So I think that what we've really tried to do is to add more of that story stuff through the campaign in ways that are both not annoying but do sort of allow you to experience stuff without having to stop your gameplay. So you've got things like as you're walking through areas, like sometimes.
Oh, we had the same issue during my interview with Darth.
Play as you, as you run through and stuff like that. We've also made the more, I guess, like animated story moments that you sort of get to experience without actually having to stop running around. Like you've got things like boss intros and things like that. Like
DMs into,
to like tell a bit of a story as the boss is coming out. With a few lines of dialogue that can really, like make like sell the idea. Without kind of getting in your way. So I guess that's the sort of main thing. And I think one of the games that inspires me the most, and strangely enough in this regard, is Half-Life, where they always made sure to never break the character's ability to like you've got one perspective through the entire game, right? Like there's never a moment where like where you have a cutscene or you fade out and fade in and do something else. Like, and I agree with that thing wholeheartly. Like the moment you do that, you feel like you lose control and you feel like it's a game telling you something rather than you playing something. So I actually am a big believer in like keeping the character's perspective the entire time. So that being said, we do have a few things. There's an intro cinematic that you guys got to see.
It was very good.
That was a lot of fun to create, by the way. And there's even a couple more things like that later on in the campaign as well.
Very cool.
Which we'll be doing. So yeah, I think that the story stuff is a lot better in PoE 2 than it was in PoE 1. But we still, as I said, have to maintain that idea of like, don't get in the way, don't be annoying, don't like if you know what you're doing. Don't make you have to do annoying steps. Like actually, here's another random example about this kind of stuff where like there's this idea in where we have to consider both what the character knows but also what the player knows. So in our storyline, unlike a lot of games, if you know as a player where something is before someone has told you about it, then we will allow you to go and do that quest before you know about the quest and that kind of stuff. And like we're generally pretty consistent with the idea that like that you don't have to just talk to an NPC just to find something out that the player already knew. Like that's really important. Like you don't just, like, like if you can always like you have to go to an NPC if you have to like turn in a quest item because they need to like make something for you or do something like that. But if you already know exactly how something works, there is no requirement for you to talk to an NPC just to find that out. And once again, I think that's a bit unusual as far as games go because most story games kind of like the character has to know about something before you're allowed to do it. Whereas in a lot of cases, but here it's like it's very important to us that if you know what the campaign is and you've done the storyline a million times, you just go straight there, you just do the thing, and it's very there's nothing.
Which demon
Are there
is that
instances
to?
in which you could actually go and like take down like a boss that might be a part of a quest before the quest is actually taken?
Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. So we do in some cases have blockages and things that like, but when we do that, it's because there's some key you have to get from something and stuff like that. So there are blockages along the way that are mandatory, but generally speaking, you can ignore the NPCs for everything except having to turn in quest items, and then you'll still be able to complete everything just fine.
That's cool.
And go through everything just fine.
Yeah, I like that because like the idea is this kind of goes back to one of our earlier discussions, but it's the idea of earning the ability to trivialize the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So like, and that's something that players like. Who knew? Players like to earn things in games, including skill and reputation and items and whatnot. But I think that there's something really special in that where, for these more experienced players, once you've run through the campaign a couple of times, now all of a sudden, I don't need to talk to these people. I can go grab this. I can go kill this. I can do this. I can come back and then take the quest and turn everything in and then go back to do what I was doing.
Sure.
That's very cool. I like that a lot. So just in general with PoE, you guys have PoE 2, you guys have done a lot of new things. You guys have added a lot of new things. How much freedom do you guys give your team to experiment with new ideas, and how do you guys decide what features are making it into these games?
So it is honestly a mix, but I guess one of the things I like to do as a manager generally is that if someone suggests something and I've got an idea as well, then if those things are of equal weight, like if I don't have a reason particularly to prioritize one or the other, I'll always go with what the team wants to do over what I would prefer to do. I think that's just important because it means that the team just feels a lot more ownership over what the game is, and they feel like that their ideas are actually getting in, and they feel like what they come up with kind of gets into the final product. So like it's interesting being a game director because you've kind of got this mix of tyranny, but also democracy in terms of like, you've obviously have to make sure that the game is going in the direction. Like I'm not going to do anything in the game that is something that I wouldn't like, but at the same time, if I'm ambivalent towards something, but another team member is really passionate about it, then it's absolutely something that I think that they should be allowed to do because it'll make them much happier. And I think also the passion of the person making the product shows through a lot in the final result. So I always want to err on that side, but the main thing of course that I'm here to say is like, what but if I am like, no, I don't like this, I really have to just be tyrannical and say, this can't go in the game because I don't I really have to on some level have some kind of cohesion around the whole vision of the thing. You really don't want it to turn into some kind of design by committee product either. So
a way to describe this is PoE has always, or GGG has always referred to things of having a fully painted picture. And the way it's been described has been like, or the way I like to describe it is that they have a handful of people controlling the brush strokes like Bob Ross, right? And their developers are like coming up with ideas and they're giving them the paint and they're like, okay, well, let's do it this way. We'll do these strokes and we'll do this. And then they, build their steps to create this marvelous end finished picture, right? And I think other companies have the issue where they have different portions of their company or different managers and whatnot deciding what's going to be on that part of the painting, and then on that side it's going to be something else made by a different team, and they're not communicating, so it just looks really weird and you get this Picasso bullshit on the screen. Whereas the GGG is working more in harmony, and it's going to be a proper fully painted picture that you can look at and marvel at, right? And I think that's really important for a progression of a game to have the decision making of things that are being introduced to the game are all going to be complementing each other to create a wholesome game where everything works together and it fits, right? So they don't get this, half the paint is outsourced to another portion of the company that doesn't communicate with one another, and suddenly you have this mess on your painting in the end.
It is a bit of a tough balance, but ultimately, I would hope that the team feels like ideas they come up with have a good shot to go in. And generally speaking, I'm fairly fine with whatever ideas they come up with going. And so long as there's something that I don't think is making the game worse, I'm like, yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah.
You can. Let's go with that. Let's come up. Let's do this crazy boss. Let's do whatever crazy monster you came up with.
Yeah, I like that, especially with the boss design and stuff like that. I think that like when I was playing the build of PoE 2 that I was playing, like the boss design is something. It's wild how much you guys have evolved it since your
so
last game, or
cool.
just in general, just for the genre. It's just so cool.
Sure.
Which actually it brings me to one final question that I have, and this is something that was kind of brought up when we were at the event. I just want to say that I appreciate the genius of this, but the idea that you guys are going to be releasing the first 3 acts and then you are going straight into the end game because you guys want to make sure that in early access, the end game is what is getting played. The end game is what's being tested. You know,
End game
what's
is
the motivation
important.
behind that? I feel like obviously
Pay
part of
attention,
it is
Blizzard.
somewhat
Again.
somewhat a no-brainer because PoE is its end game in a lot of cases. These games are their end game in a lot of cases. But you know, what are you guys looking to accomplish for it? And what was the what was the mindset making such a intelligent decision?
So it's funny because you say it's a no-brainer, but it surprisingly took us a while to realize that that's what we needed to do. And strangely enough, it actually happened. Like we changed direction completely to this when we were making when we did the announcement for Settlers of Kalga. And so what happened was, so like we obviously had a bunch of in-game plans. We had a design for what the end game would be, but we did the Settlers of Kalga announcement, and that announcement was really huge. And
it's so good
on the
by
same
the way.
day. On the
It's so
same
good.
day as that announcement occurred, there was also a Diablo 4 announcement where they announced, I think it was a class they were announcing, and everyone was saying like, oh, you know, Blizzard's making this expansion and it costs like $60 or whatever it costs. And the
You look at his face. He's like,
amount of, the content they're making is like not even as large as this random
the
PoE 1
pain.
expansion that's coming out. You know what I mean? Like there was all this sort of stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I'm like, okay, well, so first of all, like making a class is actually like a way larger amount of work.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Than making Settlers of Kalga was. Like honestly, when you actually compare the two in terms of the amount of work that goes into it, one of them is a lot easier. But then I was talking to Mark about this, and Mark was like, well, yeah, but so maybe they should be making more of the type of content like what we're making. And I was like, well, you know, you're not wrong about that. Like, okay, just because something takes more work doesn't necessarily mean that like that's the right thing to be doing.
Exactly.
And then I thought, well, hang on, are we making the same mistake with PoE 2? Like we were barreling forward thinking like we have to finish this campaign before we can work on all this endgame stuff. And then I was like, well, hang on, like why are we making all this content that's really hard to make when we could be making content that's honestly easier to make, and probably the players will get a lot more satisfaction out of it. Like there'll be a lot more actual gameplay that comes. You know, it's like because like when you're making a game like ours, it's like you've got this phase where you make you have to make a bunch of art, you have to make a bunch of animation and like all this sort of stuff, and then there's the phase where like you get to like do a bunch of remixes and reuse and like all that stuff, and like an in game typically is where all that sort of stuff happens. And like that stuff is honestly easier to do than making it in the first place. And yet the amount of actual value that a player gets out of that is like in a lot of ways higher.
Much higher.
So
much
higher. Effectively we're just like, you know what? Like why are we not just stopping? Like we need to just drop everything. We were like towards the end of making to finishing Act 4. And we were like, you know what? Let's just drop everything that we're doing. We'd already done a pass through the game, by the way, so like a lot of that stuff's already done. But like we were like doing the polish work on Act 4. But like, let's just drop everything and just focus entirely on in-game now. Like, let's take what we've been doing with in-game and like now we're gonna put the whole company on it. We're gonna stop completely working on all of the campaign stuff that we're doing, and we're just gonna focus entirely on in-game and make that as big as we possibly can. Because yeah, the players will get a lot more out of that. And like honestly, like a 3-act campaign for a new player, it's already a huge game. Like sure, we're making a game that's that's 50 hours long, but having a 25-hour long game is also still a big campaign, right? Like, and yet, and the other thing as well about this is that if we have a bad end game when we get to early access, then we kind of have to say to people, hey, trust us, guys. There's a good end game coming. You guys don't really. I mean, we'll tell you kind of what it is, but like, you guys have to just sort of trust us what it is, right? But if we have a great end game and then the campaign's 3 acts short, well, it's like you know exactly what another 3 acts is going to be like because you just played the first 3, right? So it's like you know exactly what to expect when we add that later. But we get to impress you with an end game before that point. So that really was what it came down to. But yeah, it was not really that long ago when we came to do that, and I think that was a really important decision because we effectively.
Twitch chat saying this is what happens when a game is made by gamers. True.
And the other fun thing about it, by the way, is that now like making the end game for PoE 2 is like going back to the like making PoE 1 leagues again, except with the resources of the whole company all in one thing. So it's like making 7 leagues concurrently, which is kind of a crazy thing, but it's been very fun. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to work on that stuff, and it's just pretty cool. So yeah, it's funny because in retrospect, it's like obviously this is the right move, right? Like obviously this is better. But it did take a little while, and it took that moment of like, well, what the hell are we doing here, to actually realize that we had to change direction like that.
Yeah, because I mean, like from my perspective, when I'm looking at it, it's like, well, story content. It's not like it's not worthwhile, and the work that your folks have been doing on it isn't worthwhile. There's a lot of value in it, but the vast majority of that value will be extracted within the first couple months of the game releasing, and then done. Whereas like Endgame is the reason why people keep coming back to the game over and over and over
again. But also
again,
a lot of the value that we get from making that stuff is that we then get to use it to remix it to make it an in-game. And so like the in-game maps that we were showing, like all of them look like unique areas, but all of them are just like done by just like we've got so many assets through the campaign of the game that we can take and then turn into maps. Like when people are making new maps, it really only takes a few days to turn around a new one, because like in-game maps I'm talking about, because in terms of the environment, I mean, because they just take a bunch of existing stuff and they're putting it back together. And it's like you'd be surprised how different you can make areas feel than campaign areas by changing like the remixing a few like different tile sets together, doing some like changing the color of things, changing the lighting settings and all that sort of stuff. And suddenly you've got an area that just doesn't feel like anything else you've done. And then you make a few specific bespoke tiles to kind of make to add like a specific theme to the area, and then you've got a new map. And it's like we can do that stuff so quickly, and it really makes the end game feel gigantic. There's just all sorts of shit in there that there's so many maps and like interesting things to find, and the last benefit is that for a lot of developers, when you're making content quickly, you just feel so much more productive, and it's so much more fun to actually get stuff working. Like it's the slow grind that kind of wears on you over the years, but the whole just like, oh man, we're just like making maps left and right. We're like turning out all these systems. Like it just feels great to do. So
yeah, I would imagine, especially because like I mean, you got to think. I mean, you already do think, but with you guys been working on Path of Exile 1 for so long, it's like going back to the regular grind when you're just going to make the end game content, right? It's like, oh, we were already doing this. So that's cool. That's cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it. I think that it's going to be a very special game. You guys have put a lot of love in, a lot of care, and it even as an early build that I've gotten my hands on, it feels transformative in ways that I haven't been able to express properly in words yet, but believe me, I will.
I'm really glad to hear that. That's great to hear.
Is there anything that you would like to say about Path of Exile 2, or anything you'd like to say to the audience for the end of this? Give it a second.
So obviously it's a scary going into a launch, right? Because you don't know how people are going to react. But like I think that I'm really happy with the work the team have done on the game. Like it's just so I think it's a good game, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing how people react to it. Like I just want to see were we crazy this whole time what we were making, or did we actually do we have the right idea? Like all the changes we've made, all the things we've done. Like I just want to see does it actually, are players actually going to love it? And I'm hoping they do.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. Well, man, thank you for joining me today. I can't wait for the release of the game. I'm sure everybody else can't either. I'll be covering it, that's for sure. There'll be more content that's coming on it. But thank you for joining me today, man.
Thank you very much. It was nice chatting.
All right, boys. I'm gonna link this in the chat again. Big shout out to Legendary Drops. Don't forget to. Oh, I unliked it there. Oof. Here's the video. It's in the YouTube chat. Sorry, Twitch chat. Here it is in the YouTube chat. Big shout out to Legendary Drops. Give him a like. Subscribe for content. And, oh, shit. I forgot to subscribe. There we go. And say, very nice interview. Thank you. Make sure you leave a comment. Helps the algorithm. And if you're watching this reaction on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content on this channel as well. And also drop a comment down below. But make sure Legendary Drops get some love. There's going to be a link in the descriptions to his video. And thanks so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe and keep rocking. Man, I literally forgot to click on the snooze button. I can delay the ads by 5 minutes and I missed it. So there's literally people watching ads at the very end of this. I am so fucking sorry. Holy shit, man. That felt so bad. Also, I have cold food to pick up from the house because Hannah finished cooking, and I told her I can't right now because this turned into a long one. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna play this video, and I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run into the house and fetch some food. So I'll be back in a second. I'll let you guys watch this meanwhile, and we can start the alerts and shit meanwhile again. Let's get the alerts and everything back and running. I saw some gifts, some subs. Appreciate the support, guys. I can't do this without you guys subscribing and whatnot to the channel, so I do appreciate that, guys, very, very much. Let me get those things up and running again. There you go. All right, I'll hurry up. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'll be back.
GHAZZY loves cock? I do, actually. I do love cock. Infernal Loading gifted a tier 1 subscription to Shabdar93 and included the message. Infernal Loading gifted a tier 1 sub to Shabdar93. They have given 33 gift subs in the channel. Infernal Loading Exile 982 just subscribed and included the message O2 let's go.
It is good to see.
DP, now I'm a big fan of DP.
Into the mouth. Nice.
You know who really sucks dick here? What's GHAZZY doing? GHAZZY, massive dick sucker.
But look at hella submissive and breedable.
See? Separated, we can breathe a bit.
If you find the Bill's doing so much damage, get a life.
Come on! Just be happy, okay? Be happy.
Moo 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 moo.
food. I got food, boys. Holy shit. Sorry about that little break. Oh. All right. Here we go. I got everything right. Yeah, so I do apologize for a little mini break. I got some food though. Someone told me to watch like some Captain Lance video, whatever the hell that was. What is Captain Lance done? Let's find out. Captain Lance. How to prepare for PoE. Energy shield will be overpowered. What? How can you say that? ES meta? Okay, let's watch this. Better be good, Lance. He always makes good content, though, so we'll see. Alright, my goddamn food.
Hello and welcome, Exiles, to my prediction for the most overpowered thing for defenses in Path of Exile 2. I like to make predictions based on like little information that may or may not pan out to be true or not. And this specifically is based on what I'm seeing, and I can't see it any.
Wait, predictions? But the thumbnail said ES meta. And then the title says that it will be overpowered. Come on, man. Fine. I'll watch the video.
I think Energy Shield is going to be overpowered in Path of Exile 2. I'll break it down with a few persistent things I am seeing. Number one is %ES is on the tree, whereas %Life is not. Now, a lot of people always ask me, and a lot of my characters, Lance, where are your damage mitigations when blobbity blobbity blah for Fizz? And I say, I have so much Energy Shield, I don't need it. But at the same time, also, I have Flesh and Stone, 20 DR, Arctic Armor, 20 DR, and like there's other sources of DR you can get in various places that end up adding up to a very good mitigation level for Fizz as well as other damage types because...
Guys, I know it's a little clickbaity. It's just the YouTube meta, okay? Lance has a track record of good content. So I will ignore that it's a clickbaity one this time, okay? It's just the nature of YouTube, okay? That's just the way it is. It's sad. I know. I'm borderlining that all the time. But the problem with YouTube meta is that you need to be in the gray zone. You need to clickbait enough to generate clicks, but not enough to upset people. And sometimes it's too much, and sometimes it's not enough. And it's just really hard to be in that gray zone. So, like, it's fine.
We have a large ES number. And the point is, I'm trying to make here, in PoE 2... I see that being the case as well, where you can get just such a large ES number.
And the reason it's fine is because he starts the video with the first 30 seconds talking about it. Yo, Danon, what's up, dude? I'm going to make it illegal to make the category PoE 2 until the game is actually playable. Every day is a bait on this site. True. On Twitch, and make it so if you set PoE 2, it actually changes to Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Compared to your life number, the scalability is such a far difference that I don't see how life base won't be much weaker.
Yo, Danon, join us in Tibia. I'm sure you would love this game, dude. You would love Tibia. Trust.
In terms of possible tank than ES builds. Point number one. They have nodes on the tree like this. 40% energy shield.
It's impossible to say if he's right. That's the thing.
15%, 15%. And if you know anything about PoE 1, currently on the PoE 1 tree, %ES is a lot rarer than that. The big...
Wait, hold up. Dana's saying, what the fuck is tibia? Isn't that a bone? This game came out in 97, and it was based off the inspired by Ultima and Ultima Online games, right? 6 months after Tibia is when RuneScape came out. And both of those games are inspired by Ultima. And Tibia is actually more active than RuneScape on Twitch. And it's still very much active to play. And they have 2 major launches every year since 97.
Nodes for PoE 1 trees are like 20% ES or 18% ES from a natural calm and arcane focus. There's nodes on the tree that give ES, but they don't give that much ES. So that's point number 1. Percentages on the tree are higher than in PoE 1.
Join
it's
us,
probably
Robert.
going to be harder to
Everyone
scale
join-
a large
everyone
int
come
number,
join.
which also gives percent ES. But it still exists that there's a lot of percent ES on the tree, which means if you have a good flat number of ES, you can scale it up. There's no percent life on the tree, so already you have a much lower number.
No, I never tried by the short.
Versus a much bigger number because you can actually make the number get scaled up with percentages.
There's some bad things
Reason
about it as
number
well.
2 is that ES gear, from what I can see, seems like it's gonna be fairly comparable to what we have in PoE 1. There was some showcases they did of like a level 30 witch that picked up a chess piece that had like 200 ES, and the base ES for that chess piece at like a level 30 character was like 100 something, which is more than a level 30 chess piece would have on a PoE 1. I looked at the comparable bases. The PoE 1 base was like 30% less base ES. So to me, that suggests that
I'm
base
with you
ES
on
numbers
that,
are going to be
Danon.
similar. If
I'm
not,
with you.
maybe they can be higher potentially in terms of the flat ES you're getting from gear. So number 1 is you can scale it with percent. Number 2 is the flat ES is there. And from what I can see, it's going to be a larger amount of flat ES you can get than an amount of flat life. The flat life rolls I have seen for PoE 2 are higher. For
Yes,
example,
it's very similar.
in Imperior's video, I saw a chess piece that could have up to 200 flat life, which in PoE 1 it goes up to like 189. They mentioned Calms having 1,000 flat life. So the flat life is there, but the thing is, if you can get the same ES numbers, you can just get a higher base ES number. And then on top of that, you can get percent ES scaling, which would make it go higher. Point number 3 I see is the keystone combination that I'm seeing here. If it goes core like it is, seems extremely strong. I'm going to point out 3 keystones to you. Number 1 is Chaos Inoculation. Number 2 is Eldritch Battery. And number 3 is Mind Over Matter. Where is the keystone for Mind Over Matter? Am I blind? Mind Over Matter. It is in this list. It's right here. And I point out these 3 specific keystones because number 1 is Chaos Inoculation, makes you immune to chaos damage. From the things I've looked up about Energy Shield in PoE 2, it's a little bit different than PoE 1. Like chaos damage deals double the damage to your ES, so that nullifies one of the weaknesses ES has. Number 2 is there's something about bleed bypassing ES. I've heard that often.
It doesn't nullify it. It just makes you able to play hybrid without thinking about your life portion of it. You still take double the damage on your energy shield from it. I wouldn't say that nullifies it. Come on, Lance. CI makes you bleed immune? What? Okay, that I didn't know.
And a couple different chats. I haven't been able to find any concrete information on it. To me, I don't know if that makes any sense. Surely they're going to give you, like, if they're making Chaos Inoculation make your life go to 1, they're going to give you a way to deal with, like, if there's damage that can bypass it, surely there's a way to get, like, a bleed immunity or something to deal with that, I would imagine. Otherwise, this keystone wouldn't make any sense because why would you click a keystone that has a random ailment that can one-shot you at all?
What are you talking about, Echo? You can be bled. You can be bled in PoE 1 with on energy shield. But apparently you can't in PoE 2. So how is lab traps are piss easy with ES builds? What are you saying? You can definitely be bled in PoE 1. I've sure never been bled. No, you can bleed in PoE 1 on your energy shield. But apparently PoE 2 you can't even get a bleed debuff unless it touches your life pool. Which makes sense, but I didn't know about it.
All times, it wouldn't make any sense. So it wouldn't make sense to go core with
bleed doesn't
with
bypass.
it being in
No,
that state.
doesn't
So I think
bypass, but you can still
you
get
should be
bled.
able to deal with.
What he's saying is you can't get bleed effect on you unless the damage you take affected your life pool, which it doesn't if you have energy shield, like CI, for example. So if you're CI, you're bleed immune. That's what they said. It ignores the energy shield, yes. But for you to be bled, it needs to touch your life pool. And if you're CI, if it touches your life pool, you're dead. That's what I'm saying. So that's why Lance was saying you're immune to bleed, essentially, when you're playing CI in PoE 2. That's not the case in PoE 1.
The situation where there's something that could supposedly bypass your ES. Outside of that, anyways, Chaos Inoculation. Make your life go to 1. Get a immunity cast damage, the weakness for ES builds. Number 2, Eldritch Battery. You can put ES on your mana pool. Now, normally, if you know PoE 1, CI Eldritch Battery is a big no-no. It basically just guarantees that you are going to get one shot. The key difference in this game is Mind Over Matter makes you take all damage from mana before life. So say you have 1,000 damage coming towards your 1 HP pool, it will redirect to your mana pool all of it, which means it will then have to go through your ES to get to your mana pool. So it's a way where you can click these 2 keystones together and get away with it. So as far as I'm concerned, or what I can tell, is I see a scenario where I get immunity to chaos damage. I don't have to gear chaos res. I can scale a very big ES number. And on top of that, I have my mana solved without having to invest into mana with just these 3 keystones. I'm thinking to myself, I have to be missing something. I don't think I am, but maybe I am. My things that are possibly missing is, number 1, Zealot's Oath is on the tree. Like, you need to be able to sustain your ES if you're going to do like an...
Assumingly, the demon form is going to remove your mana pool, which means Mana Matter don't do shit, because you replace it with Infernal Flame.
Shield build.
That's the
so Zealot's Oath
assumption.
still exists. As far as I can tell, Ghost Breather is still a thing where so you can still get ES Leech. So the big thing I'm wondering is, okay, I don't have any issue. I might not have any issues with sustaining ES. I can scale the number higher. I just don't get it. I have to be missing something. Don't tell Mark about this, because I hope it goes live, because I'm definitely going to make an ES build. But what's the big kryptonite for ES builds? I'm thinking it might be stun, but outside that, I'm drawing complete blanks. It just seems really, really strong in terms of the potential tank threshold compared to what a life-based character can get, just because you can get the number to be a lot higher. If there's nodes on the tree...
How do you have 427 notifications on YouTube, bro? You don't click this button? Like, do YouTubers actually not click this button? Look at that. 427 notifications. Like, I know it gets spammy during launch, especially now. I mean, how's my Twitter notifications right now? 19 again, and I keep clicking it. Just fucking click it. Okay, like, go through the notifications, man. God damn.
Tree that's say 40%, 15%, 15%, and ES gear also can get similar numbers like it could in PoE 1. It's just going to have a higher base ES to begin with than life, and then you're going to get percentages which increase it further beyond the life build. I just don't see how those will compare in terms of this. Just seems like you get a bigger number, and then you can stack some mitigation layers on top of it, and you're just going to be a lot tankier than life builds. That's my theory about the thing that's going to be OP in PoE 2 on the early access is energy shield builds using those 3 keystones, unless there's the weird situation where bleed can bypass your ES, in which case you can't go CI and the whole plan falls apart. But that wouldn't make any sense, so we'll see what that is in PoE 2. We'll see if there's some weird stuff with ES, some things they changed. We don't really know, but that's my top prediction for PoE 2 is I think ES is going to be overpowered. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video with a little bit of a look into something I see as a strong potential or a vector of a defensive scan.
Wait, now he's saying strong potential, but here he says it will be overpowered. Lance! We need to have a talk. We need to talk to this guy. This motherfucker. Okay, borderline clickbait, but you know, it brings up some good takes there with the bleed stuff, right? With the chaos inoculation. All right, what else do we have? What else do we have? Is there any other videos you guys... Let me get some music. Any other videos you guys want me to look at? Anything? Is there any Reddit posts I need to look at? Jonathan Wick, Steve Rogers, Jonathan Rogers. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that gets an upvote. Holy fuck, this is so good on the Recombinator. The only thing better was if there was an actual, like, not an energy shield in here. This is so good. This is so fucking good, man. PoE2 Atlas reminds me about, yeah, here's a Might of Magic. Chris giving me a key 12 years ago. Oh, it's so wholesome. DJ Jonathan suffering from success with Adventures Gamble. Oh, man. That is so good. Goat returns in a few hours, bring us another banger. Joseph. PoE lifetime spend, sequel, beta test. PoE mobile still exists? Good question. Should I watch this? Yeah, what is this? It is
Salutations,
It is Joseph. We should watch this. An hour ago, like everybody's dude, I can't make reaction content to everything. Like my name's not Aspengold. I can't get away with that. So we'll watch it, but we're not gonna post it on YouTube.
Now, I'm back with the latest edition of my magnum opus, a build that can one-shot every...
Posted on Discord. Bro, I am spammed on every platform right now. Like, I cannot keep up with the spammage. So, like, posting shit to me on Discord is not gonna be a good way to reach me right now.
The enemy in the game.
Sorry.
The previous two versions were nerfed the next patch,
I'm
but
not
I
bald
built
enough,
this character all the way back in patch 3.19,
Ugh!
Calandra League, and it's actually been buffed
Get it away from me, I don't
significantly
want to see
since
it.
then. The build relies entirely on the Maw of Mischief unique helmet, created by former community manager Bex. Thank you very much. It allows us to detonate our own minions, dealing 19% of their life as base damage. Most builds use this as the base damage for an ignite, but if we go all in on the hit damage, we can detonate up to 13 minions at once, which also makes each of the 13 explosions deal 130% more damage. That is potentially 568% of a minion's life as our base damage. I cannot overstate how incredibly high this base damage is. It can't be scaled with spell damage, and it requires having constant disposable minions, but that won't slow us down at all. The Annihilating Light triples the hit damage of elemental skills. The skill granted by Maw of Mischief has the fire tag, so this works to triple our damage. We also get every non-spell damage boost we can from the passive tree, on our gear, and by debuffing the enemy. However, our most impactful damage boost is to increase the life of our minions, thus increasing the base damage of the spell. The higher the gem level, the higher the base life of the minion.
This looks amazing.
And we could use Elegant Hubris to get several 80% increased minion life nodes. For our gear, we just spam Essences of Fear to put minion life on everything, because crafting is for nerds. I crafted this ring. It wasn't worth it. Don't do it. For our minions, we use stone golems, because their base life is very high, and we can constantly resummon them for free as an elementalist. In Calandra League, with our setup, we could summon 6, but with the addition of Stone Golem of Hordes, we can summon 8. For the remaining minions, we raise zombies right before the boss, as these won't respawn automatically. There aren't really any good offensive auras here, and we actually don't even need them, so we're free to run defensive and utility auras. Now let's calculate the damage. We've managed to boost our golem's life to over 200,000, and our zombies to 120,000. With 8 golems and 5 zombies, and with all of our buffs and debuffs against a pinnacle boss, our average damage adds up to...
500,000? Wait, what? Okay.
Now that's a lot of damage. For context, that is almost enough to one-shot the Shaper 10 times over. Uber bosses take 70% less damage, so that is almost enough to one-shot Uber Shaper 3 times over. Let's not forget that the Shaper was patched to start the fight with very high damage reduction, decaying over 8 seconds, to prevent players from killing him instantly. While playing this character, I wanted to test if the newer bosses had this same mechanic. Unfortunately, my damage was so high that I couldn't tell. For enemies that are not Uber Pinnacle bosses, we can just quickly tap the skill to detonate one minion, and it will still do a few million damage, even with absolutely none of our buffs or debuffs. To one-shot Uber Pinnacle bosses, we need to execute our Konami code of buffs and debuffs as follows. Curse them, gain charges, summon a golem, hit them with Wave of Conviction, walk on top of them trailing brittle ground, start channeling, pop flasks, focus, and stop channeling.
Love. Where did I find that clip? Where did I find? Here it is. Here it is. That boss has 91 million HP. All right, this is a long time ago. All right, watch this. Okay. Let me get the HP. Okay, did anybody catch that? So the game has said she's dead, but she's still alive on screen, but she's already dead. Still alive several frames. There we go. Now she's dead.
Emotional, damn it!
Oh, man. You broke the game. This is a 2.4 billion damage build. But this was during Harvest League. So the character's wearing gear for like, I don't know, 8 or 9 mirrors. And this guy is just rolling up in shit gear and one-shotting them. Look, you know. It's such a good video. Holy shit, man. What a run, man. God damn. That's a good one. You see the caster wet stud? Will that be usable in scepters? No, I did not see it. All right, what else do we have? Reddit. What else do we have? Let's see. Crazy fair kill loot. Still digging. Oh my god, Need for Speed Underground keeps going. Shoosh. You're the guy she tells you not to worry about. A bit early for these, but I just want to roleplay Genesis. What? Genuous? What is a Genuous? Crossbowman, what is that? How do you get 99 mirrors? By spending a stupid amount of time in the game, profit crafting and mirror service crafting. What is a Genuous? Anyone? Or genuine? Okay. Face the pinnacle threat. GGD servers on December 6th. DJ Cal, he's suffering from success, yeah. Or genius. Maybe that's what he tried to write. Yeah, that might be it. I thought it was like some weeb stuff. Millions of gamers, PoE servers. That is so good. Genuous. Oh, it's actually a thing. Famous military corps of the Middle Ages, while acted both in defense of the Republic of Genoa and as a mercenary force for Italian and European powers. Huh. I had no idea. I had no idea. The more you know. Oh. That was sharp on the ice there. DAE feels like Artificer's Orb and Orb Annulment would be more intuitive if they had their artwork swapped. True. True. Path of Exile 2, Scepter. We did see this. Which class you want to play for PoE2 poll? All right, Kikis told me that I was supposed to watch like the first couple of minutes of the new video we posted. Why?
Hey guys, GHAZZY TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and in this one we're going to talk about the Mercenary class we're going to have access to in the early access of Path of Exile 2 launched on December 6th. Now, this is essentially your classical gunslinger thrown into the World of Warcraft Ray class, and given a crossbow. It's an ammunition-based...
I swear that was not intentional, okay? I made a little... usually I make a small script with like bullet points and I glance over at it every now and then and I just like wing it from there. And it was World of W and that's all I read, and I was like, I looked back and I kept looking at the camera and that just came out.
Now, this is essentially your classical gunslinger thrown into the World of Warcraft Ray class, and given a crossbow. It's an ammunition-based class, which is a brand new playstyle to the game, and basically you can have a gameplay style similar to that of a trap-like or mine-like in Path of Exile 1, with the addition of you changing ammunition that changes the way your crossbow behaves. Now, this ranges from things like you shooting out grenades, which explodes, because that's kind of what grenades do. And you can change to rapid-fire assault rifle-like gunslinger style shooting projectiles as well, going from armor-breaking stuff and then many, many other types, including elemental ones, creating icicle walls and ice walls and frost walls, whatever you want to call it, to explode them to do massive AoE damage. So there's a lot of different ways you can play the Mercenary, and it looks really interesting. I'm personally quite excited to try this out. But in this...
Alright, so this video is out. Oh shit. We just posted it. Good lord. Holy shit. Anyways, what else do we want to look at? So many people looking at PoE2 content right now. It's kind of crazy. Gunner in PoE2. Like, I wanted to say American gunslinger and make a lot of jokes about Americans and guns, but my editor said that might be a bad thing. I think it was Kiki's Lisa. Someone told me that might be a bad thing and be out of taste. But I'm the kind of guy, I like dark, edgy, and unfitting non-PC humor very much. But sometimes I have to like kind of, restrain myself. I mean, I don't want to use the word censor, but hold back a little bit of the punches sometimes. Oh my god. Anyways, I was about to say something really stupid there. Moving on. Moving on. Where's my music? Here it is. Thank you. Can I pop another one of those? I can. Good. Keep working on that. How close am I? 24.49%. Okay. Moving on. Freedom spreader. Anyways, bring back Bill of the Week. Wear key every single morning these days. This has been confirmed, by the way. The modifier to increase effective ignite. I tweeted about this. That modifier is going to be changed to increase effective ignite magnitude. I made a response to this. I wonder if people even bothered upvoting it. I actually tweeted a response to this. Where is it? Seriously? Is that low? There. 2 upvotes. Nice work, GGG. Or not GGG, but nice work, PoE subreddit. I actually hate the fucking subreddit. It is so toxic. So anyways, I confirmed it here for the people watching the Reddit thread, but people don't really give a shit, apparently. I tweeted about this. Jonathan and I had a conversation from the other night, and he responded saying that this modifier down here, the increase effect of ignitions or ignites, is going to be increase effect of ignite magnitude instead. Blue Sky and Tana with Twitter, as some of us refuse to use it. Wait, some of you refuse to use Twitter or refuse to use Blue Sky? Why would you refuse to use Twitter? Twitter is a horrible place. Right-wing shithole. Okay. I'm gonna say this very loud and clear. I'm gonna answer your question first. And to answer your question, I have no intentions right now to using yet another social media platform to rebuild traffic there. When I've already used Twitter for so many years, and most of our streamers are using it so that we can communicate with one another, and that's why I'll be continuing to use Twitter. When it comes to the whole idea of talking about politics on this stream, fuck off with that. Like, I don't give a shit what your personal opinions are. And someone said something about fuck Elon. My opinion on that is very simple. I think that Tesla's pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of their cars, but I think that the whole idea of it's pretty cool. I love what they're doing with SpaceX. This has nothing to do with him as a person or his political view. However, Elon Musk has recently made the decision to turn everything he's doing into a political thing. He's not going to be able to be a politician in America, but he is, by definition, a politician. And therefore, I don't want to have that conversation on the stream. What I think of that person as that individual as an individual is one thing. But what I think of his political aspect, I don't like. I have my opinions, and that's nothing I'm going to bring up on stream. People are all entitled to your own opinions when it comes to politics. That does not belong in this channel. There are politics streams. Politics stream. What do we call it? Politics oriented streams you can go to for that. That does not belong on this channel. You can have whatever opinion you have. You can believe whatever you want. You can be left wing, right wing. I don't know what the fuck you are. I don't give a shit. We're all getting along together here. The problem we have with politics and religion, for that matter, is that you are always unable to have that conversation on a public forum. And the reason for that is because most people can't respect other people's opinions. And because of that, we don't want that in this channel. Very simple. Just don't bring it up. I don't give a fuck. We don't want that here. Political streams. Thank you. That was the words I was looking for. Thank you. I don't want that in here. Simple as that. It's very simple. I'm not interested in it. Neither is the majority of people in here. So if you feel the urge to say something, go somewhere else and say it there. I don't want it here. Very simple. But to answer the question, which was an innocent question to begin with, which was whether or not I was going to go to Blue Sky or not, the reason for that is I'm not interested in rebuilding yet another social media platform to be posting things on and keeping track of. I have so much already. It's too much on my plate. And I already have established a Twitter account. Whether or not Elon is owning it or not, I don't give a fuck. It's very simple. We're going to move on. It's very simple. But that's the reason. Snarefield. That is the main reason I don't use Twitter. Oh, sorry, that's the reason I am using Twitter. Whether or not Elon is that has nothing to do with my decision. It is because I have too much and it's already been established. That's why. That's the answer to your question. But politics don't belong in here, so please don't bring that up. We have to remember that the gaming world for us and watching streams is supposed to be an escape from reality. So I don't want to hear it. You have any idea what the skill is? Living bomb? No, not that I've seen at least. Post rock? I have no idea what it is. Nothing good has come from it. I will say this: I think politics is very important. I believe so. I think it's very important. That's also why I'm very vocal when it comes to people voting in whatever country you're from. You should always vote. It's very important. It's super important. But it does not belong in this setting. We're here to escape reality, have a good time, a vibe, and get along together and just enjoy the games we're playing. Politics is for real life fucking normies, not this. It's important, but not for this. It's the last thing on my list for what I want to do with the stream. But politics is important, but don't bring it here. This is not the forum for it. Moving on. Hope your servers are ready. And they were 4th, right? Last I checked or something. Absolutely crazy. Hi, brother. Any questions you're looking forward in the new Jonathan interview? Maybe something that you couldn't ask the other day? No, we got the questions I wanted out of the way, so I'd rather other people have the light to or the opportunity to bring their questions in rather than myself, because I already had my opportunity. So I don't want to ask Talker to try to ask one of my questions. I don't want to do that because I've had my shot. And sure, there's a handful of questions, but it's fine. Like, I'd rather have other people get that spotlight now. I've had my opportunity. Because everybody has different questions they want answered, and I don't want to hijack anything. I've already had an interview with him. Moving on. I hope the launch goes well. What is this? Rod Fergus. How long are we going to milk that? But yeah, like again, Snarefill, you asked originally, like nothing against you, man. Like it's nothing like that. You asked a question, I answered it, but it's the people that are bringing up the politics parts that I'm reacting to, not you. Just want to point that out. It was nothing you did wrong. You had a legit question. Anyways, moving on then. Diablo, like accurate video. Oh, what's this? Oh god, that's loud. Oh, my ears. Oh. We don't like fun. True ARPG. $5 Canadian because thanks so much, dude. We can answer the update cadence. Is random are going to be more organized? No, not that I've heard.
No longer
I don't
control
know.
this world.
Thank you so much for the donor, man.
We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Find him!
D4 blasters!
Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
PEO to itemization endgame build variety. D4 blasters become exiles. It is so true. Let me look at the directory right now. Let's see how many D4 players there are that I recognize. Rax is there. Woody's there. I saw Rob the other day. That's the people I saw. I see Rob's actually there as well in the list. I see one view botter that used to exist or that usually played these four, and he's now invading the the PoE directory. What else do we have? There's a couple of people. Fuck the view botter, by the way. Oh, that's such a nice detail to put the date over there. Future exiles. No. Oh my god. That's fucking hilarious. Oh shit. Death Giver coming in with a 2-month sub. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it, dude. Where is that alert? Oh, there it is. It's coming. Okay. That was good. Jesus Christ. Death Giver just went prime on us. Holy fuck. This guy's serious about his subscription. Better buckle up, folks, because we're in for one hell of a ride. One hell of a what? Ride? Holy shit. Link to this? Sure. Here's the link. Name the view botter. Huh. You can figure that out very easily yourself. I don't need to stir drama when we're all hyping up for the launch. You can look that up yourself. It was unnecessary for me to say to begin with. Moving on. Which side are you on? The Witch or the Witch Hunter? I got so upset when they called it the Witch Hunter. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, the Witch is like my main class to play. Last seen created this video. Mistype PoE 2 as PEO2. Yes, I mentioned that. Twitch fixed the eternal side botting stuff. Yes, but there are still other issues that you can engage with when it comes to generating fake viewers, which is very clear in every directory those fuckfaces are active in. You see it a lot in the D4 category, and some of those have already invaded the PoE 2 category. And one of them is literally there right now. Moving on. PoE 2 early access launches and servers are being stormed. And Jonathan, yeah. That's so good. Mako and Mocha with Prime, thanks so much. What do you think about Gemlin Legionnaire, Ascendancy Mercenaries, like Summoner, like 12% quality for summons in PoE 1 Summoner? A problem with Gem slot plus 3 slots, also the max rest. What do you think? I think you need to subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's what I think you need to do.
Prime Express, Mako and Mocha.
Because in this video that was posted 2 hours ago, I'm literally talking about the Gemlin Legionnaire as a minion build. So if you want to check it out and hear my thoughts on it, this is the video you want to watch. It's the latest video I posted on the YouTube channel. So I need you to subscribe to it. And click the little bell so you get notified. You won't miss out ever again. Gotta be smart. So there's that. But do check it out. It's all there. Along with the early access after December 6th. Well, they're saying give or take 6 months is what they're expecting. Ba-da-bam, boom, boom. I miss Bex. Jesus. We all do. Will we be getting build guys data before launch? I have an answer for that, actually. Hold on. I talked to GGG about this. Hold on. What I know is that the stash... Sorry. Dude, I've had this cough forever. It just never ends. PoE 2 Stash API is going to be delayed. And data mine clients under NDA, they are not ready to do for guide writer websites, or for guide websites, because so many things are changing in the background at the moment that they're not ready to provide that. That's all the information I have on that topic. What it means, for those of you who don't know what the fuck I'm saying, is we're not going to see websites having proper full-blown tools made for proper written build guides content. But happened to Bex, she left for Riot Games, and then Riot Games cut some staff, and she was going to announce where she was going to work after that. I haven't heard anything since. What do you think if hybrid minion cast or minion melee builds will be viable based on what we've seen so far? It's very possible, since they want to create diversity and variety, Doxa, right? But to what extent that is actually going to be, I don't know. It's a good question, though. It's a very good question, Doxa. We will simply see. That's all I can say. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you. Thanks, the answer. Anytime. You guys have any questions, fire away. If I miss it, I'm not ignoring you. I just missed it. Okay, so let's see. What else do we have? I got to deal with a postal service tonight as well, because I want to get my Voldo box. Getting your Voldo after the PoE 2 premiere on the same day. Yeah, that's why I got to deal with that tonight. Who is Bex? Bex was the former community manager that was working for them for many, many, many years, and have been a very, very much loved in the community. So anything I'm missing on the Twitter? I don't think so. Looks like we're fine then. Good shit. All right. Is there any videos you guys want me to watch? Tell me you're going to have a minion build guide ready. I need you. We're not going to have a guide ready. You're going to have to watch the stream, and I'll go through everything on stream. And then you had to skip 10 days of my life.
Finally joined the party. Welcome, Potter Van Blast. Better late
Padawan.
than never, I guess.
Thanks so much, man. Appreciate support, dude. And Nightly Night as well. Thank you. This one's good to react to. My editor Kikis is in the channel. No. Fuck's sake. Kikis, I literally told there was another guy who did that earlier today. I literally said it's funny.
Nights, welcome to the
Kikis, I literally said it's funny, but the problem is now you just demonetized the Twitch stream. The last time, it was funny the first time, but I managed to click it off in time. I didn't manage to do it now. That was too many seconds. You literally just demonetized the Twitch stream. Thank you, Night, for the Prime sub. I'm going to need some more subs now because he just fucked over the revenue from the Twitch stream. Nice work. How many seconds too many? Between 2 and 4 seconds. Anywhere around that, the auto DMSA fucks you immediately. Last one I clicked off within like 1 second. It's ridiculous. And stream started again. Well, I've already fucked over the entire day streaming. Like, that's the crazy part with this. The fact that happened literally just fucked the entire monetization on the on the YouTube stream for the entire stream I've just done. I can turn it on and off, and that will drop some viewers, but I'm not planning to stream much longer because I got to deal with the postal service today. Come on, Kikis. Welcome to being a streamer, by the way.
Oh boy, look who decided to throw their wallet at the screen. Aratos, you've just upgraded to Prime. Get ready for
Aratos with a Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. Well, at least we're getting subs. Man. Anyone but you, Kikis. Why you? You know this. Anyone but you. You see, Kikis is getting paid.
Thanks for subscribing.
For being my editor.
Welcome to the chaos.
He's fucking himself over as well. Godly King with a subscription as well. Tier 1 even for 14 months. Thanks so much, dude. Anyways. Whoa. Free Kikis. I need to hear what the bot has to say on that one. Jesus fuck, dude. Hope that helps. Save the stream. I can tell you this much. It ain't that much, guys. Like, it's just the ad revenue on the YouTube stream. It's not that much.
Oh, I'll explain later. Oh man, it's you again. I should start charging for these Prime subs, you know. Welcome to the squad, buddy.
There's, like, it's not that much, guys. Like, it's annoying because it is a little bit, but it's not. Oh, Jesus.
All right. Listen up, you bunch of degenerates. I've got a message for you. If you thought 20 subs was impressive, wait till you hear this. Zachorny0 just gifted 50 tier 1 subs. That's right, folks, 50. As in, I could buy a small island in the Bahamas with that kind of cash, or maybe adopt a few more cats, Bellatrix at Siri, meet your new siblings, Zachorny, Zach2, all the way down to Zach 50. Welcome to the family of furballs. But seriously, Zachorny0, you're a godsend.
Wow, dude, that is such a good alert. What? It cut out.
Oh, look, another Prime sub. Just what I always wanted, not. 10 tier 1 subs in one go. I'll explain later. Damn, you're really going all out, huh? I mean, that's some serious support right there. Not just dipping your toes in, but full-on cannonball into the pool of awesomeness. I appreciate that level of commitment. Keep it up, and pretty soon you'll be swimming in exclusive emotes and all the other goodies that come with being a top-tier member of the squad. So yeah, big shout-out to I'll Explain Later for the major subs push. Let's see if that inspires some other folks to step up their game too.
I mean, what do you mean step up their game? You guys...
10 tier 1...
Jeez, sometimes it repeats.
But if you're having issues, since the build's doing so much damage, get a life.
Okay. No, there's one loading. Chronolin dropped 5 as well. I'll explain later with 10 gifts. Ray with the Prime. Secure with 50 gifts.
Chronolin, you absolute legend. 5 tier 1 subs? I'm not even mad at the lack of message. I'm impressed. You're single-handedly keeping Twitch afloat. How do you afford this? Are you secretly a crypto billionaire? A Saudi prince? An eldritch abomination feasting on the tears of the downtrodden? Whatever it is, keep it up. The more subs, the more I can buy Bellatrix or fancy feast. Who knows, maybe I'll even spring for the good stuff. I'm talking the catnip that's so strong it makes her hallucinate and see tiny mice everywhere.
I never give it Bellatrix catnip.
Ronaldin, you...
Okay, sometimes it repeats his. Okay. So I reported that to the guys.
Oh, big money, PXL, etc. Let's see how much you appreciate
Tier
the new
3.
tier 3 privileges.
Bro, what is happening? It's not that much.
Oh.
Ooh. 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 It's not that much. What the hell, dudes? And Sakira dropped 50 fucking gifts. Do we even have any non-subs left in the channel? The hell? There's a couple. If you're not a subscriber, type something in the chat right now. I want to see. How many of you guys are there? How? You guys got to stop playing evasion bills, boys. You're dodging them. Holy shit. I mean, it wasn't that much, but you guys just went nuts. Well, you're making me look like an actual content creator. Holy fuck. What am I supposed to do now? Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a lot of money, dude. Thank you, guys. That was...
Welcome to the dark side.
You're saving kickies.
Let's see.
I no longer have to apply
apply
the new editor.
Okay?
We're good.
Be happy.
We're good. We're good. Loki a genius. Yeah, you ruined the monetization of the YouTube stream to bait more subs. What the hell, man?
I'll explain later and gifted a tier 1
Bro, you already
subscription to
gifted a
AOE
bunch,
Vowels
man.
And included the message, I'll explain later, gifted a tier 1 sub to AOE Vowels. They have
United
given
one,
11
nice,
gift
dude.
subs in the
Yeah,
channel.
I'll be on Tibia later. I just gotta get the postal service stuff sorted first and shit. Bro, what is actually happening? Like, actually, what's happening? I've been listening a bunch lately. You definitely earned some subs for me. Well, that's very kind of you to say, man. And do. I appreciate that very much. Like, I've said it before. I can't do this full time if it wasn't for you guys supporting the stream the way you guys are. So
Oh
thank
boy,
you.
look who decided to grace us with their presence. Evil Strength Systems just dropped 5 tier 1 subs on us like they're fucking Oprah giving away cars. Chuckles 5 whole subscriptions. Huh? Well. I guess we should all bow down and kiss the ground they walk on, right? Scoffs, please. If I had a nickel for every time some random decided to flex their wallet on my stream, I'd be richer than Jeff Bezos. But hey, I ain't
What?
complaining. More subs
That's
means
not
more
true.
support, and that's always a good thing.
Okay. Who trained this bot? You guys did. You guys did. And I guess I did as well. But it's learning from clips and YouTube videos and Twitch streams. Good Lord. So he's actually going to be present. This guy's going to be present for the subathon.
Voice activity enabled. 1 moment, please.
Said you wanted to pause time at PoE 2, right? That's not at all what I said, but you guys kept spamming subs. Wait, what's the scam train at? Oh, he left the building. Did it already? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Vowels dropping 5 gifts as well. Jesus Christ. Yo, Sebastian, what do you think about all the gifted subs?
Fucking awesome, man. The more gifts, the merrier. Keep them coming, chat.
Yeah, Sebastian, you sound like you're high. Are you high?
Nah, dude, I'm just stoked about the subs. This stream is lit. Fucking hell. IOI Vol gifted 5 whole ass tier 1 subs. That's like a month's worth of fucking Starbucks for me. Shit, maybe I should be thanking them for keeping me caffeinated, eh? Fuck. I guess I should give a shout out to these fucking legends, huh? Big ups to AOI Vowels, y'all, the real MVP is keeping this stream lit.
Yeah, Sebastian, why do you have to swear so much?
Shit. Holy shit, is that Alex Plain later? Damn, this guy must be loaded if he's gifting 5 subs in one go. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the support, but Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money to drop in one fell swoop. You could have bought a used car with that dude, or at least a really nice gaming setup, but hey, who am I to judge? Maybe this guy just loves the stream that much. Either way, thanks for the subs, I'll explain later. Your generosity is truly fucking bonkers.
Yeah, Sebastian, why do you have to swear so much? Talking to you. Hello? Sebastian, why do you have to swear so much?
Fuck, you got me. Old habits die hard, man.
Could you swear less?
Fuck, you got me, dude. Old habits die hard.
Yeah, you said that, Sebastian, but I need you to clean up your act and swear less.
Shit, you're right. I'll tone it down, dude. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Let's keep this shit show on the rails.
It didn't even take him 5 seconds.
Word. GHAZZY, let's roll with the punches and keep this stream fire.
Emotional, damn it!
Okay. He really has an attitude. Yeah, Sebastian has a really fucked up attitude.
Fuck yeah, that's my brand, baby. Let's give him hell.
It doesn't have to be your brand. You could tone it down a little bit and be nice. You know?
Oh, come on. Where's the fun in that? Let's just embrace the chaos, my dude.
You could embrace the chaos without resorting to profanity.
Eight, you got a point there, bro. Guess I can keep it PG while still keeping shit lit.
All right, Sebastian, I'm going to need you to keep it PG. Can you do that for me?
Hell yeah, I can do that. Let's make this stream a fucking masterpiece without breaking the rules.
I'm gonna put you to rest if you swear one more time. You hear me? Fuck, dude. I hear you loud and clear. I'll keep it squeaky.
Voice activity disabled.
Anyways, so the AI can read Twitch chat, not YouTube chat. Sorry, boys. It can read Twitch chats. So during the subathon, when I have to sleep during the subathon, we're gonna pause the timer unless my little sister's playing. And if my little sister is not able to play, then Sebastian will take over and run the stream whilst I'm sleeping. And he's going to be reading the Twitch chat. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, it's not going to turn into a fucking shit show. Do I really swear that much? I know I swear a bit, but not that much, right? Like, I know I have a tendency of using profanity, but I don't swear that much, right? You know, if I have the AI up and there's an alert coming in that interrupts him and the alert takes focus. Sweary TV, you swear big time? Do I? There's no way. I think I did. Sherry won't give him any reason to be well, so here's the thing, Doxa. And the reason I'm saying the name Doxa, I'm going to show you why. First off, I will make sure we have moderators in chat to ban people pushing him into sensitive topics and whatnot. So we don't want that. This is why I'm calling your name out. Monitored you suspicious user. You've never been in this chat before you came in today. Your first message was, what do you think? What do you think if hybrid minion casting? The good question you had earlier. So, for some reason, you have misbehaved in someone else's channel or multiple channels that Twitch is labeling you as a monitored suspicious user. And I see that. I'm just pointing it out, okay? So be nice. Yeah, I gave the D for streamer hell. They show up every now and then. I guess the monitored users. I banned one the other day, actually, because he was misbehaving in this channel as well. Pretty funny. All right, where was I? I completely lost track of what I was gonna do. We were checking Reddit, and then Kikis fucked the monetization on the Twitch stream, and then people overcompensated by a shitload of gifted subs. That's okay. So then, what was I doing after that? I completely forgot. I literally lost track of where I was going. Hi, how you guys doing? Legendary Drops has a new interview with Jonathan. I've literally just finished reacting to it. It was 1 hour and 11 minutes long, right? Want to react to a video? No, that's not what I said. I asked if... Well, I guess that's kind of what I said. But I'm not sure if we're going to put that on YouTube because we already have a bunch of React videos. So we can't spam that because my name is not Asmongold. So I can't get away with that. But I don't mind reacting to a video that we're not going to post on YouTube. We can do that. Talking to Chai, we'll have another interview in 2 hours. Yes, I will not be streaming it because I have to deal with the postal services. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to host you guys over later or in a bit or something over to Darth. And then I will be fixing the postal service with the Voldo box. And then continue tomorrow by watching the Talkative Try interview. That's kind of like my plan right now. You must be so excited for the new minions. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Very much so. How you doing, Gia? It's good to see you, man. Gia was my former neighbor two homes ago. It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well, man. I'm guessing you're going to come over to play PoE 2 with us? Path of Exile 2 is pay to win video? Wait, what? From Josh Stripes?
But first, you'll need to pick a class. So let's talk about support gems. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of them.
Can I just say, I 100% love his outfit. I always have loved his outfit. I'm a huge fan of wearing a white shirt, but with a black vest on top. I think it looks so fucking good. Every time I see this guy on YouTube, I'm like, I fucking love his clothes, dude. It's just that fashion. I love it.
The most iconic Path of Exile.
He wears
systems,
it well, yes. I don't.
passive skill tree.
Not since I got a belly.
Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500
It's
nodes
clean.
on
Yeah, it looks really good.
Now, a lot of
I
people
wish I
open
could
the
wear
tree
it better
and
than
can
I
get
can
a
now with my
little
little
intimidated at first.
belly.
But try not to be scared.
I'm a
There are
dad
lots
now,
of
so it's
options,
okay.
But at its core, it's pretty simple. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills.
It looks
Now,
good.
we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression: items.
Dad bod?
The
Yeah,
last
but
character
I
progression
am a
system
dad,
you
so
can
it's
do during
okay.
The campaign is Ascension. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the great trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites
Just
built by
keep
the
going.
mysterious king in the mists. If you encounter this symbol on the atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity
Fanny pack
has
too.
taken a special
True.
interest in you.
I should get one.
Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror,
Oh,
the
shit, let me
mists
link
of
you guys to this
delirium
video.
spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay
Here's the
within
video
mist
we're
to
watching right now.
maintain the nightmare,
Credit
which
given
is
or
as
credit to due,
profitable
boys.
as it is terrifying.
That's the video I'm
Everything
watching
you
right
kill
now.
will increase the rewards that drop. However, the
My
deeper
first
into the
character,
mist you
Infernalist.
If you've never played Path of Exile before, you need to understand that grinding gear games do not know how to stop making a game.
Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you
Monk
to further
type
juice
shit,
your
yeah.
in-game
8
maps.
months, yeah, thank
the
you, dude.
tablets you can find from Deliria can be used to further improve it, increase pack
So
size,
what's up
make
with
the
the
fog
title,
dissipate
though?
slower, or improve your progress towards the
I think grinding gear games heard players complaining that games didn't launch with endgame content.
Crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters
You
who
only
have spent
just
more
subscribed included the message. Month hype.
than
Month hype.
$480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store.
For those of
If
you
you
who
just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30
So that's
US
Quinn's
early access
reaction.
pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately.
For those of you who haven't played Path of Exile 1, I wouldn't say that it's pay to win. You can definitely gain an advantage by having more bank slots, but you can complete all of the main game up to end game without needing to pay anything. And they're one of the few games and the few companies that I would feel completely justified giving money to based on the amount of hours I played the game for. Do remember, if this is intimidating you, you don't need any of this. I've played for hundreds of hours, and I think I've spent 20 quid, if that, to get...
Why does he have a sock on his microphone? Well, why does he have a sock on his microphone? Because it's cold?
some bank expansions. But you didn't even need those. I was just lazy and
Don't
didn't want to
wait.
throw things away.
Is that his special
so all
sock?
of these cosmetics, all these overrides, they're not mechanical advantages. You won't need them. You can play this game for hundreds of hours. If
Gotta
it was
use
genuinely pay to
protection.
win, it would have died years ago. People get annoyed at me that I defend Path of Exile for the way that it monetizes itself, but I think it's the most fair way of doing it while still paying back the massive cost it took to make it. Consider it like this: if you don't need a bank expansion until you've played the game for 50 or 60 hours, how much would you have paid to get a 50 or 60 hour game? I completely agree that to most people, a $480 early supporter pack is too much. Don't buy it. You don't need to. If you have that cash spare and you want to buy it, great, go for it. But you absolutely don't need it. I would say that a fair price for this game would at least be £40 to £60, which would probably be $50 to $70. If after playing it for 100 hours, you want an extra bank or you want some cosmetics, I think that's a fair amount of money to ask for the game that it's given you. That's a lot of game. The reason it's not released yet is because they had to stop them adding features.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there was enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and 3 acts and, the half the classes, but...
What a joke. As early access, they released almost the entire game. Some of you in the chat right now are extremely upset, screaming that Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 are going to be pay to win. Pay to win exists on a scale, on a spectrum from really egregious to it's not pay to win at all. You can definitely gain an advantage by buying bank tabs, but I believe that where Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 sit on that scale is acceptable for the amount of game that you get.
Turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100%.
No, hang on. Twitch chat. Josh keeps his national insurance card in his boomer phone case. No, I don't. That's my Costco executive membership card. Thank you very much. That might be more boomer, I just realized. I think people that see this monetization as unfair have not played actually unfair monetization games. Even if Path of Exile 2 was pay to win, which I don't believe it is, imagine the absolute strength when someone comes up to you and goes, "Oh yes, I spent several £1,000s and now I'm the best in the world at this system." And you can reply, "I haven't even engaged with that system. I don't even know what that system is. I'm not even involved in that part of the end game. I've got no idea what you're even doing." And you wouldn't even be lying. The game is that big. I was planning on seeing my family over Christmas, but I might need to give my mum a call and tell her that, look, I love her, but this just has more skill trees. Actually, if I dodge my family this year to play Path of Exile 2 over Christmas, I do gain points in the family dodging skill tree, which would allow me to, dodge my family more easy. And next year, at various conventions, at various other events, if you put enough points into the family dodging skill tree, you don't even need to go to like Halloween or Thanksgiving. It's great. If you want to think of the original base Path of Exile 2 character without paying anything as a demo, and then once you've played...
It's funny, I told Hannah I'm going to run the subathon in June. He said, great. I said, fuck, they delayed it to November. I'm going to run a subathon uncapped in November. She said, great. And delayed it to December, and I said, I'm going to run an uncapped subathon in December. And she didn't say great, she just looked at me a little concerned, and then she said, but we're hosting Christmas for the family and our relatives, right? And I said, yeah. A little shaky voice. And then she said, so what are you gonna do if your community makes you stream over Christmas? And I said, well, here's the thing. I've already said I'm going to do it. And the launch of this is on the 6th of December. So there's no way they're going to make me stream for that many days. I don't think so. And I told her I'm hoping the subathon lasts at least a week. That's what I'm hoping. And then I said, well, worst case scenario, I'll just have to strap on the fucking Santa outfit. And I don't know. I'll come in and eat with the family and then go out and stream or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm in a stream on Christmas Day. I always stream Christmas Days anyways, but we celebrate on the 24th here in Sweden. But I mean, there's no way, right? There's no way. 24th is when we celebrate it. So that means the subathon needs to last 24 minus 6, that's 18. So I mean, that's like fucking 2.5 weeks. There's no way. But she said, you know these people, right? And I was like, well, I know some of them are fucking, degenerates. That has too much money, apparently. That happens sometimes. Aaron's subathon lasted 65 days. But he had I know that he had paused timers to have some hours spent with his family and whatnot. So, I mean, obviously, I think that if you guys somehow manage to fucking make the subathon last into Christmas, I might have a little pause break during Christmas celebration. Maybe, but there's no way you're gonna make a subathon last 18 fucking days. How much time does the tier 1 sub add to the subathon? Same time as Sis will be running, same time as Darth will be running. We're all gonna run the same timer. Which is $5 per minute, which is 1 subscription per minute. That's the timer they set. I actually had intended on running it much more lenient than that. I was actually going to prepare to do 2.5 minutes per sub. But since everyone else seems to be running 1 minute per sub, then I don't want to be, stealing from that or doing it differently. So I'll be matching that. So that's the plan. But yeah, this is gonna be fun, dude. I am so excited because we made such big preparations for this. Flying down my little sister, and she's gonna help out with the subathon. And we have the craziest and the biggest things I've ever done on stream. We'll be smacking that all together for the subathon. So I'm actually very excited. I hope you guys will enjoy it because I've put a lot of effort into it. So I really hope you guys are gonna enjoy it. Let's finish this video.
Played for several hundred hours, you spend some money to unlock the ability to have more storage, that's fine. It's the same way that WinRAR is a demo, and then you can pay to unlock the ability to do more with it.
Will your sister play PvE2? Yes.
Don't need to.
Yes, she will.
In the chat are confused about the price. The $30 is the early access pack. After that, it will transition to a free-to-play model the same way that Path of Exile 1 is. There's an interesting argument going on in the chat currently about whether the value provided by the game is worth the things that are locked behind needing to be purchased, such as bank slots or extra storage.
It will only be
areas
for
or things
Twitch,
like that, or the
Mike.
cosmetics or things like
Exclusively
that.
on Twitch, because I haven't set it up for YouTube.
One of the most direct and the most honest gaming companies making a game. They've told you what they're going to give you. They've told you what they can provide. They've told you what you can buy. And there is a huge amount of audience trust there. Now, not everyone trusts them. That's absolutely fine. I personally
don't know the exact
think
details
that
of
if
that
they
rate.
wanted
You're going to
make
have
a
to reach
little
out to
more money, they could
GGG
have
support
used
about that one.
tactics for the last couple of years.
Sorry.
But had they have done that, we would not be sat here now looking at Path of Exile 2. If they had been as unscrupulous as people accuse them of being, this wouldn't exist. It is undeniable that there are a lot of people who just want to complain about something not being perfect. If you want to do that, that's absolutely fine. If you don't want to do that, you can join me and play Path of Exile 2 when it comes out, and we'll probably have a fun time together. I don't want to mute these guys often because what they're saying is fantastic, but everything in chat doesn't need to be addressed. Ultimately, video games are a hobby. They are your hobby, and they are fun, and they are enjoyable. All hobbies ask a small amount of financial investment from you. Sometimes
I'm starting the subathon timer as soon as I go live.
I play Magic the Gathering and
on
Warhammer.
December 6th.
I have two expensive hobbies.
Which will be a handful of hours before the launch of the game.
Exile 1 has given me over the years is worthwhile. I have the expendable income to be able to enjoy Path of Exile 1 to a degree that I think is fun.
26,000 subs? Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Remarkably low compared to a lot of other hobbies. I believe Path of Exile 2 will give a value proposition that allows you to enjoy it for a remarkably low cost. Ultimately free unless you want to do more complicated stuff. The more complicated stuff you want to do, the more money.
Bro, if we get 26,000 subs, I'll buy a bunch of $480 supporter packs and give away in the chat. Let me just tell you that there's no way we're getting 26,000 subs. That just won't happen, guys. You gotta be realistic, okay? If that happens, I'll buy a bunch of $480 supporter packs to give away, right? Oh,
may ask of
man.
you, or the more money that would be an advantage to you. It's a value proposition. These are your hobbies. If you enjoy them, spend money.
I just hope I'm gonna be able to have the event be as big and as good and entertaining for you guys, so that we can make the subathon last for a week or more. A week is where I want it to have at least. So I hope that everything that I'm prepping and doing for this is going to be enough to make the subathon entertaining enough to get to that point. That is my hopes. You guys are talking about tripling that. Fucking insane.
On them. If you don't enjoy them, don't. The amount of
A
money
week
they're asking you to
into New
spend,
Year.
I think, is remarkably fair for the amount of value they're giving you if this is your hobby. Oh, for anyone unsure, yes,
look
they
who
have
decided
confirmed that
to hop on the
microtransactions to
Sebastian
purchase stash
bandwagon.
tabs
Welcome
will apply
to
to
the
both
fam
Path of
of
Exile
Suis
1
Angelines.
and 2. And you know what? I like Path of Exile. And for everyone in the chat that tells me it's a bad game, I'm going to buy even more stash tabs. I'm going to buy them and not even use them. I don't think they have enough
Thanks so
endgame
much,
for release, to be
Alf.
honest. I think
Appreciate
people are going
the,
to blitz
tier
through
one
this in
sub, man.
about a
Thank
week.
you.
If they keep putting out fires, fixing and recalibrating, they actually gain points in the putting out.
Tell you what, Snarefill and Secure, you guys are talking about it so much. Tell you what, I'll get a PoE 2 tattoo, and I'll stream the tattoo sessions. And if the third ascendancy for the witch is really cool, I'll put that on my back, the entire back.
Fires skill tree, the fixing skill tree, and the
I'll do that.
recalibrating skill tree, which are 3 different skill trees, which each have their own
You can
currency
clip
and
that and
each have
ship
their
it.
own end boss as well. Some people in this chat right now are very much.
I've done
powering
a
through
bunch of the
complaining skill
tattoos
tree,
on
which
stream.
is worrying me because they're getting a lot of
I
points.
wouldn't
And
mind doing
eventually
that
they
again.
will
That would be
unlock
fun.
the "Can I talk to the manager" skill. A good
Challenge
way of looking at
accepted.
microtransactions.
You know how much money that is? Hold up.
How do you feel?
26,000
that
subs
went
times
after you have given
$5.
the company your money? Have you ever been in a position where you have given a company your money and you felt that you have got an
How much would I get
exceptionally
out of
good
that?
amount of quality and quantity out of that? I've felt that in a couple of times. When I've given my money to Factorio, I feel that I've got one hell of an amount of.
Yeah, let's
content
go,
back from
boys.
it.
Let's
When I
go.
gave my money to Portal,
I take it back. Everything I
felt that
said.
got
We're
a
doing
hell of
it.
a lot back from it. When I gave my money to The Witcher 3, I felt I got a hell of a lot back from it. Every time I have given money to Grinding Gear Games, I feel that I have got.
Man, then you know what? I'll buy the watch.
Than they have.
I went to the store to get a new battery on my watch, and I saw a watch that was fucking amazing. I watched it, like I really wanted it, and then I saw the price tag. It was 63,000 Swedish. How much is that in dollars? I'll buy one of those. It's $5,700. I would buy that.
That is why I think that I consider this a fair transaction, a fair trade for the amount of game for the amount of cash.
It's a Mercier watch.
It
Looked amazing.
Money
I wonder if I can Google it. I don't know the model
that
name.
I haven't been given a
I looked
worthwhile
at it, then I saw the
product
price, and I
afterwards.
walked away.
Life is a complicated, stressful thing, and we all have different things to worry about, different things we
Balm
hope
and
will or won't
Mercier.
happen. Ultimately, video games are a fun hobby. If you enjoy them, then give them what time and money you can, and give them the amount of time and money that you think is a worthwhile value trade to you. But ultimately, life is short, and it's not worth stressing or being angry over something in a video game when there are so many video games and so many other hobbies to go and do.
Here's so here's a couple of them. It's almost like this, but it looked a little better. So it looked like this. But this one is only
RB Yogatudo subscribed with Prime and included the message
It looked really
26,000 on the way. Geo.
Thanks so much, Gatado, RBJ, Joe Gatudo. Jesus, with a problem. Thanks so much, dude. 20 months, man. Butchering your name. I'm so sorry.
Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games have never made me angry with any of the choices they've made. I've disagreed with them.
There,
they've
yes,
never made me
there will be a way to do, like you can donate for the timer as well, because then I would get all of it instead of a portion of it. Obviously, there's going to be some fun with subs and whatnot, because that will be able to open up some emote slots, and we're going to have sub goals as well.
Angry.
Patreon does not count now. It will only be
stressed or
Twitch
annoyed
subs
or
and
angry
direct donations.
at the design of a video game,
Bits and
you can
shares
step
and gifts
away
as
and
well.
do
Prime.
something else that makes you happy.
Can't
This
answer your phone on the watch.
makes
No.
me happy.
I watched,
think
dude.
a lot of
I'm not.
people
I'm not made of money.
get a lot
Okay.
of happiness from Path.
It was. I would reluctantly bought the camera to increase the camera quality in the stream. I ordered that last night reluctantly. Okay, I'm not made of money.
Of Exile
And that
1
was like,
and Will
I don't know,
from Path of Exile
$1,000 or
2.
something.
If that's not you,
$900, I
that's
think,
okay.
with all the
It
items.
doesn't need to
So I need to get another one of these
But I
arms as
genuinely
well. and
believe that
bunch
this
of other
game will
things
make
for
more
it.
people happy than it makes angry. And if it is
Sony
making you
A5100 or 5100, and plus a bunch of other
thousands of
things.
other
Yes,
games
it's tax
that will be
deductible.
tailored
Yes,
to you.
it's a business
Personally,
expense, so it
I'm
wasn't.
very
It's not
excited
that
for this
bad,
to come
but
out.
it's still like I'm not made of money. So I feel like this video was literally just straight up clickbait, 100% clickbait, and it has 250,000 views in 4 days. How is no one calling it out that it's clickbait? I like Josh's videos, but this felt a lot like clickbait to me. If I had posted this video, I would have gotten so much shit for it being clickbait. Like, literally would have gotten so much clickbait. There's so much clickbait commenting if I did that. So just because it's in quotes, it's okay? I don't have a vest. Fuck. You make a very valid point, sir. Shit. I'll say it again. I do love his outfits. If I wasn't for my little growing bear belly that I got going, that dad bod action, I love, and I used to wear it. I might actually have a picture of me somewhere of that, actually. Hold on. Where I'm wearing a white shirt with a black vest on. Hold on. Where's my music? This is before I got a bear belly, though. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was at a party, and we spiced it up a lot. Let's see if I can find the picture. I believe it's here somewhere. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, here's a picture of the watch I own right now. That's my watch I have right now, actually. Speaking of watches. Where is this picture? Pretty bad picture, but that's a long time ago. But I've had that. I like that. There you go. Holy emo. I was still in the band back then. I was still in the band. Came to 3 Days Grace concert. Mind you, okay. I had a red bandana around my thigh in this picture. Just to put the cherry on the top with that emo outfit. Had a red bandana around my leg. Dude, the chicks digged it. All right, I just want to point that out. The chicks digged it, right? So Katie with the raid, welcome in, boys. All right, the chicks digged it. So Katie, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be streaming for, but do appreciate the raid. I'll pay it forward. What instruments? I was a lead vocalist. I showed it earlier.
11
played it
subscribed
as well.
with Prime and included the message. Oh,
that's why we have a butterfly as a sub badge. I played this earlier for you guys. This is me singing. That's me with the blue dreads back then. 11 years ago. If I buy the $30 pack before I get the free key for spending $4.80, if I give it to a friend. I don't know exactly how that works at all. I know you can buy the supporter pack version that gives you a key rather than gives you account access, right? But then you should be able to do that, yes. Why did you quit? Because streaming took too much time. So because streaming took too much time, I had to choose between the music stuff and the streaming, and I chose streaming, and here we are. That's why. Yeah, I was the one with the dreads, yeah. And we talked about it before, like the first drummer and founder of Soilwork is the guy who produced the song for us. Like, I've been very active in the music scene here in Sweden for a lot. And my little sister, she released an album a few years after that was recorded. He was in Swedish Idols same year. Jay Smith was there, and they're also from the same town. I grew up with Soilwork guys and Faithful Darkness. We used to hang out a lot. Soilwork's bars, yeah. Those were good times. We used to rehearse next to Jay Smith and the guys, and every time they would open their door to their rehearsal studio, you would just smell the weed in the entire hallway. Are you doing the streams, and were they healthy? Yes, they were healthy. I can't do it now. I would need a couple weeks, well, at least a week's practice to do it again. It's been a while. So curious of you to stay on stream for a subathon. It's been years, man, and I can't growl. Like, you don't do growling without practicing and proper warm up, and like, I would need about a week to just practice my vocal cords for it again to pull it off without harming myself. So no, not gonna happen. That's pretty cool, Dark. Compose any songs? I wrote the lyrics for all of the songs we had with the band, and we had both guitarists did the music. Good times. Good times. I used to go from my workplace, and I would immediately go from work to the rehearsal studio, and then we'd get wasted, and we'd jam, and then we'd go out partying in the evening. And then we would invite our friends and whoever they've been flirting with back to the rehearsal studio in the middle of the night, continue the party in the rehearsal studio. But you weren't allowed to have booze at the rehearsal studio. So we would hide all the booze inside the guitar amplifiers and inside the drums. So every time we got back in the night to actually play music, we would first have to get all the booze out of the instruments to be able to play. It was good times, though. Song name, band name is Haunted by Butterflies, and the song name is Struggle. So Haunted by Butterflies as in the butterfly effect. Metalcore names were always long, okay? Okay? That was the kind of theme around it. Okay, don't blame me, because this is 11 years ago, man. You know, kept me some slack here. That's why we have a butterfly as a sub badge on the stream, actually. So I was still in the band when I started streaming. Anyways. Band still going? No. No, they stopped not long after I left. I had to make a decision because I didn't have time to stream regularly as well as rehearse with the band. So I had to make a decision. I chose streaming, and, 11 years later, I'm very happy I did that decision. It's your band? Yeah, it's my old band. What would you name your band if you started today? I don't know, dude. Ray Classians. The pack, it says Path of Exile 2 early access or Path of Exile 2 key. There you go. That means if your account don't have exit yet, probably will add automatically without a key. Give me a key. Might be, yeah. Joseph's Pirate song. Right, we did do that. Hold on. Joe Riker's in this one as well. This is so...
Hoist the colors, drink your rum. Hey ho, drink your rum. Load your guns, more will come. Hey ho, more will come. Run these seas to get more gear. Hey ho, get more gear. is here. Hey ho, the captain is here.
Joseph is in as well. And we got Lifting Nerd, no, Lift a Lot. Riker.
Together we pirates prevail.
We're all talking about boat leagues. So here's the thing. We were hyping up a boat league. They teased the boat. And I'm like, Kikis, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. So we got a bunch of streamers together. And we were like, we have Attention Music who makes PoE music remixes. And Kikis did the video editing. I was like, we gotta do this. We post it. And it's not a pirate league. It was fun. This is Joseph. Riker and Lift a Lot.
My words, we shall have a prize.
480,
Have our prize. The nest bell tolls, we're on their tail. Hey ho, on their tail. The captain yells, not to fail. Hey ho, not to fail. Heave up all and heave away. Anchors up and we're setting the sail. All together we pirates prevail. Heave up all and heave away.
Yeah, you can hear Riker so well. For fuck's sake. It's so cringy, but it was fun as fuck to do. It was so fun to do that. How long ago was this? 3 years ago now. Oh, man. That was a good time still. That was really fun to do. Really cringy, but fun. I still have the scenes, though. You got the crow's nest and everything. Still got my hat. And I do have my spyglass in case we need to scout for 7 C's of Ray class for more Prime subs. We got it going, boys. What else do we have? We have this one. Where I'm in my little shower barrel. Actually, it's funny because this scene was made by the developers of Last Epoch. So they made the scene for the stream. Many years ago. It was back when they were in alpha, I think they did it. It was really fun. Got a Frostmourne? Yeah. Where's the other one? What else do we have? We have some scenes. I can't use the other ones because the camera's not set up for it. We got this one. The card scene. Yeah, I like this one. This was fun. And we have the cabin scene that you saw earlier in the music video. We used to do, when we got subs, I used to grab my camera. Hello? Come on. So I used to grab my quill, and I would used to get some ink, and I would type people's name down in the sub book. Holy shit. It's been a while. This 2-week window feels really bad waiting for the early access. Yeah, I know. That's dope. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I will call it for tonight. I got to deal with the postal service. I'm going to host you guys over to Darth Microtransaction. And I hope you guys can give him a big one welcome. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Oh, Doc Leisha, thanks so much for the sub, man. 19 months. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Appreciate all the subs. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I can't do this without you guys. So thank you so much for all the support.
And included the message. Are minions as good as they look in PoE 2?
They are indeed. They are indeed. Guys, I hope you guys had fun. Give Darth a big one welcome. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Going live around noon, early afternoon. We're going to watch a Talkative Tribe interview with Jonathan tomorrow on stream. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And hopefully, if I can get everything done tonight with the postal services, then I can be in a position where we hopefully have the Volo box tomorrow. Hopefully. Anyways, give him a big one welcome. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, stay safe and keep rocking.